The story is about Henry Morris, the first ever wizard to draw the 8th circle. He has been poisoned and is now walking while in handcuffs. The current emperor, Silver Jackson Edward, is abusing his power to get rid of his enemies. He is falsely charging them with treason so that he can eliminate them. Henry Morris is now one of his targets. He kneels before the emperor and the official asks him if he admits to treason. Henry stays silent. But when the official mentions his family, he glares at him and tells him to just get it over with. The emperor gets upset and Henry gets sentenced to death. So the executioner, behold, decapitates him. After that, the emperor orders his men to feed Henry's remains to the animals. The scene then switches to a young man. Henry is in that boy's body and he has no idea what's going on. He realizes that he's holding on to a book of necromancy and a dead hen. So he suspects that he is involved in necromancy. Henry looks at the mirror and he can't believe his eyes. He tries to make sense of what is happening. Seeing that he's out of shape, Henry thinks that maybe he's a wizard, so he tries to conjure some magic, but he realizes that he has none. So he struggles to draw the basic first circle of magic. He eventually succeeds. Just then, Henry remembers the time when the emperor forced him to drink poison by threatening a young boy's life. It is then revealed that a wizard's weakness is a fragile body, so poison is very effective against them. He admires the knight's strength and thinks that he could have survived the events if his body was stronger. Henry leaves his room and he sees Koer, his attendant, sleeping in the corner. The guy wakes up and he starts acting rude. So Henry beats him up. Koer bows before him and apologizes. He starts to show respect towards his master. Henry asks him what date it is and the man replies that it's July 6th of the year 20. The day after he was executed. He learns that his name is still Henry Morris and his father is Baron Hans Morris, a war veteran. Henry digs deeper and he discovers that his mother died while giving birth to him. Apparently, he has achieved nothing in the past and so the family members turn their attention towards his younger half-brother Kevin Morris. After that, Henry pulls an all-nighter to practice magic with his body. He succeeds in drawing the 2nd and 3rd circles. The next morning, his attendant brings him some water and he notices that his master is sweating a lot. He leaves the water in the master's room and Henry cleans himself up. After that, he heads to the dining room with his family. They start eating. While eating, he notices that Kevin eats like a pig. So Henry tells him to eat like a gentleman, but he just laughs while his mouth is full. The food from Kevin's mouth mixed up with his food and he lost his appetite. At that moment, Hans asks them who is going to enroll in the Swordsman Academy. Henry considers it, but he thinks it would be better for him to just focus on magic since he wants to get revenge on the emperor as soon as possible. Kevin says he is going to enter the academy because his older brother will just do nothing there. He adds that Henry doesn't even have the guts to spar with him. Hans asks Henry what he thinks about it. Henry changes his mind and decides to enter the academy. He tells his younger brother that he refuses to spar with him because he doesn't want Kevin to look bad. But everyone in the table just laughs at him. They all think he's joking. However, Henry says that he's serious and he challenges his brother to a duel. They head to the training ground. Kevin gives him a wooden sword. Hans states that whoever surrenders first loses. The duel begins and Henry uses his magic to enhance his physical abilities. He charges at Kevin and swings his sword at his brother. Everyone gets surprised and Kevin struggles against him. Henry grabs his brother by the neck and sweeps his leg, causing him to fall. He then strikes Kevin, who is still struggling to get up. Henry keeps hitting Kevin and Hans stops the duel. He tells his father that they will talk tomorrow and he leaves the scene while Kevin is still on the ground shaking. While taking a bath, Henry remarks that his body is not bad. He tries to draw the 4th circle of magic but he fails because he lacks magical power. So he calls out to Koer and orders him to get some herbs. He plans to use them as ingredients to create a magical blue elixir that can enhance his magical powers. However, he reveals that it is risky since it can overstimulate the heart and cause it to explode if taken at the wrong dose. Koer returns with the ingredients. But he wasn't able to find a green crow flower. The merchant tells him that he does not have supplies for that item since a group of bandits are blocking the trade route. He learns that Hans can't get rid of the bandits and he thinks that his father is incompetent. Henry then tells Koer that he is going to the trade route with 2 horses. Koer comments that there are more than 30 bandits. Henry doesn't care. He tells Koer that he's coming along. Later, we see Koer with a skinny horse. He tells his master that it is his personal horse. Henry then asks for a sword among other things that are necessary for survival. He names his skinny horse Jade and casts a spell to make his mount stronger. After that, Koa returns and he is surprised to see the horse in perfect condition. But Henry tells him that it is still the same horse. Koa finds it hard to believe as they leave for the trade route. He puts on some jewelry in an attempt to attract the bandits. They slowly move around so that they will get targeted. During the process, Koa gets scared and suggests retreating. But Henry tells him not to worry. Later, they get surrounded by a group of bandits. Koa starts freaking out and their leader comments on their strange behavior while traveling. He then demands that Henry hand over his valuables if he doesn't want to die. Koa panics and Henry knocks him out. He alights from his horse and the bandit leader orders his men to attack. Henry notes that there are only 25 bandits. The leader calls him crazy. In response, Henry snaps his finger and some blue bubbles appear on the bandits' heads. The bubbles knock them out. The leader falls to the ground and Henry uses fire magic to scare him. After that, he tells the bandits to leave and never return. Koa later regains consciousness. Henry tells him that the bandits all ran away. They return home and Koa puts the jewelry back to where he found them while Henry brings his horse to the stable. Meanwhile, Kevin wakes up. He remembers that his brother beat him in the duel. His mother gets angry and she starts shouting at him. Kevin has a hard time accepting the result of the duel. In the stable, Henry is having a look at the other horses. They are all in good condition. He looks at Jade's stall and it looks embarrassing. After seeing this, Henry tells the stableman to look after the horse and its stall. While having dinner, they talk about the result of the duel. They ask Kevin's mother, Mrs. Morris, about it. But she gets upset and leaves. Hans asks his son how he became such a fine swordsman. Henry replies that he just wanted to teach his brother a lesson. Hans asks him if he wants to enter the academy but Henry thinks Kevin should go instead. His father gets surprised and Henry has a request for him. He asks his father to send Kevin to him whenever Hans has complaints against his brother. Hans agrees. Henry also tells his father that the bandits are gone now. Later, Kevin visits him in his room. He apologizes for his bad behavior. Henry tells him that he has decided to give up the academy. He's going to let his brother go there under one condition. Kevin must give him a green crown flower within 6 days. Although he knows this is a difficult task, he accepts it anyways. Back in the stable, the white horse, Vernon, tries to pick a fight with Jade. Jade gets annoyed and he fights back. The next day, Kevin sees his horse Vernon lying on the floor. He gets angry at the stableman who starts begging for forgiveness. Kevin tells him to get another horse. He looks around and sees Jade. He tries to take the horse but Jade refuses to go with him. The stableman tells him that it belongs to Master Henry. Kevin remembers that the horse used to be so skinny. The stableman suggests that he ride another horse named Holter and he sets off with it. Meanwhile, Henry thinks about strengthening his body. So he goes to the guardhouse to look for Byrne, who is also a sword expert. He finds Byrne in the backyard. Henry asks Byrne to train him with the sword. Byrne happily accepts. He asks Henry if he has learned swordsmanship somewhere else. Henry denies it but Byrne knows about what happened in the duel so he is not convinced. They have a sparring match. Henry attacks his master but Byrne dodges him. He counters with a knee strike but Henry blocks it with his hand. Byrne swings at Henry but he dodges. He launches a counter-attack which Byrne is able to block. Byrne gets serious and he swings at Henry. He is able to block it but the force is so strong that his hand starts trembling. Byrne continues to pressure Henry but all of his attacks get blocked. After that, Byrne comments that he is amazing. Henry claims that he learned his skills by watching other people fight. Byrne reveals that his fighting style is the imperial swordsmanship. Henry states that he needs to improve his stamina. Byrne replies that stamina is important but he needs to improve his footwork. Henry doesn't appear to be convinced so Byrne drops his sword and tells the Henry to attack him. Henry thrusts forward multiple times but he hits nothing but air. After a while, Byrne appears behind him and pokes him at the nape of his neck. They stop and they look at the ground. Their footprints are visible. Byrne points out that Henry's footprints are very irregular compared to his. So they needs to focus on his footwork and his physical strength. Henry spends the rest of the day training. After that, he goes home and writes the name of his targets in his notebook. Then he pulls out a map and marks the location of his hidden treasures. At that moment, Koer enters his room. He tells Henry that Kevin has returned. He goes to meet Kevin but he finds a group of servants outside his brother's room. They tell him that Kevin is in a bad condition. He enters the room and sees Mrs. Morris crying. Mrs. Morris blames him for everything. Henry asks the doctor what happened to his brother. The doctor replies that he was attacked by some wild animals. After hearing this, he tells everyone to leave the room. Kevin tells his brother that he was able to bring home the green crow flower. Henry tells him that he did well and he can go to the academy. Kevin goes to sleep and Henry uses healing magic on him. Thereafter, he leaves the room with the green crow flower. Henry immediately starts working on the magical blue potion. He adjusts the concentration to fit his body so that he will not die after ingesting it. It didn't take long for the potion to be completed. Henry drinks it and he starts to feel like his body is melting. He sits down as he endures the pain. He can feel the strength entering his body. The fourth and fifth circle appears on his chest. This puts him at the same level as the sorcerers. Suddenly, he notices a bad smell. He takes off his shirt and it looks like it hasn't been washed for years. Then he looks the mirror and discovers that he has become muscular. He notes that he has awakened. Awakening is a phenomenon where one's body evolves to receive more magic. As a result, he has become much stronger. He explains that the smell was caused by the wastes that came out of his body. He is very happy with the result and he cleans himself up the next day. Koer sees him and he is surprised to see that the young master has grown taller than him. He wonders what happened. During breakfast, his family notices that he has grown much bigger. They ask him what happened and he just says that he woke up with that body. He goes to Byrne who is also shocked. Byrne tells him that they just need to focus on footwork training for now. After that, he goes to the edge of a cliff and jumps down head first. As he was about to hit the ground, he uses the skill feather pull allowing him to land safely. He tests another skill called shockwave. It causes an explosion and rocks start falling towards Henry. Henry defends himself with the skill called frozen field which freezes the area around him. He keeps on practicing his magic along with his footwork. After a while, he becomes convinced that he can take on his master. He challenges Byrne and all he needs to do is land a hit within 3 minutes. Byrne warns him that there will be a punishment if he fails. The challenge begins and Henry tries to touch his master. But Byrne evades him. As he reaches out to his master, Byrne grabs his arm and throws him. Undaunted, he gets back up and charges but he keeps on getting pushed back. The time runs out and he fails. Regardless, Byrne is impressed by his progress. He receives more strength training as punishment. Henry goes home and lies on his bed. He thinks about why he failed and how he can improve. Henry remembers Hector Meyer who came up with an odd footwork technique. He decides to ask for his help. Wanting to improve, he uses restoration magic on the necromancy book and reads it. The book explains how to call on a specific soul. He needs an item of great sentimental value. So he performs a ritual which causes Scar, the frog-like spirit of trade, to appear. Scar asks him who he is. Henry introduces himself and reminds him about past events. Scar doesn't believe Henry and demands to see some magic. In response, Henry conjures a small dragon with his right hand. The spirit believes him now and he asks for what he wants. Henry states that he needs Hector Meyer's legacy. Scar agrees but he demands something of equal value in return. Henry promises to tell him how he got resurrected after he receives the legacy. Scar opens his mouth and the king's engagement ring appears. He gives the ring to Henry. After taking the ring, Henry tells him that he was brought back by black magic. He states that the attempt of the necromancer has failed and that he replaced his soul. Henry reveals that his experience was different from that which was written in the necromancy book. Upon hearing this, Scar gets upset. It seems like he expected more from Henry. Scar spits on the ground and then disappears. After that, he puts the ring at the center of the summoning circle and starts chanting gibberish. This causes the door of the netherworld to open and Hector Meyer emerges from it. Hector asks him where he got the ring. Henry lies and tells him that he had it the whole time. He introduces himself and Hector still remembers him. However, Hector isn't convinced that he is the same person as the wizard Henry. Henry explains that he died and he got revived by black magic. He goes on to explain that the world has changed a lot after Hector died. Henry became a hero, but the cruel Emperor Silver had him executed. He adds that the Emperor is just an incompetent tyrant and so he wants revenge. Hector asks why he got summoned and Henry tells him that he wants to learn swordsmanship. Hector reminds him that he's a wizard. Henry replies that his current body has the blood of a knight so he wants to improve his skills with the sword. Hector wants to know why he's been holding on to his engagement ring. To which he replies that he kept it in his honor. Hector gets flattered. He agrees to teach Henry but it won't be for free. In exchange, Hector wants to live in the world again. Henry declines because it is a difficult task. He explains that he can't perform revival magic and he only got revived by chance. Hector gets sad because he doesn't want to return to the netherworld. So Henry suggests an alternative. They would seek out necromancers and return Hector to the world as an undead. Hector agrees to this and he puts a curse on the engagement ring as insurance. They begin training immediately. Hector teaches Henry his footwork and it's very different from the one Byrne knows. Henry is determined to take Byrne down.
Henry struggles to learn Hector's footwork. Hector asks him what he will do after he defeats Byrne. Henry says that he will master aura but Hector just laughs at him. He wants to become a magic knight once he masters aura. Hector thinks about it and notes that Henry has the potential to become the greatest magic knight. They spend more time training. Eventually, Henry defeats Byrne. Having mastered Hector and Byrne's sword skills, he thinks that it's time to leave the manor. Byrne tells him that he's a genius for coming up with his own style of swordsmanship. He asks about Henry's plan and Henry tells him that he's going to join the army. He asks Byrne about the noblesse oblige, which is the duty of noblemen to share their blessings to serve society. Byrne tells him that his family isn't subject to such duty since his father's rank is not high enough, but Henry still wants to do it to earn the respect of the people. He tells Byrne that he's going to the Forest of Evil, which is a very dangerous place. Byrne is against it, saying that his father would never allow him to go there, but Henry tells him that he already has his father's permission since he won against Byrne. Later, Byrne goes to Hans and asks him if he gave Henry permission to go to the Forest of Evil. Hans tells him that Henry can only go there after he defeats Byrne. Suddenly, Henry arrives saying that he has already fulfilled that condition. Byrne confirms it, and Hans gets upset. Henry tells his father to give him a chance to prove himself. He is aware of the dangers that lurk in the Forest of Evil. It is one of the most dangerous areas in the Empire where devils have appeared. Hans doesn't want him to go there because Henry is his heir, but Henry has already made up his mind. He bids his father farewell. That evening, Hans approaches Henry while he's training. He tells his son that he has really grown up, so he allows Henry to go to the Forest of Evil. Hans gives his son a letter of recommendation telling him to give it to a commanding officer named Isellen. The next day, Henry leaves with his horse. He bids everyone farewell and he uses his magic to make traveling easier. A week later, the guards of Fort Caliban see him approaching. The head of the guards, Hervant, asks him to identify himself, so he throws the family crest at his direction. Hervant sees the family crest and he orders the guards to open the gate. Henry enters and Hervant apologizes for being rude. Henry introduces himself, telling them that he is going to join the army. He shows them the letter of recommendation and a guard escorts him to Commander Isellen. The commander greets him, asking him if he is the son of Baron Hans. Henry confirms it and they have a discussion. Isellen tells him that he is an interesting person since not a lot of people want to stay in that fort. He asks Henry why he wants to stay there. Henry tells him that he wants to learn by fighting the monsters. Isellen laughs and tells him to get into position. Suddenly, the commander grabs onto his sword and attacks Henry. Henry pulls out his sword and uses defensive magic. He is barely able to block the attack. Isellen comments that he wasn't expecting Henry to block. After that, the commander swings his sword at Henry, but he blocks it once again. Isellen is surprised and he wants to try again. At that moment, a girl named Teeny arrives, telling him to stop. Isellen states that Henry is the real deal and Teeny thinks that Henry could be a monster. The commander asks Henry why he let his brother go to the academy. He replies that he couldn't see any hope because he thinks that the Empire is corrupt. Isellen states that it's very bold of him to say something like that, but Henry says that he is loyal to the Empire, not the people. Isellen laughs as he agrees with Henry. He tells Henry that it was a good idea to give up the academy because it has a tight hold on Porum's family. Iselin reveals that Behold, the person who beheaded him, has retired, so Kington Porum has taken over and corrupted the academy. Henry gets informed that there is another test. They take him to a secret room where he sees a monster. Iselin tells him that he needs to knock the monster down for him to be acknowledged. He accepts the challenge and prepares for battle. Henry approaches the monster, and he steps on a barrier. The monster suddenly lunges at him, and he barely dodges its attack. Henry charges at the monster, slashing its neck, but it has no effect on the creature. It tries to hit his head, but he dodges the blow. After that, he uses the circle step to attack the creature from behind. He hits the horns behind the creature, and it gets knocked down. Iselin asks Henry how he discovered the creature's weakness. He said that it was just feeling. Since its skin was hard, he thought that maybe the horn was its weakness. Iselin tells him to prepare for basic training in the education corps. Teeny states that the training is already taking place, but Iselin thinks it's perfect. Henry will join in the middle of the class as a privilege for passing the test. After that, Henry eats and drinks with Iselin. The commander starts telling him about his story, and he finds Iselin annoying, so he casts sleep magic on him. However, it doesn't work, so he spent the entire night listening to the commander's tales. The next morning we see Henry in a carriage with Teeny. She gives Henry some papers containing information about the basics of his training. He glances at it for a while and returns it, telling her that he has already memorized it. Teeny thinks he's a genius. Eventually, they arrive at the education corps. There, he meets his officer, who tells him that he is just an apprentice, so he can only talk informally to other apprentices. His officer tells him about the upcoming test. Henry wants to take it even though he didn't attend the previous sessions. The officer gets offended, asking him if he thinks the test is a joke. But he tells his officer that Commander Iselin personally trained him, so he lets him take the test. The officer warns him that he will receive a punishment if he fails the test. Henry thanks his officer. However, the officer thinks he's arrogant, and he wants him to fail. He prepares a special test for Henry. On the day of the test, Henry finishes early. The officer immediately checks his answers and discovers that Henry has a perfect score. He congratulates Henry and tells him about the martial arts class in the afternoon. As he leaves, the officer thinks about how difficult his special test was. This makes Henry famous in the education corps. Later, Henry introduces himself to the class. They are about to have close combat sparring. The instructor tells Henry to know his limits because it is still his first day. He immediately gives them a test where the cadets need to knock each other out. The test ends when only one cadet is left standing. In the first match, he goes up against Cadet Need. Henry assumes a weird fighting stance, and Cadet Need thinks he doesn't know how to fight. He charges at Henry, who immediately knocks him out. The cadets are surprised because Need is one of the best cadets when it comes to combat. The test goes on and Henry easily knocks out many of the top cadets. He thinks about his training with Hector and how it is helping him win. The top cadet Ronan now stands against him. Henry moves behind him and Ronan immediately reacts with a kick. He manages to block it, thinking that he underestimated Ronan. Ronan charges at him with a unique footwork. They exchange blows and block each other's attacks. But Ronan eventually lands a hit on his head, causing him to get dizzy. He immediately follows up with a takedown. Ronan is about to punch him while he is lying on the ground. Thinking he's about to lose, he uses magic on Ronan, making him lighter. After that, he grabs Ronan's leg and throws him to the wall. Everyone gets surprised as Ronan lies on the floor. He wins the match and ends up getting a perfect score for all of the tests that followed. Later, he sees Ronan, who is obviously upset. He shakes hands with Ronan, who introduces himself as Ronan Porum. Henry gets surprised. Ronan tells him that he was adopted into the Porum family. It is revealed that Kington Porum actually defeated Behold, making him Night King and Grandmaster. Because of the system of noblesse oblige, he had to send someone from his family to serve in the military, and he was adopted for that reason. Ronan asks Henry about his training since he has never seen such skill in close combat. Suddenly, Henry tells him that they should be friends. Ronan finds him weird, but this actually makes him happy. They become sparring partners and Ronan always loses to Henry. Still, they become good friends. Eventually, the training ends and they are about to attend a celebration. At that moment, an officer approaches Henry, telling him that Commander Iselin is looking for him. He rides a carriage with Teeny. She tells him that Iselin wants to have a separate celebration with him because he finished at the top of his class. Teeny adds that the commander will grant one wish for him. Later, they arrive at their destination and Teeny tells him that she can call her in the evening if he needs company. Henry gets confused but she just leaves without any explanation. He goes to Iselin who has prepared food for him. While they are eating, Iselin asks him about his wish. The next day, Henry tells Ronan that he had a celebration with the commander. Ronan tells him about a rumor that the commander favors him. But he replies that it was just a tradition for the top of the class. Ronan asks him if something else happened while he was with the commander. Henry shows him a holy sword that he received as a present from Iselin. Ronan gets jealous. After that, Ronan tells him that he has been assigned to the infantry unit. He already has a plan for climbing the ranks. Ronan asks him about his unit, and Henry tells him that he has been assigned to an independent company known as Caliburn's Needle. It is revealed that after Iselin passed out from drinking too much, Henry met up with Teeny. Henry told her that he wants to join a company where he wouldn't get disturbed much. She pointed to a chart and explained that he should join the Special Forces. Teeny warned Henry that Special Forces are dangerous but he doesn't mind. So she directed him to the commander's affiliate Special Forces and told him that he can start right away. Back in the present, Ronan boards a carriage. Before they part ways, Henry tells him not to die and Ronan tells Henry to be careful. The carriage leaves and someone calls out to him telling him to board the carriage. He arrives at the Caliburn's Needle military camp. Commander Salomon checks his documents, and he says that they are not ready to accept him. He takes Henry to his official residence. It is a total mess. Salomon tells him that he should finish cleaning it up by the end of the day, and then he leaves. Henry thinks it's impossible for a normal human to finish it in a day. So he uses his magic to instantly clean the place. Outside, we see Salomon with some soldiers. He tells everyone to meet their new lieutenant, Henry, in his residence. They laugh thinking that Henry's place is still a mess. But when they arrive at Henry's residence, they are surprised to see that it is already very clean. Henry is having a cup of coffee, and he casually asks them what they're doing there. Salomon tells him to greet the members of the unit. He goes out and formally introduces himself as the new lieutenant. Henry observes that the unit is not yet ready to accept him since the late Lieutenant Carter died on a mission. He approaches a soldier named Hoden and asks him where Lieutenant Carter used to stay. Hoden takes him there, and he looks around thinking the soldiers might rebel against him. So he leaves the place carrying a box that seems to contain Carter's belongings. He orders them not to move as he burns the box. The soldiers get shocked and one of them gets angry. He steps forward and attacks Henry. But he misses and Henry kicks him away. The man falls to his knees. After that, he reprimands everyone in the unit telling them that they should be ashamed because their actions won't make Lieutenant Carter happy. The commander hears about this and he gets furious. Thinking that Henry will grab power, he calls on two other officers named Hugo and Vogue to come up with a plan. The following day, Henry meets up with the three of them. Hugo tells him that he hasn't learned aura yet, so he has no right to be the new officer. He adds that Henry is arrogant. Henry asks him if he's scared of him. Hugo gets furious and he challenges Henry. They have a duel and everyone in the unit watches them. Salomon is confident that Hugo will win. But Henry doesn't plan to go easy on Hugo. The match begins and Henry strikes at Hugo's sword, causing it to break. Everyone gets surprised. Henry bows at Hugo, telling him he has done a great job, then he leaves. Later, we see Henry with the commander, and he is given a mission. He looks at it, and he is surprised to see that the task is to patrol a Class 9 area. The next day, he goes to Iselin and tells him about his mission. He complains about how easy the mission is since he has already proven his skills by defeating Hugo. Iselin gets shocked because Hugo can use aura, so he asks Henry what he wants to do for his mission. Henry replies that he wants to go to the Class 6 district. Deep down, he just wants to use it as an excuse to look for his hidden treasures there. But he lies to the commander, telling him that he has never been there, so he would like to see it. The commander allows it, but he tells Henry that when he returns he would give him the mission that he really wants. Henry receives Lieutenant Carter's paperwork. He learns about the mission that led to Lieutenant Carter's death. In that mission, Carter went after a creature called Black. The commander thinks that it is a demon that enjoys playing games. Henry asks Iselin why Carter went after Black. Iselin explains that Black murdered Carter's men back when he was a company commander in the infantry division. After his men died, Carter applied to the special forces wanting to avenge his men. Iselin sent him on that mission so that he could get his revenge. The commander adds that Carter was the best candidate from the unit, but his foolishness led to his death. Black is now a threat to Fort Caliban, and it needs to be stopped. Henry goes through the paperwork and he learns that Black can transform and speak to humans. Later, we see Henry back in his unit. He tells the deputy commander that the previous mission is cancelled and he will be patrolling the Class 6 district instead. Henry adds that he is going to go after Black. Before the deputy commander leaves, he gives him the box containing Lieutenant Carter's belongings. Henry tells him that he would never burn it so they can take care of it. The deputy commander thanks him and apologizes. After that, the deputy commander leaves. Henry assembles with 9 others and they leave the fort to patrol the Class 6 district. He uses a spell that makes his group less conspicuous to the monsters. This allows them to arrive at the Class 6 district safety zone without encountering any resistance. Once there, Henry tells his men that they are going to get a lead on Black. He shows them a drawing of a kin mushroom telling them that they grow near Black's home. Henry divides them into 2 groups with the deputy commander as the leader of the second group. Before splitting up, he gives the deputy commander an item that will allow him to track his location. It is revealed that he is just using Black as an excuse and the kin mushroom will show him his hidden treasure's location. However, after hours of searching, they couldn't find anything. The soldiers start to have mixed feelings about their lieutenant. That evening, Henry summons Hector. He tells Hector that he can't train until he finds Black. Hector calls him stupid, suggesting that he should just summon Carter to ask him about Black. So Henry puts Carter's report in the summoning circle and starts chanting. Henry keeps calling for Carter, but he is not appearing. Hector then suggests that Carter's soul is currently not in the netherworld. He suggests that Carter is still alive. Henry then plans to summon Carter's former subordinates. They go to a mausoleum to search for the belongings of Carter's former comrades. There Henry finds one and immediately prepares the summoning circle. He calls for Holterbelt, and the latter asks for his identity. Then he introduces himself and starts asking about Carter, who is missing because of Black. Holterbelt cries and falls to his knees. He then asks him about Black. Holterbelt informs Henry that there is a misunderstanding. The demon doesn't actually transform but steals and uses the bodies of others. He worked like an evil spirit and possessed them in turns. The last thing he heard from Black was that he was going to be the demon. After 5 years, Black must be talking about evolution and might be a demon now. Holterbelt also mentions that he experienced the pleasure of murder when Black possessed him. Then he remembers that there was a scent that attracted Black. They got deodorant from a merchant, which scent attracted Black. It's called Febreze. Teeny then asks Henry something in return and whispers it to him. She asks to have a meal with him on their next day off. He agrees to it. Henry later asks his subordinates if they saw something like the Febreze in Carter's belongings. No one saw anything. So, he wonders if the testimony is wrong. He then orders his platoon to continue their work. Therefore, he commands them to move out to search and he uses a spell again that makes his group less conspicuous to the monsters. Henry sprays some Febreze on his body and uses a spell to make his perfume stand out. The scent travels through the forest and into a cave. Inside the cave a demon smells it and suddenly roars out loud. Henry feels like it was a false testimony. He casts the 2 spells again. Just then, Henry hears a roar, and the troops confirm it was a Taurus. He suddenly hears a sound, and a bolt of lightning strikes him. The troop's sergeant watches as Henry falls to the ground. A horde of Tauruses appears, and everyone panics. This makes the sergeant assume command and order them to retreat. The others want to avenge Henry. Suddenly, the white Taurus from the cave appears and lets out bolts of lightning from his body. The others suggest fighting to save face after losing 2 lieutenants now, and the platoon's sergeant agrees. The soldiers and Tauruses clash, and of course, the humans are weak against the monsters. Gibo notices that the white Taurus is focused on Henry's body. So, he tries to stop the white Taurus, but he gets swept aside. The white Taurus attacks again with a lightning strike, but the attack is absorbed by Henry with his sword. Henry stabbed a piece of paper with a magic circle on it and completely destroyed it. He tells Gibo to report that he is alive and orders him to stay alive. Gibo affirms while crying out of happiness. Henry then asks the white Taurus if it was the one to attack him. But the white Taurus roars and attacks Henry. He blocks the attack and counters with a kick. Then he swiftly beheads it. The head then calls someone useless, and a black aura comes out of it. The head flies toward Henry, and Black tries to possess Henry. However, the possession doesn't work on Henry. So, he slashes the head in half, and Black comes out. He uses magic to attack Black. After that, Black hurriedly runs off. Henry uses a spell that usually finds the remains of dead soldiers. Henry decides to follow Black immediately. Black hurries to find a new host and encounters a brown bear. Black tries to act like a normal bear while Henry is nearby. Henry starts walking away, but he suddenly calls Black stupid and kills the bear. He uses magic to burn the dead bear, and Black comes out while screaming in pain. Henry then asks Black about Carter's whereabouts, but Black doesn't want to tell him. So Henry has to use force. Black leads Henry to a cave and discovers Carter. However, Henry finds it weird that Carter looks fine. Black hurriedly possesses Carter. Black then draws out Carter's sword, which is infused with aura. Henry is surprised that Black can use the host's power. Black claims that Henry's body will be his and attacks him. Henry quickly dodges and hits the back of Carter's neck. Black falls flat to the ground. Now, Henry tells him that he can pretend to use a sword, but he won't be able to do anything without polishing his swordsmanship. After that, Henry casts Paralyze on Carter's body. Black asks to be spared. Henry asks for his identity. Black reintroduces himself as Clever, the last surviving evil spirit from his tribe in the underworld. Henry realizes that Clever is a mimic. Henry then tries to eliminate Clever. Clever cries out that he was promised to be spared, but Henry didn't agree to it. Just then, Clever brings out a mountain of treasures. Henry asks Clever where he got them. It is because of his ability, and he has been collecting treasures. Rather than the treasure, Henry wants the subspace ability to store things. Henry then offers Clever to be his subordinate, and he picks up a ring. Henry uses it to create a subordination contract with Clever. Clever changes form as the contract is formed. Henry tells Clever to store the treasure. They leave with Carter's unconscious body. Meanwhile, the other troop members finished cleaning up the regular Taurusas. They see Henry approaching with someone on his back. They shout as they recognize Carter. Back in the camp, everyone can't believe that Carter is alive. The other officers feel thankful and apologize to Henry. Henry can't believe he is being praised this much. Solomon later informs Henry that he had a visitor. Teeny came to fetch him because Iselin is looking for him. Iselin invites Henry to a celebration of his mission's success. Clever notices that Henry is in a pinch and suggests using his ability to drink alcohol instead. Clever advises Henry to drink the alcohol naturally. However, Henry doesn't trust Clever yet. Clever tells him to trust him this time, and Henry is surprised at how docile Clever became. Henry goes for a toast and gulps the alcohol. Iselin suggests drinking with bowls until the commander passes out. Henry still needs to look for his treasure. Henry then calls out Clever and orders him to change his appearance to something Henry is familiar with. Clever then transforms into a white cat. He checks on Clever and praises him. Henry then asks what kind of scent Clever is attracted to. Clever mentions cucumbers, and Henry brings out one. Clever suddenly goes hysterical, and Henry discovers that cucumbers are their stimulants. Henry wonders why Clever went for Carter, who is not wearing deodorant. Clever was planning to use Carter as his vessel after his evolution. Henry then asks Clever if he's come across kin mushrooms before. Clever confirms that he knows where they are located. Henry goes out and flies toward the direction Clever points. Clever claims it is behind the tree. Henry cuts the tree, and kin mushroom spores scatter. He orders Clever to suckle everything. The spores clear out, and they find a cave. The two go inside, and they find a shield that Henry left behind. Henry uses a spell to disintegrate it. He finds a box in the Guardian's ashes. The box contains the heart of a demon named Venom. If you eat one, you will be resistant to all kinds of poison, and it will turn your blood to poison. Clever wonders if there is a cure, and Henry confirms that there is one. Henry then swallows his heart, but he feels fine. He pulls out a container that contains the poison that ruined him before to test the Venom's heart. Clever freaks out as Henry gulps the poison. Henry trembles, but he turns out to be fine. He finally achieved his purpose in District 6. Henry returns to the camp, and Solomon tells him to get some rest. Solomon also hands out an official document for Henry to read. Henry goes back to his room to read the paper, and he smiles. He then wonders what to wear for his dinner with Teeny in her quarters. Meanwhile, Teeny thinks that Henry is a fine choice. Just then, Henry arrives and sees Teeny all dressed up. Henry thanks Teeny for the invitation, and Teeny tells him to call her sister in private. Teeny plans to claim Henry as her own. Henry is surprised by the food that Teeny prepared. They sit down to eat, and Teeny pours wine. They start eating, and Henry likes the peaceful feeling. Later, Teeny suggests drinking more and moves to get more wine. She plans to make Henry drunk using the so-called love potion. Just then, a soldier arrives to report something. Teeny asks frustratedly what is wrong. The guard reports that Carter woke up from his coma. Henry overhears it. The doctor reports that Carter regained consciousness, but his body is extremely weak because of the demonic energy. It will take him 1 year to recover. The doctor also relays Carter's thanks to Henry for subduing Black. Solomon asks Iselin what will happen to Henry now that Carter is back. Henry then shares his thoughts, and Iselin screams out of disbelief. Teeny is also shocked. 1 year later, Hector asks Henry if he doesn't have talent. Henry gets mad. Hector can't believe Henry didn't get it after a year on the battlefield. Henry tells him to shut up. He cleared countless missions. He trained every single day. However, Henry is only a sword runner. Hector finds him amazing. Aura Bondi is an extreme life force that the body emits when it reaches its peak. The stronger you are, the harder it is to master aura, and the longer it takes, the more powerful aura is. Hector knows Henry will master aura soon, like him. Henry just needs to realize his limits. Henry then plans to slowly get ready for military discharge. Solomon asks if Henry will really leave. Henry did promise to leave when Carter recovers. Henry thanks Solomon for everything. Solomon also thanks him and orders Henry to turn around. Everyone salutes Henry, and he salutes back. Henry's troop members cry as they see Henry off. Henry hopes to see them again and thanks them. Iselin also asks if Henry is sure about leaving. He gives Henry an emblem that represents military merit and achievements during his military service. With his silver medal and 3 stars, he will be saluted everywhere he goes. Iselin also gives him a token for completing his education core. He promises to fulfill any wish Henry wants or needs. Henry asks Iselin to take care of his friend Ronan, but Iselin will be objective. Henry leaves and plans to accumulate wealth first. Henry arrives at Vivaldi, the Empire's famous entertainment city. He shows his badge, and the guards salute him. They let Henry inside and gave him a black card, a free pass in the city given to the honorable. He can see that nothing has changed. Henry changes into his military uniform. The storekeeper thinks Henry is a young officer with no money. He asks for the most expensive brand, and the storekeeper gets flustered. She returns with expensive clothes. Henry wears it and asks the storekeeper for more. Clever realizes humans are shallow when it comes to money. Henry finishes his shopping, and Clever finds his master amazing for using a year's salary and all his jewels in one purchase. The two later go to the town center and read the board of high scores and champions of competitions in Vivaldi. Henry plans to make more money. Henry finds something and is impressed that Vanti Larsson still keeps his title. Meanwhile, Vivaldi's mayor receives a report that a black-ranked person wants to meet him. The mayor freaks out after hearing Henry's name. He knows Henry is dead, though. The mayor tries to refuse, but the guard informs him that Henry will make known what happened in Vargas. He spills his drink and quickly asks to bring Henry inside. Vanti Larsson reigned as the chess champion for 10 years and became Vivaldi's mayor. Henry comes in, and Vanti doubts his identity. Henry calls Vanti by his title. Henry then shows his military badge, and Vanti concludes that the Henry in front of him is a baronet. He wonders how a baronet can afford the expensive clothing brand. Vanti returns the badge. He nervously asks about Vargas. Henry claims it is an inn, and Vanti gets nervous. Vanti asks for Henry's purpose for visiting him. Henry asks for a game of chess. Henry offers to tell him everything if Vanti defeats him. Vanti reminds him that he is the undefeated champion. He offers to fulfill a wish if Henry wins. They then begin the match. Time passed, and Vanti couldn't believe that he lost to a nobody. Henry asks if he is alright. Just then, Vanti flips the board. Henry reminds him that it was an unofficial match. Henry then introduces himself as Henry Moore's second chess disciple, surprising Vanti. He claims that he was taught chess because they have the same name. Vanti asks what he wants. Henry asks for 100,000 gallons of gold. However, Vanti doesn't have the money. Henry then mentions that there is a 100,000 gold price that the Empire provided to reward the one who defeats Vanti. Vanti can't believe the information was disclosed. Henry claims that the gold will just rot in the tower. They later climb the tower, and they use a hidden entrance to enter a vault full of coins. Henry is surprised to see platinum coins. Vanti wonders how Henry will move the coins. Henry asks Clever to get everything. Henry then gives Vanti a paper that says he can summon him anytime. He offers to help Vanti if he is in danger. Henry remembers Vanti refusing to take care of his disciples. He now forgives Vanti. The next day, Henry signs up for the sword sparring competition. He fills up the form. The clerk wonders how Henry got the badge when he is only a runner-class swordsman. Henry gets offended and uses his black card. The clerk apologizes and registers him in the competition. In this competition, you win if you break your opponent's sword. The higher the ranking, the more audience and prize money. Henry needs to defeat 3 F rankers or 1 C ranker to advance to D rank. There is a policy that says you can only raise your rank 1 at a time. Henry bets on himself and asks for a C ranker or above as an opponent. The other swordsmen swarmed the area after hearing about the 100 gold coins. Henry then chooses Damien as his first opponent. Damien celebrates, and the spectators feel bad for Henry for picking an expert swordsman. The referee shouts the rules and begins the match. Damien looks down on Henry and charges to attack him. However, Henry easily breaks Damien's sword. Everyone is speechless. Henry calls the referee, and the latter announces Henry's victory. The spectators wonder who Henry is. Henry tells the receptionist that he will double the prize money for B rankers and above. The audience cheers as Henry expects to rank up faster now. Henry keeps winning his fights and always doubles the money every time his rank increases. Henry's name brought excitement to the arena. Thanks to him, the arena profited more than other arenas. He increases the prize money to 3,000 gold and asks for an S-rank opponent. Just then, an S-ranker named Sawan confronts Henry. He is called the Wall Sword Sawan because his sword is as hard as a wall. The referee reminds them not to cause injury. Sawan tells Henry to attack him first. Henry expects him to be an expert, and he quickly attacks Sawan. Sawan confidently blocks the attack. However, his sword breaks, and Henry calls him a door from now on. Henry immediately faces off against the second strongest S-ranker, the Black Knight. Of course, Henry easily defeats the Black Knight in one clash. Henry just needs to defeat the champion, King. Henry then tells the receptionist that he challenges King. He bets 5,000 gold for himself. The others find him amazing for having so much gold and branded clothes. A man with a top hat ominously watches Henry. The man approaches Henry and introduces himself as Ten, the owner of the arena. He then offers Henry something. He wants to raise the stakes of the match against King. He claims that wounding is allowed in a match to dethrone the King. Henry now knows why no one challenges King. Ten finds the matchup interesting. He wants to postpone the match until tomorrow, and it will happen in front of all of Vivaldi. He plans to compensate Henry and fulfill his desire for fortune. Henry then asks if there is no limit to betting on the match against King, and Ten confirms it. Henry worries the arena can handle the payout, but Ten reminds him about the arena's name, the 10 million gold arena. Henry lets Ten take care of everything. He thanks Ten for making him rich. Ten immediately promoted the match, and people got excited. The bigger the audience, the bigger the prize. Henry now plans to make his next move. Ten informs Henry that the bet difference is 100 times, saying that people are expecting great things from King, since he is the only sword master in the arena. So Henry wants to bet on himself, and Ten tells him to go for it. At the arena, Henry bets 10,000 gold on himself, ordering Clever to deliver the amount. Because of the bet difference, he is going to get 1 million gold if he wins, and he is certain that the arena doesn't have that much money. Henry prepares for battle, as the crowd cheers for King, and the referee announces the special rule that they can kill each other during the fight. As the match begins, Henry feels himself getting weaker, knowing that it's the buff magic. He realizes that King is the champion because of this magic, and he prevents his opponents from exposing him by killing them. Henry uses return magic, delivering a heavy blow to the caster, causing 2 mages to cough up blood. He knows that they are just 3 circled mages, calling them pathetic, as he equips his magic armor, but he realizes that King possesses an extraordinary aura. So Henry thinks that King is more than just a sword master. They strike at each other, and King's sword ends up breaking, shocking everyone. Henry is crowned as the new champion, and the people start talking about him. Later, Ten is shocked to hear that the arena now owes Henry over 1 million gold. Since he doesn't have that much money, he thinks about killing Henry. But at that moment, Henry arrives, asking for his money, and he sees the magicians who use the debuff spell. He warns Ten that he will call Mayor Bent if he doesn't pay up. But Ten admits that they don't have that much money, so Henry goes to Ten's house to make an offer. Henry asks Ten about the banned material which can increase magic power, known as cold iron, knowing that he has some in his possession. Ten admits that he has about 300 kilograms of cold iron, and Henry wants to take all of them, along with 300,000 gold. Ten thinks this is a good deal since 300 kilograms of cold iron is worth 40,000 gold, and Henry allows Ten to pay the rest of the amount by installment. He gives Ten a summoning scroll, asking Ten to summon him if someone wants to challenge the champion. Ten allows Henry to stay at his house, since he is unable to pay up. Henry wants to know the purpose behind the arena, so Ten reveals that it is to build a reputation as the strongest group, and gather information for them to sell, saying that they also have infrastructures in other states. But they are still nothing compared to the Silver Moon, which is the largest and most powerful underground group. Henry thinks that they should make a group that is like the Silver Moon, while Ten says that they don't want to do business with criminals like the Silver Moon. However, Henry really wants to do it, suggesting that they should use the arena to build their own mercenaries, and reward them handsomely. Ten thinks that Henry is being too generous, but Henry convinces him that it is the only way to attract new mercenaries to their group. Henry comes up with the name Million for their group, and it quickly gains popularity. New mercenaries apply to their group, as Henry invites Bent over, informing him that he is the leader of Million. He reminds Bent about his promise, and asks him to raise the taxes, claiming that it will help with the economy. Bent agrees to do it, as Henry tells him that he will be working with all of the arenas in the town, by imposing a special tax on the application and participation fees. Bent is worried that the pre-existing fighters will complain, so Henry advises him to grant a tax exemption for them if that happens, and even lock them up if they threaten public safety. But in return, Henry wants to have half of the taxes. Bent agrees to Henry's request, and people flock towards the town, wanting to join Million. They are given an entrance test that involves 3 parts. In the first part of the test, they just have to pass through a small room. One man enters the room, thinking that it's too easy, but suddenly, his body feels heavy, and he realizes that his stamina is being tested. He runs to the exit, but he suddenly blacks out. The man wakes up surrounded by others who have also lost consciousness, and he learns that he has failed the test. As he leaves, Henry tells the man that he doesn't need people who can't pass the filters he made. And we learn that Henry used a spell that increases the gravity as they get closer to the exit, thinking that only a stronger warrior, or a capable mage can pass the test. Later, Bent goes to Henry, asking him if it's okay to continue the test, because nobody passed during the first day, but Henry tells him that he had no plans to accept everyone in the first place. The next day, more applicants arrive, and they are having a hard time finding a place to stay, because all of the taverns are full, while the fighters in the arena are complaining because of the matching fee. But still, nobody manages to pass the test. Henry realizes that many fighters have now returned to their homes, while a few others are still in the town, fighting in the arena and retrying his test. So he tells Bent to give the pre-existing fighters tax exemptions, claiming that he now has the perfect plan. The next day, the fighters who are at least B rank in the arena are given access to an exclusive gate. Ten realizes that Henry wants the other participants to enter the arena, and he likes the plan because it will increase their revenue. After 10 days, there is still nobody able to pass the first test, but their fighting arena is able to make a lot of profit. Ten thinks that nobody will ever pass the first test, and he reveals that the people are saying that the test is only there to help the arena make profit. So Henry decides to take action, wanting to get rid of the people's doubts. He decides to appear in public, and personally take the test. Henry announces that he hasn't unlocked his aura, but he is confident that he will pass. He enters the room, equipping his magic armor, and adding counter magic to eliminate the effects of gravity magic. Henry casually walks through the room, leaving through the exit, and saying that the test was too easy. So the people now know that it is possible to clear the test, but Bent reveals that some sword experts have already been scouted by the other groups. Henry starts to question his methods, and thinks about scouting mercenaries on his own. He asks Ten to collect information about the best fighters in the different regions. Henry states that he wants to go to Enkelman to bring someone over, and he's thinking about a sword master named Van. But just as he was about to leave, he receives news that someone just passed the first test. Henry goes over to meet him, and a man introduces himself as Hagler. As they shake hands, Henry thinks that there must have been a mistake since he was expecting a well-renowned fighter to pass, and Hagler doesn't look like one. For the second test, he gives Hagler a sword, challenging him to a sword fight. Hagler unleashes his aura, and Henry notes that it is similar to a swordmaster's level. Hagler attacks, while Henry blocks his attacks, thinking that Hagler is pretty strong. But Henry strikes at his sword, causing it to break. Hagler starts crying thinking that he has failed, but Henry tells him that he has passed, and that he is exempted from the third part of the test, revealing that it is supposed to be a basic interview. Henry welcomes him to the million, as he wonders why Hagler is living a runaway life, despite being such a skilled warrior. They go to his family, telling his beautiful wife, Sana, that he has passed the test, and his daughter, Naya, hugs him, asking him about Henry. They get to know each other, as Henry tells them that he will be giving the family a new house to stay in. They go to Ten's house, and they are surprised by how beautiful it is. Ten introduces himself, as Henry orders the maids to make the family comfortable. Hagler sits with them, revealing that he was once a footknight hired by a baron, but his boss tried to seduce Sana, so Hagler beat him up, and they are currently on the run. Hagler knows that injuring a noble is a serious offense, but he just couldn't help himself because he was too angry, and now he is scared for his family. However, Henry tells him that he did a good job, since Henry would have killed the baron if that happened to him. He tells Hagler that he's safe with them, because he's also a noble, and he has promised safety for Hagler's family, giving Hagler some money before leaving for Enkelman. Henry looks for his treasure along the way, wanting to acquire an earring that would allow Naya to communicate with animals and plants. As they approach the location of the treasure, Jade jumps down the cliff, as Henry uses his magic to allow them to land safely. Henry reaches the Lake of Whispers, and he realizes that the concentration of magic power is strong. So he finds an area where he can charge his magic power, staying there until the evening. He stores magic power in his body, and uses it to cast reverse gravity, removing the water from the lake. Henry sees the guardian of the earring, using his spell to destroy the guardian, and revealing his hidden item. He returns the water to the lake, as he tries the earrings on, listening to what the animals are saying. Henry learns that the animals are trying to protect an Illyrigon egg. And we learn that an Illyrigon is a powerful water spirit in the form of a dragon, so Henry decides to look for it. The animals are too noisy, so he uses his magic to set his sword on fire, causing them to panic. He sees an ash tree, and he hears the animals reacting, confirming that the egg is there. Henry finds it, and takes it with him, thinking that an Illyrigon has limitless potential. He knows that it needs water and magic, so he slices his arm, putting the egg inside before healing it. Henry rides onto Jade, and uses his magic to fly away. After 2 days, he arrives in Enkelman. He shows his badge as he enters the city, and the guards salute him. Henry remembers that he used to go to Enkelman to unwind, saying that the salty air calms his mind. He shows Clever the ocean, and he is amazed by its beauty, because the oceans in Devilbaum are pitch black. Clever asks him about Van, and Henry states that Van is a patriot who would be willing to slay the king with his own hands. In a flashback, we learn that Enkelman used to be a small kingdom, and Henry was supposed to attack it, but he wanted to avoid a pointless battle, so he asked the king of Enkelman to surrender. However, the arrogant king refused, saying that he wants to fight to maintain the royalty's dignity. Suddenly, he gets decapitated, and we see Van holding onto a sword, killing the other soldiers who are loyal to the arrogant king. He was deputy commander at the time, so he became the highest authority in the kingdom after the king's death, asking the other soldiers if they want to challenge his authority. But none of them dared to stand against him. Van accepted Henry's offer, under the condition that the people of Enkelman will not become slaves to the empire. After some time, Henry was betrayed by his comrades, so he had to divide his power among his supporters, but they immediately became greedy. He tells his remaining supporters to go into hiding, because the empire would also hunt them down. Van is one of the supporters who received this order, and we learn that he was Henry's closest companion during his past life. Back in the present, Henry wants to recruit Van, but he knows that he has to look for Has first. Has is the second mayor of Enkelman chosen by Henry and Van, because the first mayor was corrupt. Has is extremely scared of Van, and it helped him restore peace to the city. Henry goes around the town looking for Has, and someone informs him that Has is observing the merchants in the market. He learns that Has is a good mayor that has not fallen into corruption. Henry is surprised to learn this, thinking that someone must be threatening him if he still isn't corrupt. He believes that Has still thinks that Van is keeping an eye on him, and he asks Clever about the mushroom spores from the malevolent forest, so Clever shows him the mushroom spores. Henry uses the mushroom spores to kill the fish in the area, causing the people to rally at the city hall. Has notices the commotion, and his attendant informs him about the situation, thinking that moss infested their fishing farms. So he calls for the doctors, and he learns that mushroom spores are causing the problem. A soldier arrives, informing him that a nobleman with a 3-star badge wants to meet him, but he refuses, saying that he's too busy. However, the soldier says that the nobleman knows how to solve the problem. So Has decides to meet him, and Henry introduces himself, shocking Has. But Henry tells him that he just happens to have the same name as the great magician. Henry reveals that the problem is caused by the spores from a demonic mushroom, saying that he has seen them while he was working as the platoon commander in the Forest of Evil. He warns Has that the spores will reproduce rapidly, but he knows how to deal with them. However, he first wants to speak to Has in private. They have coffee together, and Has asks him what he wants as a reward. Henry says that it would be difficult to eradicate the mushroom spores, and it would be impossible to eradicate them if they've set down roots. Has worries about the treatment costs, ordering Henry to destroy the ones affecting the fishing farms. But Henry demands 500 gold as payment, shocking Has because the price is outrageous. Henry claims that he risked his life to learn the eradication technique, so 500 gold is a reasonable price, and he notes that Has is trying to save the budget to build his reputation. Has suspects that Henry is lying, so he wants to see Henry's methods before paying him. They go to the fishing farm, where Has introduces Henry to the farmers. Henry plans to use Clever to get rid of the spores, but he's going to put on a show for the crowd. So he pretends to sprinkle powder on the farm, claiming that it is a repellent which he personally made using his own methods. Then he orders Clever to get rid of the spores, making the farmers celebrate, and they start thanking Henry. But Henry says that they should be thanking Has instead. Has wants to buy the method from Henry, but Henry claims that it is a special method that only he can use. Has gives Henry a place to stay, and he is given money as a reward, but Henry knows that something is about to happen. That evening, 3 assassins arrive, trying to poison Henry, but Henry defends himself, grabbing onto one of them, and instantly knocking 2 of them down. Henry breaks the assassin's arm, and unmasks him, wanting to know who sent them. The man introduces himself as Linda, as he reveals that they wanted to steal Henry's method for clearing the spores. But Henry is convinced that Has ordered them to do it, so he uses a spell to create a silent room where he can interrogate Linda. Linda gets beat up, as Henry continues to ask him if Mayer has sent him. He eventually admits that they were sent by Has, and Henry makes him swallow a pill, which is revealed to be a poison that will kill him in 4 days, unless he takes the antidote. Henry gives the other 2 assassins the same pill, planning to take them to Mayor Has. He needs a witness, so he shows the assassins to the hotel manager, Halligan, who wants to call the police. But Henry reminds him that his hotel is supposed to be the best in the city. So Henry wonders why they don't have any security measures in place, threatening to sue the hotel for poor security practices. Halligan tries to explain, saying that they have a good security system in place, while Henry asks the assassins how they entered the hotel. The assassins reveal that they entered through a hole in the hotel's wall, shocking Halligan, and he starts apologizing, offering to compensate Henry. Later, at the city hall, the mayor learns that Henry has arrived with the assassins and the manager. He goes to them, trying to play dumb, but Henry shows him the poison that the assassins tried to use. Has insists that he has no idea what Henry is talking about, as the assassins apologize to the mayor for failing in their mission. Has shifts the blame, claiming that Henry is trying to set him up, but Halligan speaks up, saying that the assassins told the hotel employees that they had to do some business for the mayor. He shows Has the testimony of the employees, and he becomes surprised. Henry continues to blame Hars for what happened. Hars knows the hotel manager won't lie. Henry feels bad towards Hars, but this is necessary to bring out Ban. Hars kneels and apologizes. However, he asks for 1 day to clear up things on his end. Henry then mentions Ban's name. He sees Hars trembling and concludes that Ban is just hiding somewhere nearby. Henry asks for Ban's whereabouts, but Hars won't say anything about him. Just then, Hars brings out a summon card. A man sleeping dreams about Henry's execution. He wakes up sweating as he recalls the strongest man in the history of the continent. Ben wonders why Henry treated the dirty nobles like humans. After Henry's execution, Ben returns to his Enkelman to protect the city. He notices that Hars is asking for help. He immediately sets out and meets Henry in Hars' office. Ben menacingly asks for his identity. Henry introduces himself, and the usual reaction appears. Ben lets out killing intent, but it is ineffective against Henry. Henry then claims he is the one who solved the recent issue. Ben asks for Hars' whereabouts. Henry let Hars stay in his bedroom to reflect on his mistakes. Ben wonders how Henry knew about Ban's existence. Henry then asks if Ban likes cold green tea. Ben gets surprised. It is the same tea that Henry served Ban before. Henry then claims that his master told him to come to Enkelman. He introduces himself as the great magician's disciple. Ben gets mad and claims that it is an obvious lie. Henry claims he speaks the truth. Ben breaks the table in half and claims that he has been beside the great magician the whole time. Henry feels glad that Ban is still acting as his guard knight. Henry then asks if Bien still has loyalty towards the great magician. Ben thinks the Henry in front of him is someone sent by the nobles. He hesitates to answer. Ben pulls out his sword and sings praises about the great magician. Henry laughed, and that made Ben furious. Henry tells him to calm down, and he will prove that he is the great magician's disciple. Henry holds out his hand and lets out the blue dragon's spirit magic sigil. Ben clearly remembers that the great magician uses it as a source of his magic. Henry also brings out a treasure map showing where his past self's treasures are buried. Ben can't believe what he is seeing. Henry bows down to him with respect and thanks Ben for his undying loyalty to the great magician. Later, Henry claims he plans to get revenge for their master's wrongful death. Ben also thought of that, but it is easier said than done. Henry knows that Ben was scared to do it alone. He knows that Ben is torn between getting revenge and protecting his hometown. Ben can't say anything. Henry then points out that if they leave the nobles be, they will take over the city sooner or later. Enkelman is a profitable city, and the nobles are just waiting for the right moment to act. Henry then uses the recent incident as an example. Ben knows that their city is weak against unexpected events. Henry then offers his help until the city grows to the point that the nobles wouldn't dare take it over. He swears that Enkelman will be the best managed city. Ben wonders how he can do that. Henry proudly claims that he already has Vivaldi in his hands. Ben asks how Henry did it. Henry claims he beat the mayor in a game of chess. The city is now secretly under his command, including the biggest arena. It will be easy for him to manage Enkelman too. However, Ben thinks he must take part in the revenge plan. Henry knows Ben still doubts him, so he asks for a duel to prove himself. Henry then announces his magic and swordsmanship levels. Ben can't believe Henry is still a sword runner despite serving in the Caliburn fortress. Henry tells Ben to judge him later, after the duel. Ben hopes Henry won't disappoint him. Ben then leads Henry to a practice hall hidden underground. Henry then claims that he is still lacking in many ways compared to Ben. Ben wonders if Henry is scared now, but Henry only claims he is setting the minimum standard for Ben's expectations. Ben claims he will give his approval if Henry hits him with 3 valid strikes. Henry thanks him and gets into position. Ben recognizes the Empire's swordsmanship. It was a style created by Golden Jackson, and Ben also learned it. Ben offers the first move, and Henry charges forward with speed. Ben doesn't recognize Henry's movement. Henry is able to land a valid strike on Ben. Ben underestimated Henry and plans to get serious now. Ben then lets out his killing intent. It is strong enough to freeze Henry's feet. Henry can see that Ben has gotten stronger. He then plans to use his magic armor and Hector's swordsmanship. Ben attacks Henry, but Henry is able to block the heavy strike. Ben is impressed, but he lets out another heavy strike. Henry blocks, but Ben keeps up his fast attacks. Henry only blocks and realizes that this is how the real Ben fights. Henry gets cornered, and Ben swings a heavy strike. Instead of hitting Henry, Ben hits the wall. Ben gets mad that Henry is not proving his skills and is just running. Henry plans to get serious now. Henry invokes haste and dodges Ben's attack. Ben gets surprised as Henry strikes his shoulder. Ben backs off a bit and tries for another vertical slash. Henry uses blink, and Ben is surprised that Henry is using magic and swordsmanship at the same time. Henry appears from behind and points his sword at Ben's neck. Henry apologizes for using magic, but Ben understands that it is part of his power. Ben recognizes Henry's strength as a magic swordsman. Ben now agrees to participate in the revenge plan. Ben then orders Henry to call him his older brother instead of using too many formal honorifics. Ben then visits Hars and introduces Henry as his brother. Ben tells him to respect Henry like him. Henry tells him not to worry too much. Later, Hars headaches hearing about making a city management team. Henry claims that the nobles will jump on them if they see the city lose its effectiveness. Hars wonders how they can do it. Henry then suggests a pact between Enkelman and Vivaldi. It will be a type of exchange where both cities will rely on each other. Hars asks if it will be related to debt, but Henry disagrees. Hars worries because Mayor Vanti will say no to this plan because this is Vivaldi's loss. Henry tells Hars to just sign the pact because he also has Vivaldi under his control. Ben claims that it all makes sense. Having two cities under his control, Henry won't worry about his funds running out. Ben then mentions that the management team is not needed for this. Henry tells Ben that he will be affiliated with the Million Mercenary Group. It is easy to gain fame, and you might do so that way. If Ben joins the mercenary group, a professional management group should take over Enkelman. Hars just realized that he is being looked down on. Ben tells Hars to listen and comply. Henry calms them down, and he mentions that this is only to lessen the burden on Hars' side. Hars realizes that they are turning into Henry's puppets, and Henry didn't deny it. Henry asks why they shouldn't be. Hars can't answer straight because he is already living as a slave with the title of mayor. Henry tells him that this is a chance to enjoy the rest of his life. Henry will make Enkelman the best city. Henry offers Hars a comfortable life as long as he listens to him. Hars feels liberated, and Ben can't help but find Hars pathetic. Ben now confirms that Henry is indeed the disciple of the great magician. Hars thanks Henry with all his heart, and Henry finds him cute. Henry then looks for the hotel manager and his attackers. He heads out to meet them. However, they find them stressed out. They ask for the antidote. Henry gives out the antidote, and the hotel manager runs on his own. The other three panic and ask for their share. Henry tells them that it was only one, and the three run away to chase down the hotel manager. Ben wonders why they are acting like that. Henry tells him that he poisoned them. Ben gets scared, but Henry claims he only tricked them because they deserved it for attacking him. After some business in Enkelman, Henry heads to Vivaldi with Ben. Henry asks if Ben knows the nobles who support his petty self. However, Ben doesn't know them after Henry told them to scatter. If Henry hadn't told them to hide, they would have died like him. Henry wonders what happened to the people under his protection. Ben claims that they were banished, surprising Henry. He recalls the king claiming to spare them. Henry gets furious. Ben further claims that they were in the far north, in Salgera. Salgera is basically a frozen field. Henry grieves knowing that they were sent to die there. Ben notices Henry's mood, and the two are silent on their journey to Vivaldi. The two arrive at Vivaldi. Ben is impressed by the housing, and Ten greets them. Henry introduces Ben as the vice head of their mercenary group. The two shake hands as Ten swears he heard the name Ben somewhere. Ten asks if he was the palace's sword master, and Henry confirms it. Ten freaks out and bows down to Ben. Henry tells Ten not to make a fuss out of it and asks for the tasks left to Ten. There are 10 reports that no one has passed the first test since Hegler did it. 10 people claim that no mercenary group will be formed if no one passes the entrance test. Ben gets curious and asks to try it himself. Henry claims it will be boring for Ben. However, Ben just wants to warm up. Henry then heads out to meet Vanti. On the way, Henry meets Hegler and his family. The daughter, Nia, shyly greets Henry and drops her food in the process. Henry picks her up and asks if she would like a better gift than the strawberry. Henry gives Nia a necklace that suits her. Hegler gets flustered, but Henry claims he is just looking out for his subordinate's daughter. Henry then tells Nia that she can hear the voices of fairies using the necklace. He advises her to just eavesdrop. Henry also tells Hegler to meet the new vice chief later. Henry continues his walk and reaches Vanti's place. Henry asks for the progress of tax collection. They were able to gain much more than expected. Henry then starts discussing the agreement between Vivaldi and Enkelman. Vanti wonders if it is necessary because Vivaldi is already flourishing. Henry claims that there will be a benefit sooner or later. Vanti still worries, but Henry asks for his trust. Vanti hesitates, and Henry abruptly stands up. He will visit again to discuss the terms. Vanti's head aches as Henry heads out. Henry arrives at the training center and discovers a smaller number of people. Just then, a passer has been announced, and Henry discovers that it is just Ben. It seems like Ban and Ten planned it out to motivate the others. During dinner, Henry decides to fully make Ten one of his people. He then invites Ten for a drink later. Henry asks Ten if he hates him. Ten doesn't deny what happened to him. Henry then suggests expanding a business together. Ten wonders why Henry trusts him and why he is creating such a heavy atmosphere. Henry then claims that he wants to dominate the continent and that the Million Group is only his first step. He then asks Ten to be his official business partner, and he will make him the Gold King. Ten didn't hesitate and agreed to Henry's deal. They later look for a professional management team. Henry gives up looking at the management guild. Ten remembers something and suggests recruiting some former professionals in the back alley. They arrive at a loan office, and the guards start mocking Ten. Henry takes action, and the other guards attack him. It didn't take a minute for them to be lying on the ground and a bald man appeared. Haisha recognizes Henry, and he immediately leads the guests to the underground prison. There are various debtors in the prisons, and Haisha calls out the experienced accountants. Henry notices the youngest debtor and introduces himself as Harris. He begs to be hired. Henry asks for the amount of their debts, but Haisha is willing to give them out for free. Henry then suggests calculating the laundry money, and Haisha gets flustered. Henry then complains that his clothes got dirty by Haisha's men. Haisha offers to compensate with money, but Henry thinks of something else. Henry wants all debtors to be released to him. Haisha tries to decline, but Henry claims his men almost killed them. Haisha doesn't have a choice but to release the debtors. Henry decided to give the prisoners a second chance. Everyone thanks him, but Henry brings them somewhere first. Henry arrives at the clothing shop and places a bulk order for the expensive brand of clothing. The manager wonders who will wear it and freaks out seeing the filthy debtors. The debtors later came out wearing new clothes. The debtors thank Henry again. Henry tells them to get to work now. He needs the agreement between Vivaldi and Enkelman. They swear to make it perfect. Soon after, Henry presents the contract to Vanti. Vanti hopes that there will be no harm to them, and Henry assures him. Henry asks how the new accountants are doing, and Vanti is happy that things are proceeding smoothly. Vanti stamps the contract as he feels happy with their profits lately. Harris arrives as Henry's personal accountant. Harris reports another set of profits. Vanti wonders why there is a separate report. Henry then claims they shouldn't report everything to the Empire. Henry plans to hide the special tax as their secret fund, and Vanti gets his share. Henry asks if it is not enough, but Vanti is more than happy to receive it. After Henry and Ten form a professional management team, Ben brings the team and the contract back to Enkelman. Ten wonders what the next plan is and claims that every second counts. Henry can see that Ten is motivated now. Henry will head out to Saljera next to find people there. Ten worries because it is the place of the exiled and the guards prevent civilians from passing the gates. Henry suggests using bribes, but Ten suggests something different. Henry can register as a mercenary in the Mercenary Guild and enter Saljera under the pretext of a mission. The Mercenary Guild is handled by the government. Henry is the one who built this system in the past. Inside the Mercenary Guild, Ten comes with the information that there is a mission that will help him get to Saljera. It is a simple escort mission, but the one who requested it is related to the Empire. Henry wonders why they are using private contractors when they can do it themselves. Ten claims they are trying to reduce the transport fees, and Henry is suspicious of that rumor. Ten then adds that the brigade manager can help them so Henry can join the mission. He also managed to register Henry as a B-rank mercenary. Henry gets his papers and mercenary card. He also gets the mission papers and discovers that they are from the paint industry. Henry later prepares his equipment for the mission. He also plans to modify Hegler's horse. Hegler arrives, and Henry gives him his equipment. Hegler hesitates, but Henry claims he is only guaranteeing the best treatment for his men. The next morning, Henry and Hegler join the escort group. The chief wonders why there are only 2 people from the Million Group. Henry assures him that they have the skills. Just then, people from the Hound mercenary group confront them. Billy starts mocking Henry's group for having small numbers despite the large advertisement for recruitment. Henry laughs and claims that Billy looks familiar. He recalls Billy failing the tests. The chief stops them, but Billy is now holding a grudge against Henry. Other mercenaries continue talking badly about Henry. Hegler is mad, but Henry tells him to let them be. However, it didn't take long for Hegler to latch out and start attacking the mercenaries, including Henry. Billy tries to pull out his sword, but Henry lets out his intense bloodlust. It is enough to make Billy breathless. Henry stops Hegler, and the latter easily complies. Henry removes his bloodlust, and Billy gasps for air. Hegler apologizes, especially for the food he spilled. Henry asks Hegler if he knows about the subspace pocket. Henry laughs as he brings out lavish food from the subspace pocket. Several days later, the escort team finally arrives in Slan Gorge. Slan Gorge is known as Salgera's first gate. The chief warns them that bandits are in the area. They continue their tracks, and something suddenly explodes at the back. Bandits appear, but Henry recognizes the military equipment on them. Billy and his group confidently move forward. He tells Henry to stay back. Henry complies. The bandits then let out Orr, surprising Henry. Henry tries to alert the leader, but the leader smiles ominously. The Hound mercenaries charge forward with confidence. However, Henry witnesses how they are being slaughtered by the bandits. Billy tries to reorganize his group, but they are already surrounded. Billy got captured and asked to be killed. Just when a bandit tries to kill him, Henry throws a sword at the bandit. Henry tells Hegler that it is now their turn. The bandits charge forward toward them. Henry uses the magic grease to make the bandits slip on the path. Henry orders Hegler to take them down. Hegler knew Henry was an incredible man. Hegler chases down the bandits and kills them one by one. Billy wonders how the two of them can defeat such a number. Henry asks Hegler to take the useless man back to the carriage. Another bandit appears, and Henry recognizes him as the boss. Henry stops Hegler, and he pulls out his sword. He wants to be the boss himself. The bandit then raises his sword, which shows that he is a sword master. Henry is glad that he is the one to take care of the boss. Since his opponent is a sword master, Henry plans to thicken his magic armor. The bandit revs up his aura and Henry prepares to fight. He casts multiple haste at the same time and charges forward. The bandit gets flustered about how Henry is quick. Henry slashes his sword, but the bandit blocks the attack with his aura. Henry deflects the blade and kills the horse first. The bandit gets mad and calls Henry ignorant. The bandit makes his aura bigger. Henry charges forward again, making his sword sharp with magic. Henry slashes again, and the bandit gets shocked that his aura is pierced. Henry hits the bandit's armor, and an explosion occurs. Henry gets thrown back. The bandit left one of his arms and escaped. Henry rips the sleeves and discovers a tattoo. It is a double snake, a symbol of the Viper Knights, a knightage that belongs to the Empire. Henry expected that the Imperial Army was behind these attacks. Albert must be also related to these. Excluding the royal imperial family, there are also the 6 great houses. A duke family, 2 marquis families, and 3 counts participate in managing the state affairs. Then there was Henry as the Grand Duke, while Albert is the head of the Crimson family, 1 marquis of the great houses. The duke and marquis hold power that rivals the imperial family. Henry can see that Albert is still playing dirty. He plans to crush him sooner. Henry returns to the carriage and realizes Merchant Monk is also behind this. Monk thanks Henry for his actions. Just then, Henry asks who Monk is. Monk tries to act scared while thinking that he has been caught. Henry punches him because he is pissed off seeing innocent mercenaries die because of these people. The mercenaries later check the supplies and see that they are not the proper amount. They are meant to be killed in the first place. Albert's group really meant to destroy those who are in exile. Hegler wonders what is happening, and Henry points out that the merchant and bandits colluded to kill them. Nevertheless, they should still head to Salgera because there are exiles who are in need of supplies. While camping, Billy gets mad at Monk because his mercenary group members were killed. Hegler wonders why they are not stopping him. Henry tells him to leave Billy. After Monk has been beaten up, Hegler wonders what to do with him. Henry orders him to lock Monk in the carriage. The group continues traveling towards Salgera. They soon reach a checkpoint near Salgera. The guards look for Monk, but Henry asks him instead about the chief's whereabouts. The guard claims that the chief is out cold after drinking. Henry can't believe how lazy they are. The guard asks if they encountered bandits. Henry exclaims that they just took care of them. He tosses over a severed arm, making the guard flustered. Henry angrily asks again for the chief's presence. Later, the chief appears and expects Monk after hearing the paint industry is coming. He meets Henry while drunk. Henry recognizes the chief as Gatekeeper Bunt. He wonders why Bunt is here. He was known as the Gatekeeper's Shield, and because of his service, he was awarded a medal by Henry himself. Henry realizes that Bunt got demoted and has been drinking his sorrows away. Bunt wonders what Henry is doing. Henry uses a spell to make Bunt sober. He introduces himself as the leader of the Million Mercenaries, Henry Morris. Bunt gets flustered hearing his name, and he also introduces himself. Bunt wonders where Monk is. Henry then tells Bunt what has happened to them. Bunt can't believe the knights are stealing. He does remember the paint industry always getting looted on every trip. Henry assumes that the merchants and the Viper Knights planned everything. Seeing that the checkpoint chief is Bunt, he plans to do something. Henry wants to hand over the people they captured because a hired mercenary like him is untrustworthy, and someone like Bunt is different. However, Bunt claims that it is of no use. If it is related to the Viper Knights, he can't explain it further. Salmora, the leader of the Viper Knights, has connections with Marquis Albert. Bunt is surprised that Henry knows. Bunt tells him to feign ignorance while he is young. Henry then suggests getting help from Count Eisen. Bunt is surprised for the second time. After Henry and the others were executed, their positions were claimed by the great houses. 3 houses fought for 2 marquis positions. The one who lost gained the Count position, Count Eisen. Henry suggests throwing a bait, and Count Eisen will solve things for them. Bunt worries that someone who lost once won't win against Albert. Henry tells Bunt not to worry, and that they just need to look for a safe way to report to the palace. Henry suggests doing what they can. Bunt lightens up and agrees. Henry knows Bunt is an uptight person. Bunt wonders how Henry knew him. Henry makes up a reason why he only heard of Bunt as a great knight. Henry then asks for permission to enter Saljera, and Bunt agrees to let them in. The group passes by the checkpoint, and they can now see the exiled village. They use a hammer to alert the villagers. Henry wonders how his people are doing. A wooden plank moves on the ground. A guard lifts it, and people come out of it. Henry can see them tattered and wonders what happened to the original number. Helga wonders why they are disciplined. Henry wonders how Monk has abused his power. Henry tells the guard to report back. Henry looks at the small number of supplies and decides to get rid of Monk's employees. He orders Hegler to tie them up and throw them in the snow. Hegler immediately takes on the task. Henry then confronts the exiles and introduces himself. The usual reaction comes again. He claims that the person they are thinking of is his magic teacher. Hegler and everyone else are surprised. He further claims that he arrived at Saljera to fulfill the will of his teacher. He apologizes for being late. The others cry, and the eldest wants to know if he really is the Grand Duke's disciple. Henry holds his hands and apologizes again for being late. Henry then uses a spell cast on the ground to stop the snow. He also created a barrier on top of the magic circle. He then uses one more spell to erect a grand mansion. Henry then asks if there is a nearby lake or river. The elder confirms that there is a frozen lake nearby. Henry claims they need water to drink. They later arrive at the frozen lake. Henry then stomps on the frozen lake with magic, but it won't budge. It is really frozen with ice spirit magic. He then casts a fire spell, Firestone. He flies and casts haste on the Firestone. He throws the Firestone into the frozen lake, and it manages to crack the ice. Henry checks the water by dipping his arm into it. His arm suddenly trembled. He remembers putting the Illyrigon egg in his left arm. The egg is reacting to the water. Last night, the bandits' captain hurried to report everything to Salmora. He is closing near the Imperial Army's base. Henry then plans to dive into the water. He uses waterproofing and breathing magic. He goes inside the lake and discovers that it is deeper than he thought. He uses a light spell and steps on the ground. His left forearm suddenly reacted strongly. The Illyrigon egg starts absorbing the water. Seeing that his mana is being sucked, he needs to remove the egg from his forearm. It suddenly explodes and drops to the ground. It is really absorbing the water and keeps getting bigger. The egg cracks, and a blue baby dragon appears. Henry finds the dragon weird for acting like a dog. The dragon notices something and starts digging. Henry wonders what it is looking for. Just then, he notices the dragon has found the essence of Mother Nature. He assumes that it is the reason why the lake is frozen. The dragon suddenly eats the essence, and Henry can see that it is evolving. The dragon grows horns. Henry calls it Elegon. He checks Elegon's attributes. It has been influenced by Venom's heart, and it has poison power. He can feel the water, ice, poison, and healing powers inside Elegon. He tells Elegon to do their best, and Elegon responds in agreement. They get out of the water, and it is now warm. The lake was actually a hot spring. Henry should find another source of drinking water. The exiled villagers are happy to move into the grand mansion. Hegler helps out too. He realizes that he might have become exiled if it were not for Henry. He swears his loyalty to him. Henry taps him and swears to keep it in mind. Elegon cutely shows up, and Henry introduces it to Helger. Meanwhile, Salmora sees that his men have failed. He then asks for details. He hears about Henry, who can fight well without aura. Knowing that they only have little information on Henry and Monk, they don't have a choice but to take him down. In the Grand Mansion, Henry calls the attention of others. He shows them a lake and claims that Salgera's terrain is actually volcanic. He thanks Elegon for finding a water vein. The water is clean and meant for drinking. The elderly are happy that they won't have a problem drinking water anymore. Henry will also set up a company to help them. They can only thank Henry for everything. Henry just needs to hand over the captured men to Count Eisen. Henry returns to the checkpoint, and Bunt suggests Henry bring the men to Count Eisen himself. Bunt finds it easier if it's Henry. Henry thinks of it, and realizes that this is a chance to meet Count Eisen early. He agrees to go. Bunt then tries to reward the million group, but Henry declines and asks for 2 favors instead. First, he wants to save one for later and ask for Bunt's help later. Second, Bunt must keep a secret about whatever he sees in the exiled village. Henry confesses that he helped them with all sorts of things. Bunt agrees with the favors. He gives Henry a prisoner transfer document. Henry receives it and thanks Bunt. He then orders Hegler to collect the criminals. The two then set out to meet Count Eisen. Eisen Shonen is a man from a traditional military family. Despite making a lot of contributions, he wasn't able to receive the rank of Marquis. At the Shonan Palace, the guards let Henry and his men in. Henry finds it dissatisfying that the dogs are acting like their owners. At Count Eisen's mansion entrance, Henry notices Hegler and tells him not to be nervous. The guard laughs at Henry's identification with different titles. Henry finally snaps and tells that guard that he is only a guard. The guard points his weapon at Henry. Henry fights back and also cuts the guard's armor. He soils his pants, and Henry calls him pathetic. Just then, Henry notices more guards. They all attack him, but Henry easily brings them down. The onlookers are amazed, and Hegler uses this chance to promote their mercenary group. A spear comes flying toward Henry. Badakin, the security chief, arrives and asks for their identities. Henry asks if Badakin is in charge. Badakin confronts Henry and acts threateningly. Henry claims he needs to meet the Count. Badakin laughs and exclaims that the Count is not someone Henry can meet. Henry then brings out a letter of recommendation with the seal of the Imperial Army. Badakin looks closer and suddenly panics. Frustrated, he turns around to inform the Count. They go inside the manor, and Henry can still see that Count Eisen is still a show-off. They arrive at the main house, and Badakin tells them to wait. Hegler wonders why the mansion is small. Henry claims that this is the drawing room. Hegler now thinks that the Count is different, unlike others. He looks around for something, and Henry tells him that Elegon is in his bracelet. Just then, a carriage arrives, and Count Eisen arrives while obviously showing that he is pissed off meeting a lowly mercenary. He tries to intimidate Henry. Henry acts innocent, and then gives the reason that he didn't have a choice but to use force. The Count's attendant gets mad. However, Count Eisen laughs like crazy. Henry knows that Eisen values strength, and sees disrespectfulness as bravery. He claims to like Henry and invites him inside for a talk. They sit down for some tea, and Henry is disappointed that Eisen is still wasting taxes on expensive teas when he doesn't know how to taste them. Henry tries to butter him up, and Eisen is happy to meet someone like him. Henry laughs and says that Eisen is still the same moron. Henry then claims that he visited Eisen to present a good sword to him. Eisen gets excited. Henry then presents the recommendation letter as a sword. Eisen can't believe Henry beat up the Viper Knights. He agrees though, after seeing Henry's bravery. He now wonders why Bunt is reporting to him instead of the Imperial Palace. Henry then states that he knew the sour relationship between Eisen and Albert and Bunt and the Great Houses. Eisen breaks into a cold sweat. Henry suggested it because yesterday's enemy could be today's ally. He claims he learned from Caliburn that there is no eternal enemy. Eisen now finds Henry more interesting. Eisen finally asks for his name. Henry then introduces himself. Eisen got the most intense reaction so far. Henry asks why Eisen is pale, and Eisen claims it is nothing. Henry lets out a more ominous aura. This is enough for him, since he declared war on an enemy from his previous life. Eisen finds it a creepy coincidence. Henry apologizes for the troublesome situation. Eisen then asks why Henry is offering this. Henry notices how Eisen suddenly becomes sharp. Henry then confesses that he is a baron from Caliburn, but he still has a long way to go. Eisen asks if he made the offer to Bun to catch his interest. Henry didn't deny it. Eisen finds Henry suspicious and claims to embarrass Albert in front of the Emperor. Eisen plans to pay Henry nicely and scrap him later. He orders his attendant to reward Henry and see him off. Henry didn't expect this kind of reaction from Eisen. At Vivaldi, Ban handed over the management team to Hars, and Hars immediately signed the agreement. Hars is also rewarded for his efforts. Ban returns to Vivaldi immediately and hears that Henry went to Salgera. Ben also decided to follow and traveled to Salgera. Meanwhile, Henry tells Batacan that there is no need to see them off. He also gives Batacan a gold coin as a tip. Batacan gets offended, thinking that the gold coin is from his master's treasury. Batacan calls Henry a jerk who is leaving already. At the Imperial Palace, the heads of the 6 great houses convene a meeting with the Emperor present. Count Eisen then explains why he called everyone. He calls someone to come inside. A guard brings in Merchant Monk. Eisen asks permission from the Emperor to bring in the most important evidence, the Viper Knights. The Emperor agrees. A corpse is brought in, and Albert gets nervous. Eisen smiles as he looks at Albert. Eisen then exclaims that a member of the great houses violated the Emperor's orders and abused the use of their national power. The Emperor gets mad and asks who dared to disobey his orders. Everyone falls silent. Silver Jackson Edward is a dumb emperor who holds his power simple-mindedly. Eisen then points at Albert of the Crimson family. The Crimson family is famous for producing tacticians and soldiers. Albert is a skilled man who presented a lot of policies next to Henry. The Emperor asks Albert if it is true. Albert now knows why Salmora and Monk's reports are late. Eisen orders his guard to take the clothes off the bodies. A double snake symbol is found, and Eisen thinks this is the end for Albert. He just needs to provoke the Emperor a bit more. He also reports that Albert has been embezzling the minimum survival supplies from the exiles. Albert hired commoners to pretend to send supplies. The Viper Knights also disguise themselves as bandits to loot the supplies. Eisen exclaims that not only did Albert disobey the Emperor's orders, but he also killed the Emperor's innocent subjects. Albert also took money that came from the national treasury. Emperor Silver gets mad and pulls out a guard's sword. He then stabs Albert. Eisen knows that things are over. Albert exclaims that he didn't have a choice because the outcasts in Salgera are from rebellious families. Albert states that the Emperor showers them with his generosity, but he can't personally forgive them. He brazenly claims that he still remembers the traitorous Henry Morris and his people. Emperor Silver also remembers Henry. Albert claims that he is only doing things for the Emperor's sake. He then asks the Emperor to kill him now. Eisen is amazed by Albert's disgustingly good acting. The lawbreaker suddenly becomes a loyal subject in front of the dumb Emperor. Silver then calls for a priest to heal Albert. He apologizes, and Albert can only smile. Meanwhile, Henry is having unpleasant feelings. He calls Clever and orders him to go to Eisen's treasury and take everything. Clever confirms and leaves. Henry expects Eisen to be pissed off. Clever returns, and Henry rewards Clever with his favorite cucumber. Henry can now return to Vivaldi with no regrets. At the Slan Gorge checkpoint, Ben gets stopped by the guards. He shows his gold ID card, and the guard is surprised. The guard asks him to wait. Bunt appears and sees a familiar face. The two had a wholesome reunion. Ben then mentions the mercenary group with the paint industry. Bunt asks if it is Henry, and Ben reintroduces himself as the second in command of Henry's mercenary group. Bunt can't believe Henry is actually leading the group. He invites Ben inside to talk more, along with alcohol. The continent is unified, but the army is still needed. The Empire began educating the workforce through various academies. Thanks to that, the Empire entered a golden age of endless power, and talented people kept pouring out every year. It is not how you use the weapon, it is how you use your aura. Conir, the Viper Knight's 3rd unit leader, is given the mission to go to Salgera. Salmora claims that this is a top-secret mission. He orders Conir to wipe out everything and everyone in Salgera, including the checkpoint and entrances. Conir soon arrives at Slan Gorge, and he brings out his aura alongside his men. They all move out to kill everyone. Previously, Kane arrived at Slan Gorge and ordered his men to kill everyone in sight. Meanwhile, Bunt and Ban enjoy their time drinking. Just then, Ban senses something and tells Bunt that they have visitors. He picks up his sword and promises to be back. He goes out and looks over the hills. A strong, bloodthirsty energy is exuding from it. Ban roughly estimates 20 people. He breathes in deeply as the cold air clears his mind. The Viper Knights arrive, and Van slowly pulls out his sword. He smiles, knowing that he can get his revenge on Salmora. He applies ore to his sword as he unsheathes it. He easily cuts down the Viper Knights in front of the cavalry. He continues cutting them down until they stop in fear. Kane swears that it was not an aura blade. He grits his teeth, as he knows Ban is a strong individual. He then orders his men to attack using their numbers. Everyone surrounds Ban with their aura blade. Ban smiles, seeing that they chose the best strategy against him. However, it is not enough to overpower Ban. Ban takes up a stance again and easily slashes the enemies in an instant. Everyone around him falls. Kane realizes Ban is using Quick Draw, a technique to surprise opponents. However, Connie remembers that the technique is only limited to the opponent in front. He panics as his men die one by one. They surround Ban again, and Kane confronts him. Kane recalls being called a genius his whole life and having no choice but to fight Ban. He then brings out his aura sword. Ban commends Kane's courage, and Kane tells him to shut up. Ban confirms if Kane is the snakehead Salmora's student. He pulls out his sword and claims that a snake can't be a dragon. Connier gets offended and attacks Ban. The two clash with each other until one falls to the snowy ground. Ban won with his aura sword. The next morning, Bunt and Ban collect the bodies. Bunt realizes that these knights are the cleanup crew, and Albert is the next person who will be anxious. Albert won't be getting reports from these dead knights. Bunt suggests sending the bodies to Count Eisen. These knights are the perfect evidence against Albert and Bunt's testimony. Ban agrees with the idea. However, Bunt can't move immediately, and he needs permission first to move around. Ban suggests going to Henry instead because he has already met Count Eisen. Bunt immediately prepares the carriage, and Ban starts to leave for Vivaldi. Meanwhile, a fully healed Albert has his head aching because of Eisen. Salmora apologizes, but Albert wants to let it be and offers him a toast. However, Salmora got his wine in a dog bowl. Albert asks for an update, and Salmora reports that the 3rd unit has already moved out to do the cleanup after the 5th unit got wiped out. Albert wonders if Eisen did all of these. He orders Salmora to stop the matter with Salgera, and they will attack Eisen instead. On the other hand, Henry and Hegler return to Vivaldi. Ten wonder why Ban is not with them. They missed each other's path, but Henry trusts that Bunt told Ban everything already. Henry then informs Ten that their group will now be in charge of delivering supplies to Salgera. Henry tells him what happened, and Ten worries that they are changing things on their own. Henry tells him that they need to set up a company first and get qualified for it. He claims Hegler is enough to handle the Salgera mission. Hegler worries, but Henry tells him that he will be using a subspace pocket instead of a carriage for delivery. Hearing that he is trusted, Hegler gets excited. Henry orders Ten to register their group with the Merchants Association while he goes to the Mercenary Guild. In the Mercenary Guild, Henry confronts the guild employee and insists that he knows about the paint industry. Henry brings out his knife and scares the employee. The employee swears to tell Henry everything. Henry asks again if he knows how the mercenaries experience casualties while the merchants are fine. He tries to pull out his sword, and the employee immediately prostrates before him. Henry notices how the employee is just too lazy to investigate things and seems unrelated at all. Henry then proclaims that 10 Million Company will be in charge of Salgera now. The guild employee worries that they need the Merchants Association's approval first. Henry scares him again, and the employee swears to get in touch with the Merchant Association's president. As expected, power is more useful than laws. Henry just needs to look for a subspace pocket. In the Empire, a worried Hiram comes to the magic tower after Salmora orders him to do so. He heard that the wizards are a bunch of weirdos. Hiram has no choice but to ask them for help to heal his arm. After he enters, he notices a book that asks him to write down the name of the person he is looking for. Hiram writes down Draken Lodic's name, and the book suddenly lights up. A strange light stretches outside and goes somewhere. A portal appears next to Hiram. He smiles as he walks toward the magic portal. Hiram immediately meets Draken and introduces himself. Draken tells Hiram to follow him so he can check his arm. They walk quite a distance, and Hiram wonders where they are going. Draken creepily tells him that they need to go a little further. They reach another portal, and Hiram worries about seeing a black portal. Draken tells Hiram to go inside, but Hiram is being cautious and wants to know where it leads. Draken claims that it is the retrogression tower. Hiram hasn't heard of the place before. Draken wonders if he wants to fix his arm and goes inside first. With no choice at all, Hiram follows Draken. He then arrives at a place where the bodies of dead people are scattered. Hiram's expression darkens. Draken welcomes him, and dark hands start surrounding Hiram. At Ten's mansion, Ben arrives with the carriage and claims he heard everything from Bunt. Henry is glad that he won't repeat himself. Henry never thought that there would be a cleanup squad. He plans to keep the dead bodies, but they need to find a way to prevent their rotting. He then casts magic to preserve the bodies. Henry thanks Ben for handling the Viper Knights. Ben tells him not to worry anymore. He then asks about Count Eisen, and Henry confirms that Eisen called for a meeting to shake things up a bit. Ben wonders if the idiot Eisen can fool Albert. Eisen might not, but their relationship will worsen. Henry thanks Ben for bringing a new stone to throw at Albert. Now that the two squads are destroyed, Albert will definitely try to figure out who is behind it. Henry plans to give the bodies back to Eisen and make him take the blame. If the news of the resupply mission is successful, their mercenary group will be known. Ben then realizes something and tells Henry that he will join him for Shonan. Henry worries, but he agrees in the end. It will be dangerous for Eisen and Ben to meet, so Henry plans to redo Ben's appearance. Henry then discusses plastic surgery, the beauty magic that only rich ladies can get. Ben gets creeped out at first, but then blushes after thinking of something. He then requests that Henry do something about his nose. That night, Henry is working hard to alter, Ben's appearance. He finally finishes the surgery, and Ben starts talking with a different voice. Henry presents a mirror for his dear customer. Ben checks his appearance and shouts in disbelief. Days pass by, and Henry and Ben arrive at Eisen's territory. The guards panicked upon seeing Henry. Ben appears and asks the guards to let them through. Henry finds Ben's vibes better now. Vetikan meets them, and Henry tells him that they have come for the same thing. Just right after Vetikan drives them away, a carriage arrives and an angry Eisen appears. Henry can see that things didn't go well for Eisen. Eisen asks what Henry needs this time. Henry then presents the Viper Knights and some pieces of evidence. Eisen wonders what kind of person Henry is, and Henry claims that everything is just pure coincidence. Henry also brings out a letter from Bunt, and Eisen immediately checks it. Henry then claims that because of his mistake, Eisen is now suspicious of him. He let the owner of the severed arm escape and might have reported everything to Albert. That's when a cleanup squad was sent to Salgera, and that very squad right now is the main evidence Henry brought to Eisen. Eisen can't blame Henry and blames it on Albert's acting skills instead. Henry smiles, seeing that he got Eisen hooked. Henry informs Eisen that these bodies are fully uniformed this time, and Eisen can't help but smile. Eisen offers a reward, but Henry refuses it. The Count gets mad for getting his goodwill rejected. Henry then claims that he desperately needs something aside from treasures. He exclaims that it is his life. Eisen is confused. Henry explains that he is scared of Albert. Ben is impressed by Henry's acting skills. Henry is scared that Albert might find out about him. Eisen understands him. Feeling responsible, Eisen promises to protect Henry's life. He gives Henry the Shonen badge that represents Eisen's family. Wearing it will prevent Henry from being harmed in public. Henry menacingly smiles as he receives the badge. Henry continues acting scared and asks Eisen what to do about Albert's assassins. Eisen wonders what to do. Henry then suggests doing the preemptive strike and showing what he is capable of. Henry suggests setting up another mission and leaking the information. Albert will definitely try to stop the mission. During that time, Eisen will provoke Albert by bringing the corpses to him. Henry claims that, despite being a strategist, Albert is physically weak and Eisen is way superior to him. Eisen menacingly stares at Henry and later laughs out loud after hearing a good idea. Eisen feels great that he found a great gem like Henry. Henry claims he doesn't deserve such praise, but Eisen proudly exclaims that he just doesn't praise anyone. After hearing that, Henry asks for one more favor. Taking them on, but Henry promises to bring Eisen's name to fame. Eisen then leaves it for Henry to handle. Days later, Samura visits Albert and enters his room. Just then, Albert grabs a plate and throws it to the surprised Samura. As Salmora bleeds, Albert asks if Salmora is even good at anything. A letter gets dropped, and Albert tells Salmora to read it. Salmora wonders what is wrong and reads the letter. His eyes widened after reading that Eisen got to clean up Squad's corpses. Albert gets mad and tells Salmora that Eisen shouldn't have gotten to him. Salmora can only apologize, but Albert doesn't need his apologies. Albert orders him to retrieve the corpses from Eisen. This will be Salmora's last chance. After he comes out of the mansion, a servant hands over a letter to Salmora. He reads it and grips it hard. Salmora gets mad and curses Eisen. Meanwhile, Ben wonders what Henry wrote in the letters. Henry claims he just provoked them and gave them a certain location and time to appear. Ben wonders if they will come. Henry did provoke Albert a little, but Salmora will respond for sure. Ben asks for the next step. Henry then plans to get Salmora first. Ben claims Salmora is strong and wonders if Henry can take him on. Henry looks at Ben and claims that it will be Ben who faces Salmora. Ben realizes that this is the price of changing appearances and agrees to take on Salmora. Ben reminds him not to be arrogant. Henry will use magic this time to fight and easily cut down the enemies. He won't hide his power because there will be no witnesses left afterward. They will clash in the Goen mountain range next to the Shonen countryside. Meanwhile, Salmora gets anxious that there is only one day left. He decides to use teleport. Just then, someone enters his office. It is Kyle, known as Kyle of Lightning. He is Salmora's hometown friend and the only magician he trusts. Salmora gets excited and starts telling his friend about his current situation. The next day, Salmora, Kyle, and their men meet up. Salmora brought in his disciple, Piff, and his squad, which is composed of sword masters. Salmora looks at the magicians brought in by Kyle. Kyle is confident with their skills, and they are all fourth circle masters. Salmora finds them reliable. They activate the teleportation magic, and Salmora announces their departure. Everyone later arrives at the Goen mountain range. Salmora then leads everyone to the meeting place. Minutes later, they meet Henry, who cheerfully greets them. Salmora wonders who Henry is, and the latter claims he is the one who sent the letter. Henry tells them that he was sent by Eisen to deal with them. He claims that 2 knights and 1 magician are more than enough. Kyle is confused, seeing that Henry is alone. He warns Salmora to be careful because the magician might be hiding. Salmora angrily asks for his subordinates' bodies. Henry points somewhere, and they discover the frozen corpses. Salmora unsheathes his sword, but Henry stops him, claiming that he is not Salmora's opponent. Henry claps his hands, and a teleportation spell appears under Salmora's feet. Salmora was forced to teleport, and Kyle can't believe what he just witnessed. He warns their men to be careful of Henry. Henry remembers Kyle as exceptional but has records of him going berserk. Seeing Kyle's disciples, Henry thinks this will be an interesting fight. Just then, he notices Piff on the sidelines. Henry decides to be careful around these two. He smirks and tells them to attack first. Piff tells his men that Salmora is still alive and orders them to attack. The knights charge toward Henry. Henry can see that Piff is different from normal soldiers. Meanwhile, Salmora wonders what just happened. Just then, someone attacks him in surprise, but Salmora quickly deflects the sword. He then sees someone approaching. Ben tells Salmora that it has been a long time. Salmora asks who he is. Ben laughs as he finds the situation quite fun. He tells Salmora to swing his sword instead of talking too much. Salmora thinks the man knows him too well. Ben then offers to reveal his identity if Salmora defeats him. Salmora then raises his sword to make Ben regret his words. Ben brings out his bloodthirsty ore as he recalls that Salmora is one of the most active contributors in the kingdom. Salmora can feel the intense bloodlust and wonders what is the identity of the man in front of him. Salmora's stance gets heavier as he brings out his ore. He plans to use his full power. Ben smiles as watches Salmora's serious expression. He points out his sword and asks the blue serpent to attack him. Salmora gets mad and attacks Ben with an aura slash. Ben smiles as he receives the attack. However, Salmora notices him disappear. Ben asks Salmora where he is looking and attacks from behind. Ben tells Salmora to look at him. Salmora quickly turns around and blocks Ben's attack. Salmora grits his teeth and parries the sword. Ben notices how Salmora's skills got dull. Ben then uses his special technique and breaks the dimension. He quickly moves and attacks with his bloodthirsty aura with his signature skill. As Salmora tries to block it, he recognizes the skill. He blocks the attack until his sword crumbles. Salmora recognizes the galaxy downpour. On the other side of the mountain range, the knights attack Henry altogether. The magicians start casting their magic. Henry can see that the knights are buying time for them. He orders Clever to get ready. Henry uses Blink and surprisingly appears in front of Kyle. He uses magic armor and attacks the surprised Kyle. Henry can only smirk. Piff is offended that a magician is imitating a swordsman. He is really offended and kicks Henry with aura. Seeing Henry fall to the ground, Piff uses this chance to finish off Henry. However, he felt something on his back. He was stabbed by his allies. The wizard behind him is just frozen in place while calling his master. Piff suddenly feels sick and falls to the ground. Henry laughs as the poison hits Piff. The wizard also starts acting up and falls down. Kyle orders his men to detoxify the poison. Everyone uses the cure, but in the end, Piff dies. Kyle can't believe a sword master died just like that. Kyle is creeped out that all of this is happening because of Henry. Henry stands up as he claims that he almost died. He commends Clever, who appears beside the unconscious wizard. Henry finds his poisonous blood useful and assures Kyle that his disciple didn't betray them. Everyone is in a state of panic. Henry menacingly smirks, and Kyle gets angry and starts a magic spell chant. Henry wonders if it is memorize. Henry uses Blink and grabs Kyle's mouth. He uses a freezing spell to stop Kyle's chanting. Kyle's disciples run to save their master, but they are too slow. Henry quickly gets behind them and knocks them out. He suggests the wizard's workout. The knights charge at Henry. Henry clicks his tongue and raises an iron wall to stop them. Henry turns his attention to Kyle and grabs him. They fly to the sky, and Henry freezes Kyle's legs. He also uses freeze to create a block of huge, sharp ice on the ground. He tells Kyle goodbye and lets go of him. Kyle falls on his own, and seeing the sharp ice makes him think that everything is now over. Just then, Henry freezes Kyle at the moment that the wizard almost reaches the sharp point. Kyle is just there, looking like a fancy ice decoration. Henry claims that a wise teacher gives a chance to his foolish student. Henry feels bad looking at the sword masters. He wants to learn the terror of a wizard. Henry continues invoking magic, and the knights start running away. Henry feels good about killing the knight's pride. Thunderbolts start roaring, and Henry orders them to get off. The running knights are bombarded by lightning magic until nothing is left. Meanwhile, we can see Ben using his technique again. Salmora barely survived that attack. Ben can see why Salmora is part of the 10 swords. Salmora asks Ben if he really is Ben. Ben can't believe Salmora just figured it out, and he looks down at the trembling Salmora. Ben has been waiting to kill Salmora since the great prince's death. Ben tells him not to complain when Salmora himself kills a lot of people. Ben also asks why Salmora is not ashamed of being a part of the 10 swords. Salmora tries to stop Ben. However, Ben finishes him off. He feels disgusted that Salmora is calling his name. He then drags Salmora's body while wondering about Henry's situation. The two meet up, and Ben wonders why there is only one guy left. Henry claims he just flexed his magic after a long time. Ben really finds Henry's magic level suspicious. Henry tells Ben to check out his artwork. He introduces Kyle to Ben and claims he left the 4 magicians alive. Ben thought that they would not leave any witnesses alive. Henry then flicks his fingers, and the ice starts to thaw out, dropping Kyle to the ground. Henry melts the ice, and Kyle gasps for air. Kyle sits up and notices that Salmora is dead. Kyle kneels before the almighty Henry. Henry then tells him that the knights are all dead. Kyle then begs for mercy, and he will do anything. He trembles as Henry asks if he is sure of what he just said. Henry then gives Kyle a knife and asks him to kill his disciples so Henry can spare his life. Kyle trembles in fear and worry. The two villains start glaring at him and tell him to prove it with actions. Kyle moves as he apologizes to his disciples. Just when Kyle is going to stab one of his disciples, Henry intercepts the knife and claims that Kyle has already proved his usefulness. However, Henry never said anything about sparing Kyle's disciples. The wizards are the Empire's property. Kyle took them out using his name, and if they are found dead, he will be labeled a traitor, and his future is as good as over. Kyle asks Henry to spare his disciples' lives because they were only following him. Henry smiles as he sees that Kyle has already calculated everything. Kyle asks again for mercy, but Henry points out that Kyle almost killed them a while ago. Henry then decides to spare them, but he wants Kyle to pay for their lives using every ounce of his capability. Kyle swears to bark like a dog if he has to. Henry then brings out a narworm, a worm that nests in a magician's heart and explodes under stress if no mana is supplied. Kyle accepts his fate, and the narworm gets into his body. It crawls into his arm until it reaches his heart. Kyle's mana is now consumed, and only Henry can remove it or resupply the mana once a week in Vivaldi. If Kyle fails to meet Henry, his heart will explode. Henry introduces himself, and Kyle gets flustered hearing his teacher's name. Henry then starts to talk about work. Days later, in Eisen's mansion, Ban worries that Kyle will spread information about them. Henry tells him not to worry because of the narworm. Despite being scorned by Vatican, he and the other soldiers still salute Henry and Ban. Henry laughs at him and proceeds inside the mansion. Eisen happily welcomes Henry. He wonders if Henry really killed Salmora. Henry tells him to check the carriage. Eisen is surprised to see the heads of Salmora and Piff. Eisen commends Henry for his job. That night, everyone had a banquet until everyone was out because of the alcohol. Henry actually put them to sleep so he could talk with Eisen discreetly. A drunk Eisen is still complimenting Henry's talent. Henry then taps Ban. Ban starts acting sick and leaves for the bathroom. Henry taps his badge for some reason and asks Eisen for more drinks. As Henry pours the drink, Eisen notices how the badge looks good on Henry. Henry claims that he only won thanks to the badge given by Eisen. Henry then asks if he can dare say something. Eisen slams his mug and tells Henry to speak comfortably. Henry smiles as the foolish Eisen agrees. Henry then suggests that Eisen is more suitable for a higher position. Eisen laughs out loud and claims that he is ambitious. He then asks for Henry's suggestion to get him promoted. Henry claims they can only talk about it after they succeed with the second indictment against Albert. Eisen wonders if Henry doesn't trust him. Henry denies this and claims that it is good to have a great assistant like him around. Eisen finds Henry too arrogant. He then decides to give Henry a second chance and a chance to be his assistant. Henry respectfully bows to Eisen as he swears to do anything that Eisen orders. Henry will make another version and report back to him. Meanwhile, Albert wonders why Salmora is not contacting him after 3 days. He wonders if he was fooled by Eisen. Just then, his servant comes running and informs Albert that Eisen called for an indictment again. The Emperor meets the Marquises and counts that night. Seeing Eisen smile, Albert wonders what he is up to again. Eisen keeps smiling at the scared Albert. The Emperor wonders if it is about Albert again. Eisen did call for an indictment, and the Emperor asked Eisen to tell them what was going on. Eisen then claims that another shameless person has deceived the Emperor. The foolish Emperor asks, "Who is it this time?" He claims it is Marquis Albert again. The Emperor asks for more details. Eisen claims that he has more evidence this time. The Emperor gives his permission, and the evidence is brought in. They later see the bodies of the 3rd unit of the Viper Knights, led by Kane. Eisen claims that they tried to get rid of the evidence with the people and tried to kill the witnesses, inspectors, and other soldiers. The Emperor can't believe Albert is using the Imperial Knights to get rid of the evidence. Eisen confirms it with a document, the testimony of Bunt, the chief prosecutor of Saljura. That concludes part 7 of this recap. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. What will happen next? If you would like to see a part 8 of this manhwa, let us know in the comment section below. Till next time. Emperor Gold gets mad and asks Albert if he has any excuses. He claims it is half correct. He did send out the other knights to correct his mistakes, not to destroy any evidence. Eisen can't believe Albert can lie like that. Albert then turns his suspicions to Eisen, who might be jealous of their status. He then mentions how Bunt was one of the founding members alongside Henry. Emperor Gold's head aches after hearing that. He recalls how Henry acted tough during his death sentence. Albert smirks as he suggests asking the opinions of the other dukes so they can distinguish between good and evil. Eisen calls Albert shameless. Emperor Gold stops Eisen and agrees with Albert to distinguish between good and evil. Just when Albert thinks he won, Eisen smirks and unexpectedly agrees with Emperor Gold. He then orders someone outside the door to bring in what he brought. Kale is brought in along with Salmora's and Piff's dead bodies. Eisen presents them as the second piece of evidence. Albert is obviously angry. Emperor Gold exclaims that a member of the 10 Swords is dead. Eisen then claims he committed a crime, which confuses the dumb emperor. He claims he killed Salmora, Piff, and their men and had no choice but to do so. Emperor Gold then asks if the knights attempted to kill Eisen. Eisen confirms as he peeks at Albert's expression. Albert tries to make Eisen a liar, but Gold threatens him to be silent. Kale shivers as Gold asks about him. Gold asks Kale if what Eisen said is true. Kale confirms this and names Albert as the one who ordered them. Gold wonders why Kale helped them. Kale claims Sam Mora needed someone to use teleport. Because of the worm inside his heart, Kale has no choice but to follow Henry's instructions. Gold then asks Albert about it while the others are waiting for his answer and turning their heads. Albert realizes that the three families' solidarity is useless. Seeing that Albert has nothing to say, Gold pulls out his sword. Gold raises his sword and slashes Albert's neck. However, he got stopped by Eisen, who claims that killing Albert was a hasty decision. Gold then asks for Eisen's opinions. Eisen considers Albert's achievements so far and suggests a wiser punishment, to banish Albert to Saljura. Gold smiles and agrees with Eisen's suggestion. Gold gives out an imperial order to brand Albert's forehead and banish him to Saljura. The next day, Albert and his household are brought to the first checkpoint in Saljura. Bun asks if they are really the people that he heard about. The Imperial Knight confirms and throws in Albert. Albert glares at Bunt. Finding him feisty, Bunt kicks Albert's face. Bunt laughs as 10 years' worth of stress are gone at once. He then informs Albert that someone is waiting for him inside. After some time, the knights leave them, but there is nothing in sight, despite being called the banished village. The knights leave for real, and Albert falls as he accepts his end. Just then, someone calls him an idiot. Half conscious, Albert wonders if he is seeing a ghost or a person. Albert is later woken up by warm water. He is asked if he is fully awake. Albert starts shouting at the person to come out. Torian introduces himself. Albert exclaims and asks him if they even know him. Voices around him laugh at his prideful sight. Torian then looks at Albert and tells him that they are the people he banished. Others come out of hiding, and they start beating up Albert. Minutes later, Torian claims that this is just the start. Albert can't believe that he ended up like this. Albert later wakes up in a dungeon and calls them awful people. A man checks on him, and Albert can see him holding the keys. The man claims to be a warden sent by the Empire to monitor Albert. Albert sees this as a chance, and asks the guard to send letters to him in exchange for his hidden wealth. The man agrees, but he wants to see the money first. He tells Albert to write something before someone comes. Albert smirked as he found a way out. Albert asks the man to send the letters to Duke Arthur's and Marquis Alfred. The man receives the letters and glares at Albert. Albert then tells him that his hidden wealth is in a small town named Mamet. He had entrusted it to Old Hansen. He explains that Old Hansen is an alchemical object from the magic tower that won't betray him. The man smiles and asks Albert for the command. Albert is startled that the man knew. He just needs to say, "I need some salt water," and Old Hansen will give the treasure willingly. The man promises to deliver the letters after he gets the wealth and leaves. Albert is now sure that he can get out once the letters are sent out. Ben then asks the guard if he got bribed. The man then changes his appearance to Henry. Henry tells Ben what Albert has asked to do. He knew this would happen, that's why Henry made sure to cut off all ties between the Albert family and Aura users. Henry then brings out the letters to read. One addressed to Marquis Alfred promises him the thing that he wanted. Ben wonders what could it be, and Henry claims it is not something materialistic. The letter addressed to Duke Arthur says that Albert will join Arthur's plan and be his faithful dog. Ben gets frustrated because they don't have any clue what these schemers are talking about. Marquises are known to be the hands and feet of a duke. If Albert refused to join them before, it means that he is necessary in carrying out their plan. Back at Ten's mansion, Henry talks about his plan to destroy the three great houses and kill the current emperor. However, Henry wants to check out Albert's hidden wealth first. Henry plans to take a quick trip while Ben plans to punish Albert. Henry wonders if he needs to report first to Eisen. Later at Eisen's mansion, Henry congratulates the Count. Eisen wonders if Henry is taking care of Albert. Henry swears to make things painful for Albert after looking down on Eisen. Eisen laughs as he commends his boy. Henry now has an absolute position in the Shonen family, and Eisen has earned a new nickname, the Hidden Dragon, instead of his idiotic nickname before. Henry wonders how the atmosphere in the palace is lately. Eisen claims that it is still the same as ever. Henry smiles, but deep inside he finds the idiotic Eisen for taking lightly the great event that just happened. Henry then mentions a seat open for the great Marquis. Eisen flinches as he remembers Marquis Alfred's words that Eisen won't get the seat. Eisen feels frustrated recalling those words. Henry smiles and claims that it is his dream to put Eisen in a higher position. He suggests striking them first. Eisen gets taken aback. Henry explains that instead of waiting for the three great families and the Emperor to choose a Marquis, Eisen should propose first that the great Marquis will be selected fairly. He needs to offer a different approach to draw the Emperor's interest. Henry suggests setting up an honorable duel among the nobles. Eisen can see that it is not a bad idea knowing that the three great houses are military households. Henry then asks to participate, claiming that victory will shine brighter if a vassal of the family participates. Eisen smiles and laughs out loud, claiming that he can always rely on Henry. Eisen claims the Marquis seat is as good as his. Henry then bids farewell to take care of something. Eisen tells him to use his name proudly if Henry gets in a quarrel because Henry is his reliable vassal. Eisen brightly waves goodbye at Henry, who just got an enemy that became a strong ally. In the town of Moment, Henry arrives after using a teleportation spell. He needs to find old Hansen. Henry walks around until he reaches an old man living alone away from the town. Henry mentions Hansen in front of the old man. The man pays attention to Henry, who says the phrase taught by Albert. The old man tells Henry to follow him. Henry is amazed the alchemical object is well made. Inside the house, Henry gets surprised as the old man drops his cane. The old man claims to proceed with the command. He touches the floor and smashes it with a punch. He finds something and pulls out a switch. The whole house shakes until Henry discovers a stairway to the basement. He uses a light spell and discovers a lot of treasures. He calls out Clever and lets him take everything. After everything was cleared out, Henry noticed something. Elegant starts acting up and comes out of the bracelet. It looks around the basement and sniffs one spot. Elegant starts digging until it gets out of Henry's sight. It comes out and proudly presents a stone. Henry is surprised to see a spirit egg and realizes Elegant is a spirit with high-level communication. However, the spirit egg might be something dangerous, and plans to ask someone. Henry then calls for someone. A portal appears from the ground and our frogman friend Scar appears. Henry then asks if Scar knows something about the spirit egg Elegant found. Scar analyzes it and notices something. He mentions that it is a spirit egg. However, Henry knows that already. Scar claims that he doesn't know anything other than that. Upon a closer look, Scar mentions that it is not from the human or natural world. Scar can smell the same scent as him, a special spirit from the spirit world. He wonders if Henry knows spiritists, but Henry has no idea at all because the spirit department and spiritualists are under Alfred's care. Alfred Etherweather is a talented spiritualist who has not been on good terms with Henry in the past. They are technically enemies. Scar feels bad that he can't help Henry further. Henry has no choice but to keep the spirit egg and put it in his arm. In the Imperial Palace, a meeting is convened to fill the vacant position of Great Marquis, and Henry strictly taught Eisen enough to lead the conversation. However, Gold immediately nominates Eisen because of his recent deeds. Marquis Albert insists on doing it the proper way and claims that ability should also be honored. Gold continues listening. Alfred wants to give everyone equal opportunities. Gold likes the idea and asks for more details. Eisen agrees with Alfred, and Gold is impressed with Eisen as the true loyalist of this era. Eisen thanks Gold for his words and realizes it was worth practicing with Henry. The others are confused as to why Eisen easily agreed and wonder if he is really a hidden dragon. Gold then asks for good ideas. Eisen then proposes having official duels assess their abilities. Gold is impressed at how Eisen used his brain for once. Alfred looks shaken and acts angered by the idea of household heads pointing swords at each other. Everything is going as Henry said, and Eisen acts alone. Eisen claims he didn't mention the heads dueling and is only suggesting a gentleman's match. Alfred is surprised, making Gold laugh out loud. He finds Eisen's proposition interesting. Just when Gold is going to announce the event's approval, a guard barges into the meeting. Gold finds out that a rebellion is happening in the desert kingdom of Sahatra, and the capital is overthrown. Gold gets mad as he gets stabbed in the back by them. He sits down after getting dizzy and wonders what to do. Eisen tries to say something, but Duke Arthurs intervenes. He suggests sending the Counts to suppress the rebellion. Since they want to check the abilities of the Counts, this is another way to judge their abilities. The Counts can also use their soldiers to form a punitive force. Gold likes his suggestion, and the Counts are threatened. Henry did say to make any unexpected proposals that may come up, So Aizen went ahead and promised to do his best to subdue the rebellion. The others fall silent. Gold then orders them to head to Shahatra as soon as possible. Henry is surprised to hear about the rebellion and wonders if the kingdom is following the path of its fall. Henry tells Aizen not to worry because he will also solve this predicament. Aizen wonders if Henry will. Henry assures him and asks about the other Count's forces. Aizen simply explained it. Count Ag is the commander of the spear unit, and Count Falcon commands the archers. Henry then shares about Shahatra's environment and asks for the Shonen military forces' capability to come up with a strategy. Henry got all the information, and Aizen left his military forces to Henry. Aizen counts on Henry again. Henry smirks as the time has come to use something he has. He uses teleportation to return to Vivaldi. Afterward, Henry brought Ban and Hegler to Mushu, the city of craftsmen, using teleport. Henry claims that the equipment they are getting is not ordinary. He also mentions having a detached force aside from the Shonen forces. Ben wonders what the connection is between the two. Henry then mentions that he will use iron for the equipment. The two are surprised to hear rare material. This band material is good to use because of its mana-amplifying nature. Mushu is the perfect place to make it because the people are tight-lipped. Henry also knows Gorba Bulcanus, a man who won the Craftsman Festival 5 times in a row. Ben worries about having Gorba Bulcanus handle the equipment because of his dwarven blood and personality. Henry assures him that it is better to leave it to the best. Helga then wonders if they were talking about the city's mayor. Henry then asks the guard for Gorba while showing his Shonen badge. The guard anxiously salutes and reports that the mayor has fallen ill. Henry can't believe a man as tough as steel is sick. Henry wonders what is wrong, but the guard doesn't know anything else. Henry then asks the guard to tell the vice mayor that Shonen's vessel is here. Later in the city hall, Bihum greets Henry's group. He claims the mayor fell ill while making a masterpiece. Henry wonders how bad it is, and Bihum claims that the mayor has been poisoned with a deadly poison. Henry asks for an antidote. Bihum claims that the mayor has tried creating a new alloy by mixing poisons and eventually made a new one that doesn't have an antidote. Hearing about it, Henry can't help but recall how he was poisoned. He then realizes something and surprises Bihum by saying that he will make the cure. The bedridden Gorba is then visited by Henry and the others. Henry is introduced to the doctors, who are at their wits' end. They give Henry the poison, and Henry asks them about the alloy that Gorba was making. The doctors claim that the poison was melted into the metal, making the surface poisonous. Henry looks at Gorba, who is in pain, and imagines how the mayor used the poison. Thinking that Gorba might have inhaled the poison, he asks the others to give them some privacy. He promises the safety of Gorba with the Shonen's name, and Bihum agrees for 1 hour. Ben wonders if Henry can do it. Henry then hints at them about using poison against poison. He claims his blood is the deadliest poison around since he ate the venom heart. The antidote is his boiled blood. He prepared cups of his blood and lifted one sample into the air using magic. He also uses fire magic to boil it. After boiling it enough, he made Gorba drink his poisoned blood. Gorba starts coughing up blood, and Henry prepares the antidote. Henry pushes the antidote into Gorba's mouth. Gorba violently reacts and immediately calms down. The worried subordinates wonder if it is over. Henry then brings out a healing potion and lets Gorba drink it. Henry also has a special energy recovery potion that he made. Henry tells them that they will leave for Shahatra soon. They can't wait for him to fully recover with the potion alone. Ben realizes that Henry is forcing Gorba to recover. Henry confirms it and asks Hegler to get Bihum. Bihum and the others come and wonder what Hegler meant when he said that the treatment is done. Bihum notices the bloody table, and Henry realizes he forgot to do some cleanup. Bihum gets mad at Henry for not asking for consent. Just as he gets mad, Bihum gets surprised to see Gorba getting up. Gorba asks if he is in Hayam. Henry laughs at Gorba for thinking that he is in the underworld. Gorba starts moving, surprising the doctors. Seeing that Gorba is feeling refreshed, the doctors glare at Henry. Gorba then thanks the unknown man in front of him. Henry then points out how important Gorba is to the Empire. Gorba is stunned and thanks Henry with all his heart. Henry then introduces himself, and Gorba starts seeing the Henry he knows in front of him. He unconsciously kneels before Henry. Gorba claims that he is in debt with the Shonen house. Later, at the mayor's office, Gorba presents a feast as a celebration of his recovery. Henry feels thankful for having a private meeting, and Gorba only does this because Henry is his lifesaver. Henry then asks for the things he will say to be kept confidential. Gorba agrees without asking why. Henry mentions that he got tons of iron, surprising Gorba. Gorba wonders where the absurd amount of iron came from, and Henry claims that it is his own. Gorba then asks what Henry is going to request. Henry asks for equipment for 3 warriors. Gorba anxiously asks if it is all equipment. Henry confirms and explains that it is to subdue rebels. Gorba realizes how things got chaotic when he was bedridden. Henry is telling Gorba because he trusts him. Gorba thanks Henry and confirms the order. He wonders if that is all. Henry gets silent all of a sudden. He puts down his cup and asks for a personal request. Henry then mentions perfecting the poison that Gorba failed to create. Gorba wants to perfect it. Henry claims he can help Gorba succeed in making it, surprising Gorba. Henry then explains that Gorba failed to control the synthetic poison, and Henry treated him by fighting the poison with another poison. Gorba realizes that Henry used a stronger poison than the synthetic poison. Gorba laughs and asks what Henry needs. He will do anything to perfect the poison alloy. Henry wants Gorba to sign a technical agreement with Henry's mercenary group. Gorba gets flustered. Henry knows that Gorba doesn't want to be exclusive to one group because of his beliefs. Henry then gives out the conditions of monopolizing the inventions for a year, and releases them after that. Gorba agrees and asks for the other condition. Henry mentions a cooperation agreement that will unite the free cities and strengthen their operations and power. Vivaldi and Enkelman have already signed the joint agreement. Henry claims the free cities may lose their autonomy to the Empire anytime soon. Gorba wonders what is happening. Henry then shares the news about the Crimson Great House being banished to Saljura. Gorba asks if it is about Count Albert. Henry shares the recent happenings in the Empire while Gorba is bedridden. Henry also claims that some nobles are targeting the free cities as their own. Gorba is in a cold sweat. Henry did exaggerate on that part, but it is mostly true. He further explains that this is the reason why the mayors of Vivaldi and Enkelman signed a joint agreement. Gorba thanks him and plans to talk to the other mayors about the matter. Henry tells him to talk to him because he has been authorized by the 2 mayors already. Before he was Aizen's vassal, he was working behind the scenes with his mercenary group and cooperation pacts. Gorba wonders who Henry really is. Seeing that Henry is knowledgeable about his next masterpiece and secretly setting up plans against nobles' tyranny, Gorba asks if Henry became Aizen's vassal on purpose. Henry refuses to answer. Gorba points out that anyone named Henry Morris is extraordinary. Henry smiles and claims that it is just a coincidence. Gorba apologizes in advance for whatever he will say. He claims to have met the great wizard Henry Morris many times in the past. Gorba can see the great wizard's eyes in Henry's eyes right now. Henry will take it in a good way since the great wizard is known as a traitor. Gorba believes that the great wizard was not a traitor. Most people know that Henry Morris was a good person. Henry smiles at hearing Gorba still trusts in him. Gorba then accepts all of Henry's conditions, and the 2 shake hands in agreement. Henry then remembers to ask something in a rush, and Gorba agrees to do it. Aizen's troops assembled around Shahatra. Henry arrives using teleport and checks on the Shonan troops. He enters a tent and greets Aizen. He can see that everyone has simplified their equipment. Aizen had them wear the clothes of Shahatra, as Henry asked them to. Aizen then wonders if 100 men with light equipment can subdue the rebels. Henry then explains that he will not subjugate the rebellion or get near the capital. The priority is saving the royal family and figuring out the enemy forces first. Henry wants to leave the rescue mission to the other counts. Aizen gets worried about the contributions. Henry points out that subjugating the rebellion and winning back the citadel are the most important missions, and the rescue mission will be nothing but a speck of dust. Henry brings out a lot of horseshoes, making Aizen confused. Henry presents them as magic horseshoes that can make horses effective in the desert. Aizen believes it would be cheaper to buy camels instead. Henry explains the cost of the maintenance and handling fees for the camels. Aizen understands now and tells the other chiefs to applaud Henry. Henry then points out how mobile the war horses of Shonen are. He claims that they will be ahead of the other counts. These magic horseshoes were the last requests Henry made to Gorba. Aizen and Henry later meet Count Agi and Count Falcon. Henry introduces himself as Aizen's loyal vassal. He finally met the people who took over the people close to him. He can see how ambitious their eyes are, but Henry won't give them the opportunity. Aizen then asks to start the meeting about saving the imperial family. The Shahatra Khan imperial family is currently in a secret safe area near the southwest oasis known as Khan's Eye. Aizen is reminded that the High Priest Byram can't hold out with the illusion barrier to confuse the rebels. They learn about the exact location of Khan's eye. Henry asks for the rebels' leader. They learn that it is Benedict the Caliph. Henry is shocked that it is him, of all people. Benedict Caliph is known as the Desert General, with another nickname, Sword of Ra. Henry now feels that the suppression will be harder than expected. As a god's avatar, Benedict can use the Eye of the Desert to see through everything in the desert and the Sun's sword, which has the power of the sun. He also has the power to control the sand. Aizen can see that it is a civil war instead of a rebellion, and Aizen wonders if they can interfere. It is because, in the eyes of the Empire, it doesn't matter who becomes king. Henry then intervenes and exclaims that this is a matter of a dog biting its master. There is no guarantee that the dog will also bite the Empire in the future. He also explains that it will be a great idea to increase the Khan royal family's tribute in the future. Taking care of a disobedient dog in the process will also delight the Emperor. Aizen agrees to target Benedict first. Henry is busy as it is, and Benedict can be erased first. Count Ag then agrees to meet Benedict first. However, Henry mentions how the two counts' forces are not prepared for a desert battle at all, wearing heavy armor and not protected against the sun's rays. On top of that, they are not prepared with enough firewood for night camps, unlike Aizen's forces. Count Falcon wonders if it is true, and the desert people agree with Henry's words that Aizen's forces are more prepared. That concludes part 8 of this recap. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. What will happen next? If you would like to see a part 9 of this manhwa, let us know in the comments section below. Till next time. Previously, the desert people commended how prepared the shonen forces are for a desert battle. Henry then suggests the other counts rescue the royal family while the shonen forces face the leader of the rebels, Benedict. Count Oscar and Count Tarion are confused about why they were given the better option. Henry can see that the counts are getting suspicious. Henry tells them not to misunderstand, and all he does is for the Empire and for Aizen. The counts then agree with the proposed plan. Henry can see that Aizen is not saying anything since he is the one making the decisions. Henry then tells them to prepare to carry out each other's duties. Later at the Shonen's camp, Aizen can only laugh at how talented Henry is as an advisor and vassal. Aizen smirks at Henry and wonders how Henry anticipated everything beforehand. The Shonen army soon marches into the Shahatra Desert. They ride their horses through the sandy environment, and the magic horseshoes are working as intended. Aizen is impressed by how they speed up through the desert, and plans to reward Henry nicely after the mission. They soon arrive in the capital city, Khan. Henry observes the place, as it has been so long since he visited it. They arrive in front of a palace where they need to pass through the Stairway of the Sun. Just then, soldiers started coming out of the palace. Seeing that they are Benedict's army, Henry yells out that they are from the Empire and orders Benedict to come out. The soldiers make a way, and a man appears. It is Benedict Caliph, the Desert General. Aizen and Henry finally see him. Benedict crouches, jumps into the sky, and makes a superhero landing. Benedict approaches them and welcomes Aizen as a count from the great house. Everyone hears a loud slapping sound. Aizen calls Benedict an arrogant brat. The atmosphere gets tense all of a sudden. Henry can see that Aizen is not doing badly at all. Aizen and Benedict continue to glare at each other. Aizen then bows his head to apologize, but the air is still tense. Aizen warns him not to disrespect him again. Benedict then leads them inside the palace. The staring contest finally ends. Inside the palace, Henry can notice that everyone is anxious around Benedict. Henry can see that Benedict is showing the signs of a tyrant. Henry can also see traces of the civil war. In the inner palace, Aizen can see that the king's throne is not being used. Aizen asks again if it is a rebellion, but Benedict corrects him that it is a fight within the family. Aizen has no interest in asking Benedict for his rebellion's reason. Aizen gets serious, and wonders if it is fine for him to take the royals who ruled over the kingdom. Benedict claims that it will be difficult because the Shahatra throne can't be simply given. He mentions how it is not a simple matter to resolve easily. Aizen asks why. Benedict explains that there are a lot of formalities to inherit the throne, and the current royal family is needed. Aizen gets mad and asks Benedict to tell him all of those formalities. Henry can see that Benedict is still being arrogant. He can see how Benedict wants to go head-to-head against Aizen. Benedict then explains that the sigil to be the king of Shahatra is still with the Khan. It is the mark of Ra, the only god who rules under the sun of Shahatra. The ruler of the desert is the son of Ra. To be the son of Ra requires a complicated process, and the first step is to regain the mark of Ra. If the empire returns the Khan royals, Benedict swears to double the yearly tribute once he becomes king. His statement surprises Eisen. However, Henry finds it suspicious that Benedict wants the whole family when he just needs one mark of Ra. Henry steps in and makes the suggestion to talk to Khan first. He whispers to Eisen that the mark of Ra is not the only thing that Benedict is after. Eisen glares at Benedict and tells him that he will consider the suggestion. However, Benedict is not in a position to ask for something when he is the rebellion leader. Benedict falls silent. Eisen tells him that he will talk to the Khan first, and a messenger will come to deliver the Empire's will. Benedict doesn't have a choice but to agree. Henry then asks for some supplies for the long journey in the desert. Benedict complies. That night, a frustrated Benedict punched a wall. A man who didn't expect Eisen to come has appeared. He wonders who was behind Eisen. Benedict claims Henry was a vassal. Benedict worries that the secret will get leaked. The man claims they need a reason to fight Eisen anyway. He wonders if Benedict is scared, but the desert general is not feeling scared at all. The man claims Duke Arthurs likes that kind of resolution. The man assures Benedict that the Highlander family will fully support him as long as he hands over the items they have asked for. Benedict gives his thanks to Mordred. A small smoke comes out of the room they were talking in and travels toward a hand. The smoke turns out to be Clever. Henry then checks on Clever's memories. Henry menacingly smiles as he finds out that Arthur's Highlander is the one behind everything. The next day, the Shonen forces travel back to their command headquarters with ease. Henry looks around and sees the other Count's forces having a hard time in the harsh Shahatra desert. He can see a few horses left. Henry then asks Eisen if he can take a look at the soldiers first before the evening meeting. Eisen wonders if it is only their soldiers, but Henry plans to look for everyone because the overall fighting spirit is not too good. Eisen let him be. Henry then calls the attention of the Shonen soldiers, surprising the other Count's soldiers. He shouts for the presence of the captains of each force. Shonen captains immediately report, but the other Count's captains are hesitating. Hearing that Henry is a force to be reckoned with, they comply to report to Henry. Henry brings out a subspace pocket with food and presents it under the name of Eisen. He smiles as he commends their hard work and brings out various food from the subspace pocket. Henry is planning to raise Eisen's prestige so he can raise his. The soldiers know that Eisen is stupid to give out food. Henry knows he will get the credit. And he did get the soldiers' gratitude. Henry claims it is from Eisen, but the soldiers know the best. Everyone thanks Henry again. A meeting is later conducted with Hararian Khan III. His father was a former general who ruled the desert. Eisen then immediately talks about Benedict's offer of doubling the tribute. Hararian took the news calmly. He claims that Benedict is leading Eisen to a lie. An increase of 50% is already difficult, so twice as much is far from impossible. Hararian further claims that Benedict was just mocking Eisen and had more ulterior motives to get the royal family. Henry can see why a scrawny man became a king. A curious Eisen then asks the Hararian for more information. Hararian then asks them if they know anything about Ra. Eisen knows that Ra is a god that the Shahatra people exclusively believe in. Hararian tells Eisen that he is correct. However, Ra is not the only god that they believe in. He claims that there is also Janus, who looks after the afterlife and death. Henry had never heard of Janus before. People chosen by Ra can borrow the power of Ra and can also borrow the power of Janus. Eisen wants Hararian to get to the point. Hararian then mentions how Benedict wants the king's sigil. Eisen does remember it. The mark of Ra. Henry then concludes that Benedict can also get Janus powers. Hararian agrees. Henry wonders what Janus powers hold. Hararian claims it is better to show it than explain it. He asks if they have any animals left. A live chicken is immediately delivered, and Hararian starts using black magic. The chicken shrivels and gets covered with an ominous aura. Hararian drops it to the ground, and Eisen wonders if it is dead. To their surprise, the chicken starts gawking again, and Hararian claims that it will now live forever. It will always writhe in agony and won't ever die. Henry now realizes that this is Benedict's true goal. Eisen and Henry look at each other, and Eisen smiles as he claims that Benedict was just making an excuse. Henry now thinks things are getting interesting with black magic and Arthur's Highlander. Later, Henry suggests protecting the royal family, but Eisen finds it troublesome. Henry mentions the Khan's influence after the suppression. Because Henry mentioned it, Eisen will do it. Henry then asks to leave to prepare some things. He wants to give other forces magic horseshoes. Eisen claims that the other forces are their rivals. Henry asks Eisen to overlook it with a generous heart because he will be the one to rule over the two counts later on. Eisen got hooked, but Henry claims that the horseshoes were put on Shonen's tab, and he apologizes. However, those horseshoes are only gifts from Mayor Bulcanus. Henry already had a deal with the mayor, and he will take this opportunity to promote the item to rake in some cash. Henry promises Eisen to refill the coffers with things of equal value. Eisen feels proud of him and reminds Henry to use the shonen name however he wants. Henry smiles and thanks the idiotic count with a poker smile. Henry comes out of the tent and notices something strange. Seeing everything distorted, he knows it is an illusion. After feeling his surroundings, Henry knows that only Byram, Shahatra's high priest, can do this. However, Henry can dispel it now after experiencing it in his past self. He accepts the invitation and walks through the illusion. However, it was the apologetic Hararian who called Henry out. Henry tells him he is thankful instead to experience Byram's illusion. Hararian is surprised that Henry knows. Henry concludes that there are no other wizards around. Hararian is impressed at how calm and wise Henry is and asks for Byram's thoughts. Byram comes up to introduce himself. Hararian asks Henry to spare some of his time. Henry worries because he is only a vassal. Hararian tells him not to be humble, but Henry keeps insisting. Hararian asks if Henry is sure and activates the eyes that can see through everything. The eye of R.A. Henry is worried now that Hararian can see through his soul. Hararian wants to make a private deal with Henry. Henry is ready to listen, but Hararian wants to check something first. He asks if Eisen's relationship with the three great families is currently awful. Henry doesn't deny it, and Hararian finds it enough. Henry swears not to speak about their deal. Hararian claims that Duke Arthurs is behind the rebellion. Henry thought he was the only one who knew. Henry claims that even if they are in conflict, Eisen might rise as one of the three great families. He asks why Hararian is telling him this information. Hararian knows that they won't be allies with Henry because he knows that Henry is the one behind Marquis Albert's exile. An idiot like Eisen won't ever outsmart the famous strategist Albert on his own. Henry tries to deny it, but Hararian reminds Henry that the Shonen family is famous for not getting vassals. Without a choice, Henry didn't deny it anymore and asked what kind of deal they were having. Hararian seriously declares his intention to join forces with the Shonen family. Henry wants to confirm it is outside of the Emperor's knowledge, which Hararian confirms. Henry can't believe he just found an ally. However, it seems like Hararian hasn't seen through everything Henry was planning. Henry has been proud of Hararian since the last time he saw him as a child. Henry agrees as long as their deal is kept secret. The two understand that this is a deal, not a request, and Hararian swears to pay anything Henry wants in return. Henry is worried that Hararian might not be able to fulfill what he asks. Suddenly, Hararian swears upon the name of R.A. and asks Henry to ask anything freely. Henry then whispers something to Hararian. Both Hararian and Byram are genuinely surprised. The next day, Henry announces the start of the suppression of the rebellion and asks the two counts to make up for what they lacked last time. He asks if there are any objections, but no one is saying anything. Eisen laughs out loud and claims to take care of the royal family while the other counts are suppressing the rebellion. He asks if someone is against Henry's idea. Hararian just sips his tea. Eisen ends the meeting and leaves. Just when Henry plans to leave too, Count Oscar starts talking to him. Eisen wonders why Henry is not going out and calls out to him. Henry gets flustered and makes up a reason. Count Oscar wonders why Henry provided supplies to his troops on their behalf. Henry claims it is to soothe the hardships the soldiers are going through in the harsh environment. Knowing the supplies are expensive, Count Oscar suspiciously asks what Henry's plan is. He angrily asks what Henry is scheming about. Henry confesses that he was a mercenary and that he runs a group himself. He knows how the soldiers feel better than anyone else. Even if it is for goodwill, Count Oscar wonders where Henry got his money. Henry makes it clear that he is now Shonen's vassal, and he used his own money for it. Henry then claims he was also going to give out the expensive magic horseshoes to their troops, surprising the two counts. Count Oscar exclaims that Henry doesn't need to go to that extent to help his troops. Henry just wants to do it for the sake of the Empire, but Count Oscar is now feeling bad for his troops' morale. The two counts can see how caring Henry is. Count Oscar swears to pay back everything. Look at this two-faced protagonist thanking the count. Count Oscar tells him that he will give a report of the number of horses later. Henry can't believe he is profiting in this manner. Hararian chuckled as he kept using the Eye of Ra. He finds Henry incredible. Later, mercenaries are chatting about the two counts' recruitment for additional soldiers. If they get in and the two counts become marquises, they will get tons of money. However, they wonder why Eisen is not recruiting any soldiers. That night, a tired Oscar is down because he has to take orders from the likes of Eisen. Just then, the head butler, Hoden, informs him that Oscar has a visitor. He gets mad because it is already late. Hoden gets flustered and informs Oscar that his visitor is Duke Arthurs. He gets shocked for a second and asks Hoden to joke around. Hoden tells Oscar that Arthurs was in the living room moments ago. Oscar then decides to go. He steps into the room, and Arthur greets him. Oscar apologizes for being late, but Arthurs says the same for barging in uninvited. Arthurs apologizes gracefully once again. Oscar might believe the rumors that Arthur's ancestors were elves. Arthurs asks about the progress of the suppression. Oscar reports that it is going well, and Arthurs commends his spirit. Arthurs then claims that it would be better for someone like Oscar to work for him as one of the heads of the three great houses. He claims it is weird for a backstabber to become a member of the three great houses. He apologizes for the nonsense that he just said and leaves, hoping that they will have tea time next time. Oscar suddenly gets anxious. Back in Mushu, Vulcanus assures Henry not to worry and to continue with his business comfortably. Henry brings out a payment, but Vulcanus refuses to receive it from his savior. Henry insists because it is a payment for tons of horseshoes. Henry tells Vulcanus that he will be burdened the next time he makes a request. Vulcanus agrees to accept it not for labor costs but for the materials. Henry grabs Vulcanus' hand and gives him another payment for his gratitude. He leaves, as he entrusts everything to Vulcanus. Henry teleports back to Ten's mansion. He noticed something strange and looked around, seeing the sparkly surroundings. Ten appears to greet Henry. Henry is confused. He is being called a lord. Ten reminds Henry that he is now a vassal of the Shonen family. Irritated, Henry knows Ban ran off his mouth. Ten also feels jealous of Ban's handsome transformation and wants to try plastic surgery too. Henry sighs and asks for Ban and Hegler. Ten informs Henry that they are currently training. Ban parries Hegler's attack and calls him slow. Ban tells him to go faster. Hegler grips his sword and launches a barrage of attacks with all of his facial muscles' might. Ban smirks and attacks Hegler. Hegler gets disarmed and admits his loss. Ban tells him to try harder to become a master. Henry suddenly appears and informs them that the suppression date has been decided. Ban wonders who the leader is, and Henry tells him that it is Benedict Caliph. Ban gets shocked, and his head hurts thinking about it. Hegler wonders if Benedict is an incredible person. Ban claims Benedict deserves his title of Desert General, but is still one step behind him. Henry then tells them that it is confidential that the Shonen family is protecting the royal Khan family and that the person behind the rebellion is Duke Arthurs. Ben wonders if it is really alright to tell them. Henry reminds Ben that they will be fighting together in the future anyway. Knowing that Arthurs is involved, Henry needs to come up with a new plan. He thinks of crossing the Shahatra Mountains. Ben laughs out loud and knows Henry won't be able to cross it because the terrain is full of monsters. There is also an illusionary barrier that is impossible to go through. Henry claims that is the reason they are going. He tells them to get ready to leave because he now knows a solution. In Eisen's mansion, a chilling Hararian sees that Henry has visited him. Bro literally didn't knock yet. Henry claims he has a favor to ask while Eisen is not around. Hararian is willing to do it if it is for Henry. Anxious, Henry asks if Hararian and Byram can go on a hike with them. Hararian gets flustered, and Henry tells him that he will know why once they go there. That night they arrive somewhere, but they can't see a mountain. Henry informs Hararian and Byram that they will go to the Shahatra Mountains. Byram gets shocked. Henry asks Hararian not to tell anyone what he will discover. Henry then starts chanting a magic spell to teleport somewhere. Hararian gets flustered as the group gets covered in magic circles. He is surprised to see Henry as a wizard. Henry promises to give a detailed answer later. The group gets covered in an intense, bright light and disappears. The group arrives at the Shahatra Mountain entrance. Hararian gets nauseous, and Hegler offers a drink. Henry apologizes and confesses to being an unofficial wizard of the Empire. Hararian just didn't expect Henry to be one and to use Byram to cross the Shahatra Mountains. Henry asks Byram to take care of the carrier while they fight the monsters. Hararian worries, but Byram claims it was originally his job. However, he worries about the powerful monsters. Hararian swears Henry's group can take care of them. He uses the Eye of Ra on them and can't believe he is seeing Ben like this. Ben notices Hararian. A warrior's intuition is indeed sharp. Hararian worries about Byram's age and stamina. Hegler wonders what to do, and Henry leaves the task to him. The group starts to hike as Hegler carries the old priest. Henry tells them to gather so he can cast a spell. He then casts magic armor on everyone. They can immediately feel the spell's effect. This is the first time Hararian has run fast. Just then, something appears from behind, and Hararian warns everyone. The crustaceans use vibrations to hunt their prey, and the king advises them to stop moving. Hegler worries about how they can catch it. Ben assures them that it is fine if only one person moves. He tells them to stay put, and he brings out his aura sword. He runs toward the charging monster. Hararian warns Ben that it is dangerous. The monster opens its mouth wide, and Ben uses this as a chance to slice it in two. The monster's body splits apart and falls to the ground with a loud thud. Hararian is genuinely surprised. Hegler starts singing praises to his teacher. Henry now feels pressured to learn aura and come up with a special skill. Ben tells them to get moving. Hararian can't see the end, but Henry assures him that it is just a little bit further. Just then, Clever comes out and wonders if he can eat the monster's carcass. Henry tells him to eat it secretly. Everyone calls for Henry, and Clever stays behind to do some devouring. The group later arrives in front of a foggy area. Henry asks if this is a warning. Byram claims it is not only for humans but also for monsters in the area. Byram asks to be put down and tells everyone to step back as the old man takes action. He starts chanting, and Henry recognizes it as black magic and realizes that illusions are made by black magic. Byram ends his spell and stabs his staff into the ground. The fog starts to disappear, and Byram compresses it on his hand. He will hold onto it in the meantime while they pass and release it afterward. Now that there is nothing in their way, Henry tells them to continue moving with magic to save time. The next day, in the East Oasis city of Shaha, some desert people are praying to the Great Ra. They ask to be saved from hardship. Just then, the altar lights up, and figures of humans show up. They all materialize, and Hararian announces that he is back. The ones praying are shocked to see their king greeting them casually. They all ran to hug him. Henry can only smile. Later in the meeting, Byram wonders if Henry's plan will work. Henry can't say for sure, but he still asks for Hararian's agreement. Hararian wants to proceed with the plan because he knows Henry won't fail. He asks for his people, and they all agree with their king's decision. Henry commends their loyalty in this situation. Henry wonders what would happen if he had people like them in his past. He sets it aside for now and thanks Hararian for trusting him. He swears to bring back Shahatra at all costs. Back at the siege camp, some guards are talking about how the priests are resisting. One of them laughs at how pitiful the priests are. Just then, he feels something and starts wriggling in pain. The other guard checks on him, but he also experiences the same symptom. Their voices are also not coming out. The sand also starts swallowing them up. As they ask for help without a voice, they see Henry flying in the sky. Henry evilly smiles at them. At the capital of Shahatra Khan, Mordred reminds Benedict to make the preparations and leaves by teleporting. Benedict gets mad over Mordred's arrogance. He swears to get his hands on the king's sigil, and he will be done with Arthur's. He still can't believe that Arthur's wants Janus' powers. Benedict calls for Shula and orders her to assemble the soldiers for the war. Benedict will lead the war himself. That concludes part 9 of this recap. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. What will happen next? If you would like to see a part 10 of this manhwa, let us know in the comments section below. Till next time. At Shahatra George, Count Oscar leads his men to subdue the rebels. Henry watches them leave and decides to get going too. He smirks as he recalls the plan from last night. The first plan is a feint operation, where two forces will attack the cities of Sultan and Caliph. However, the attackers in Sultan are only for diversion, while the ones going to Caliph are the main force. Count Tarian tries to pin the role of bait on Count Oscar, but he gets ignored. Henry can see that the two avoid the role because they would rather make greater contributions than this. Eisen and Henry signal each other. Eisen exclaims that he will go to Sultan as a diversion. The two counts appreciate Eisen's volunteerism. The two smirk, as they will have a bigger share of achievement credits. Henry laughs as he calls the Count fools. Eisen comes and wonders if the plan is proceeding well. Henry thanks Eisen for his generosity in conducting the meeting with the Counts. He further claims that Eisen is the one who should cut Benedict's throat. Eisen laughs and announces the start of the real meeting. In the Tower of Ra, Benedict meditates and can see the soldiers marching toward them using the Eye of the Desert. As long as he is in the tower, no one can escape the eyes of Ra. He can see a lot of forces attacking him already. He gets mad because they are underestimating him. He plans to take them on later. Just then, he sees Eisen and the Shonen forces. He wonders if they are creating a diversion by going to Sultan. He plans to protect the Caliph first because it has more attackers than Eisen's troops. Benedict orders his men to take arms and head to the Caliph. Meanwhile, Count Oscar thinks that capturing Benedict is easy. His army continues sieging the Caliph until the walls crumble. Count Oscar orders his men to charge inside. One of the soldiers notices something and announces that Benedict has just arrived. Surprised, Count Oscar looks behind him and sees Benedict with his army. He wonders why Benedict is there already. He orders his soldier to abandon the siege and guard the rear. All the soldiers move out and point their arrows at Benedict. Benedict calls them ants and notices someone falling from the sky. Count Oscar makes a superhero entrance, landing with his great spear. His soldiers get excited seeing their commander take the front line. Benedict wonders who the enemy is in front of him. Count Oscar didn't say anything. Instead, he flaunts his beam spear gear pin, one of the best spears in the Empire that can adjust its length. Benedict finds Oscar's spear interesting, and he also shows something interesting. He raises his arm and gathers powerful energies. Count Oscar realizes it is the power of Ra, and he orders his men to be alert. The ground and walls start collapsing. Count Oscar can't believe what he is seeing. The tower falls in Count Oscar's direction, and Benedict is glad the area is now wide open. Just then, an arrow passes through Benedict and kills one of his men. Benedict can see the skill in that shot and asks for the shooter's name. Count Tarion has arrived to help Count Oscar. Benedict realizes that they are the supreme commanders. He activates the power of Ra and stomps on the ground. The ground suddenly splits, surprising the two counts. Benedict invites them for a game. Oscar frustratingly attacks, but Benedict goes missing. Benedict appears behind Count Oscar and attacks him with a powerful kick. Count Tarion fires multiple arrows, but Benedict casually dodges them. He wonders if they are done with their little tricks. He can't believe the people in front of him are named Grand Counts. He picks up Count Oscar's spear and throws it toward Count Tarion. Count Tarion dodges the attack. However, Benedict is hot on his tail and stomps him to the ground. He picks up Count Tarion's bow, and the Count can't believe that someone else can create the bowstring of Lilcia, the strongest bow in the Empire that uses the user's mana as a bowstring. Benedict then pulls up the spear as an arrow and points toward Count Oscar. He fires it off, and Count Oscar is dead for sure. However, the spear is destroyed. Benedict glares at the person who intervened. Ben appears from the dust. A few days ago, Henry presented to Eisen how the Shonen army would gain all credit for this mission. Eisen is proud of him for being thoroughly prepared. Eisen wonders who will go against the strongest desert warrior. Henry tells him not to worry since he has already prepared someone for it. Ben claims it is time for a player substitution. Benedict finds it interesting that the person in front of him has a familiar energy. He wonders what kind of tricks Ben will show, and Ben fires up his aura. A few days ago at the Shaha siege camp, Lisha, a messenger, reported to his commander that Benedict had received reports of the Shaha siege. The commander commends him and gives him a reward, a slash on his throat. The commander changes his appearance, and it turns out to be Ban. The siege forces are now wiped out, and Ben thanks Priest Byram for his illusions. Byram has put up illusions to confuse the rebels. He hopes Henry and the others can save Shahatra. Back in the present, Ben fires off a full aura slash toward Benedict. Benedict was totally caught off guard, and his soldiers got worried. He managed to block the slash. He claims Ban is interesting, but Ben tells him to stop talking the way he talks. Benedict gets mad and releases a sudden surge of energy. Everyone in the area gets blown away. Ben calls his murderous intent an empty shell. The two auras clash and negate each other. A furious Benedict leaps toward Ban. The two swords clash, and their energies are strong enough to cause an explosion. Ben fends him off and goes on the offensive with a smile. His speed is enough to frustrate Benedict, Benedict puts some power on his leg and kicks Ban. Ban counters with the same kick, and the two blast off each other. The two felt damage. Benedict claims Ban is not too bad, and he unleashes the power of RA. Ban sees that Benedict is getting serious. Just then, someone shouts at them to stop. Benedict can't believe he is seeing the Shaha forces right now. Ben informs him that the Shaha forces are already theirs. He mocks Benedict's overconfidence that he didn't notice anything happening. Benedict gets mad and covers his blades in flame. Ben gets worried as Benedict pulls out the sun's sword. He knows this is now a real battle. Benedict attacks Ban and calls him pathetic. Benedict swings his sword again, and everything bursts into flame in front of him. This is why Ben finds Benedict annoying. He thought he could take on Benedict's attacks, but the power of RA is indeed something else. Ban can see that it is the right time to use the scroll he brought, which he received from Henry. Benedict wonders if Ban got more tricks, and Ban rips the paper he had. A magic circle appears, and a jewel pendant comes out. Benedict breaks into a cold sweat and swears after seeing the jewel. As he wonders how Ban got the jewel, Benedict stomps his feet and kneels before Ban. Ban wonders what is happening as light and dust surround them. Ban cannot see Benedict anywhere. He wonders what the jewel is that Henry gave him. Hegler and the others celebrated as Benedict escaped. Ban wonders what happened to those who went to Sultan. Before Ban and Benedict met, Eisen and Henry arrived at Sultan. They can see that Benedict indeed went for Caliph. Henry then wonders if he can start his plans. He then asks a hooded man to do what he asks. It turns out to be Kale, the magician Henry defeated before. He still had the Narworm in his heart. He needs to follow Henry's instructions, or his heart will explode. Henry can menacingly smile at the helpless Kale. Kale gives the orders to his disciples, and they start chanting a spell that controls the weather. The rebel soldiers are confused by the sudden weather change. Kale gives the order to attack, and numerous thunderbolts fall on the city's stronghold. The soldiers try to run away from the thunderbolts, but it is all too late. Henry can see that it was more than enough. Hararian hands out a letter to be sent to the Sultan castle. The group goes inside and meets Badullah Sultan. He presents the captured rebels and asks for Hararian's mercy. Hararian knows they must have a reason for being disgraceful. Henry is glad that Eisen's contributions are going up after getting Shaha and Sultan. Just then, a magic circle appears above, and Henry asks Badullah for the jewel. It is the Sultan's tear, a symbol of the supreme commander of the Sultan army. He asks to borrow it for a while and throws it in the magic circle. He wants to let Benedict know about the current situation. Ban is still wondering what the jewel is. Meanwhile, at Duke Arthur's mansion, Benedict appears using teleportation magic. Duke Arthur tells him that he will send Mordred to help the rebels. He then asks for Janice's sigil. Benedict apologizes, as he didn't get to retrieve it. Arthur tells Benedict not to worry because he did expect a situation like this. He tells Benedict that he will send something that has equal value to Janice's sigil and will be useful. Benedict nervously thanks Arthur and leaves, using teleport again. Arthur tells his butler to tell Mordred to get ready. At Khan's rampart, showman forces gather. Eisen thanks Henry for his plans. Henry redirects the credit back to Eisen. Henry finds it weird that there are still no traces of Arthur showing up despite Benedict asking him for help. Eisen then shouts to start the siege. As they blow their war horns, Benedict appears before them with two hostages. He cuts the head covers, and Hararian is shocked to discover the hostages' identities. Hararian's wife, Selin, and mother, Venus. Hararian wonders why they are with Benedict. He suddenly gets dizzy and gets mad at Henry after the shonen forces promised to protect his family. Henry now knows why Arthur has been quiet. Benedict then asks for the king's sigil. Henry tries to calm Hararian down, but the king gets weak in the face of the sudden situation. Henry is worried that Hararian will make a hasty decision. They will fail if Benedict gets the sigil. Henry asks for more time for their answer, but Benedict wants it before the day ends. Henry is currently cornered. That night, Henry reports to Hararian that the three advisors didn't agree to hand over the sigil. Hararian is dead silent. Henry then reminds him that he needs to make a decision. Hararian is aware of what to say, but he doesn't want to give up on his family. Henry claims that he knows how Hararian feels, and the latter feels touched. Henry then asks to grant a request he wants to make. Hararian listens. Henry then leaves the camp and goes to the castle. Benedict is impressed to see flying magic. Henry claims that he came to give the answer. Benedict looks down on Henry's little magic. Henry then threatens Benedict that he won't be able to catch a glimpse of the sigil. Benedict then orders his men to bring out the hostages. Selin and Venus are later taken out, and Henry catches them. He checks on them, and Henry uses a spell to make them fall asleep. Benedict then asks for what he wants. Henry throws something at Benedict, and it reveals itself to be Raz and Janice's sigils. Benedict confirms that they are the real deal. Henry then orders Clever to take action. Clever then swallows Benedict. Benedict suddenly finds himself in a strange place and shouts for Henry's whereabouts. Henry laughs as he sees the helpless great general trapped inside a mimic's stomach. Henry then starts casting magic spells targeted at Benedict. Multiple magic circles appear inside Clever's subspace and launch magic attacks toward Benedict. Benedict gets bombarded. Henry asks Clever if Benedict is dead, but he is still alive. Henry just realized how hard it was to kill the desert general. Clever opens the way inside so Henry can finish off Benedict. Henry is impressed to see Benedict standing after the murderous attacks. Benedict gets mad and asks Henry to bring out his sword. However, Henry refuses because being a wizard is his main job. If Benedict survives his next magic attack, he will bring out his sword. Henry fires off more magic attacks and realizes that he has already used up too much mana. Just then, he sees Benedict rushing toward him. Benedict slashes Henry, who immediately uses a healing spell on himself. Benedict evilly smirks as he realizes that Henry is nothing. Henry brings out his sword. Benedict claims that he doesn't need the power of RA to kill Henry. The two then clash their swords. Henry's aura dissipates and turns it back on. He only had one chance. A confident Benedict rushes in, but Henry manages to block him with his sword. Henry recalls how he didn't accept his unlucky fate. His drive to live helps him awaken as a swordsman with core aura. Benedict suddenly notices the sword. Henry forces his way through and parries off Benedict. Benedict despairs as he sees Henry swing his sword. Henry slashes Benedict and seriously injures him. Seeing Benedict fall, Henry is glad that he won, but he also falls down with serious wounds. Back at Herarian's tent, the king is restless, waiting for the news. Just when he wonders why Henry is late, Clever appears behind him. He discovers Henry writhing in pain and his mother and wife on the floor. He immediately checks on Henry, who had a fatal injury. He uses the power of RA to save Henry. Henry's hand flinches, and he gets up while thanking Herarian. Herarian wonders if Henry defeated Benedict. Henry then shows the sigils. Henry then reminds Herarian about his personal request, and Herarian swears to accept it regardless. In exchange for a relationship with Shonan, Henry will teach the people of Shahatra magic. Meanwhile, Arthurs receives the report from Mordred that Benedict has suddenly disappeared. Arthurs realizes that this is a huge problem and orders Mordred to look into it. Mordred leaves the room. Arthurs wonders what is happening. Soon after, the Shahatra palace was taken back. Without a leader, the rebel army dissolved in an instant. Everyone cheers for the return of Herarian. Everyone celebrates seeing their king return. They all cheer for the great Ra's son. Back at the Empire, the three counts report back to the Emperor. The Emperor commends their contributions. Eisen claims that his loyalty will always burn the brightest for the Empire. The Emperor laughs out loud and mentions how Eisen should be promoted to a great marquis with Herarian's recommendation. Eisen accepts the honor. The Emperor then announces a great banquet. Eisen smirks as he thanks the Emperor. That night, Eisen laughed as he mingled with other nobles. Henry can see nobles who are both celebrating and despairing. Ban claims that is the nature of power. If nothing happens, nothing will change. Henry does agree that unexpected things happen. It is also their job to make sure the rising star becomes permanent in the sky. Henry smiles, and Ban notices how confident he is. If he isn't, then he won't be starting all of this. Henry then reminds Ban that he was invited somewhere. Ben freaks out and excuses himself. Henry then looks around and can still see filth around. He can only look at them for now. He puts down his wine glass and moves to do some work. In the Imperial Palace's garden, a guard and a maid are flirting with each other. Henry appears to disrupt them. The guard immediately salutes. Henry asks for the hero statue's location. The guard points in a direction, and a broken statue is lying in the corner. The guard excuses himself. Henry curses as he sees that the statue of the Empire's heroes has been neglected. Henry checks on it and finds an anklet that absorbs the Earth's mana. Henry simply touches it, and the anklet goes to Henry by itself. Henry then plans to search for the rest of the treasures. Meanwhile, a lonely Arthur receives a guest. It is the magician Draken. Draken wonders what is wrong, and Arthur tells him about Benedict's sudden and strange disappearance. Draken is getting impatient because they need Janice's sigil as soon as possible. Arthur sighs and tells Draken to stop getting worked up. Draken flinches and immediately apologizes. Arthur tells him not to worry because he has some insurance. Later, on the banquet hall's balcony, Henry finds the last of the treasures he hid before. He now plans to continue his next plan. The next day at Ten's mansion, the key figures of the group gather, and Henry arrives last. He went straight to the point and informed them that Eisen is now a marquis. As he gets a month of vacation, Henry tells the others about his next plan. As a reward, Million Company will now operate with the backing of the Shonen House. The original owner is happy. Ban wonders who they will deal with. Henry confesses that he had a deal with Herarian. Henry plans to buy the luxury goods Shahatra offers the palace and sell them to the nobles. Ben asks for the next client, and Henry claims it will be Fort Caliburn. Ben claims it will be hard to operate on a military base like Caliburn. Henry tells him not to worry because he was a soldier there before. He can now get the ingredients from the Forest of Evil. Henry also planned to expand their mercenary forces. Ten presents a list of trustworthy and talented people. Henry asks Ban to check their skills. For Saljera, Henry asks Hegler for a personal task. He gives Hegler 1 month to reach the level of a master. Hegler worries, but Ban agrees that Hegler can reach the level if he pushes himself beyond his limits. Henry remembers Ban's personal task and whispers it to him. Ban claims it would be fun to work on it. Henry then ends the meeting. Ten feels sad that he is not useful, unlike the others. Henry notices him and tells Ten not to be down. He mentions that he always needs a competent manager. Ten smirks as he agrees. Henry then plans to immediately go to his next plan. At the Shahatra Palace, Henry gets an audience with Herarian. He thanks Herarian for his recommendation letter. Herarian asks for his next plans. Henry directly tells him about his luxury goods business. Herarian worries that the quantity needed for trading is not enough. Henry offers triple payment for the goods Shahatra will sell, and they can use the money to produce more goods. Herarian worries that they are profiting too much. Henry claims it is his payment for Herarian's kindness shown to him. Henry then asks for the other deal. Herarian claims they still need talented people to be trained as wizards. Henry thanks him. His next plan is to improve the magic capability of Shahatra. Herarian then reminds him about their other promise. The two later arrive at the Temple of Janus under the palace. Herarian asks if Henry brought the required item. Henry then brings out a ring. Henry can now fulfill his promise to Hector. He recalls the time when he asked Hector to teach him swordsmanship. Hector asked for a condition, to make him live in the world again. Herarian then starts the ritual. He starts to chant black magic in front of the fountain. The underground temple shakes. Henry is surprised to see Herarian controlling a huge amount of black magic. Herarian finishes the chant, and someone appears from the dimension cracks. Janus appears and uses the ring to bring out Hector. Hector comments on how he missed breathing air. He commends Henry for keeping his promise. Henry exclaims that he would, and Hector smiles. Herarian asks what he told Henry before. Henry calls clever and brings out high-quality armor. Herarian continues the ritual, and the pieces of armor start linking toward Hector. Hector finds himself clad in armor. Herarian informs Hector that the armor is now his. He comments on how good it is. Henry then suggests checking it out. Hector wonders what to check, and Henry tells him it is his power. Somewhere in the Shahatra desert, Henry and Hector prepare for a duel. Hector can't believe that they are sparring. Henry also wanted to check his strength. He then goes first as he unleashes his aura. He leaps forward to attack, but Hector blocks him. Hector didn't even move a bit. He easily fends off Henry. However, Henry continues to fight back and charges Hector. Hector claims he has seen enough and does a full swing to attack Henry. Henry sweats as he knows he can't dodge it. Hector stops at the right moment, making Henry confused. Hector claims that their spar is over as he discovers that Henry didn't slack off after all. He exclaims how great his metal body is compared to his past body. Henry then asks if his aura was terrible. Hector denies that and calls Henry's aura fresh and foreign. He can see how Henry uses his aura. He claims Henry's methods are different from the normal swordsman's. Hector then decides to do some workouts because he feels stiff. Henry orders Clever to follow Hector in case he gets lost. Henry then plans to collect mana for now. Half a day later, Henry is able to manage both aura and mana at the same time. His circle is also improving and realizes that aura has a link to it. He plans to further train both aura and mana. Just then, Hector returns while running. He tells Henry that he killed a lot of monsters, but Clever suddenly became an egg. Hector explains that Clever was taking care of the killed monsters and suddenly glowed and became an egg. Henry is curious as to how many monsters Hector slayed. Well, it was around 500. Henry tells Hector not to worry because Clever is just evolving after eating a lot of monsters. However, Henry can't use the chest for now. He then decides to go back to the castle. Back at the palace, Herarian has brought out bodies that can be used as extras. A human-like monster Karun is the one most close to a human's appearance. Hector then tries to possess it, and was able to transfer his soul into it. Hector wakes up and feels a bit weird. However, he is quite satisfied. He laughs menacingly as he plans to drink a lot of alcohol and his monstrous mouth opens. Henry plans to use magic surgery later on him. Herarian then suggests testing other bodies, and Henry then notices something. Herarian explains that it is Shahatra's special incense that covers up the animal stench in the air. Henry wonders if it is one of the goods for trade. Herarian claims it is difficult to make, which is why they can't produce a large amount. Henry claims that incense can be a sensation. The word sensation makes Henry realizes something. He plans to use the incense against Arthur's. Meanwhile, Ban and Hegler are off for training. On the way, Hegler tells Ban how precious his family is to him. Ban tells him to forget that mindset. He then tells Hegler that they are on the training grounds now. However, Hegler's expression darkens as he sees an army in front of him. A man was expecting Hegler all along. Hegler asks Ban what this is all about. Hegler was a commoner who was hired as a knight by account. However, he finds out that the lord fell in love with his wife and almost did something dirty to Sona. Hegler nearly killed that lord. Ban confirms that the man in front of them is Count Diallo, the man whose legs Hegler broke. Hegler can't believe Ban is doing this. Ban claims they don't need a downer who didn't resolve his dirty past properly. Hegler realizes that he is being tested. Count Diallo exclaims that he will bring Hegler to the pits of hell. Hegler rushes in with a sword against a group of swordsmen. Despite being outnumbered, Hegler pushes through the group with his aura sword. Using his aura, he smashes the ground. He finds them slow compared to Ban. A soldier tries to run away, but he gets killed by Count Diallo's right-hand man, Wiper. Wiper tells them to get out of the way. Hegler sweats as he sees Wiper. Hegler gets quickly attacked, as Wiper doesn't want to hear his name coming out of a criminal. Hegler bleeds and kneels on the ground. Diallo commends Wiper and offers to make Hegler's family his slaves. Ben wonders if it is time to step in. However, he sees Hegler getting up with his sword. Hegler looks more murderous now that his family has been mentioned. Hegler then attacks Wiper. Wiper can feel that he is overwhelmed. Hegler cuts Wiper's sword and slashes his former boss with a killing blow. Diallo sees how Wiper is done and kneels on the ground. Ben finds it ridiculous that Hegler reached mastery in this situation. Diallo tries to converse with Hegler, but the knight looks like he is not up for it. Just then, Hector falls sideways, and Diallo laughs out loud, claiming that someone like Hegler can't do anything against him. Ben then presents a document showing that Eisen has pardoned Hegler for his crimes and that he now has the Shonen house's backing. Ben then crushes Diallo's family jewels for trying to covet someone else's wife. BNA hopes Diallo can live his life well as a cockroach. In the Caliburn fortress, a guard asks for a person's identity when they try to enter the fortress. Something comes flying beside the guard's throat, and he sees a familiar badge. Henry claims that it has been a while. Everyone talks about Henry's legendary feats as he walks inside the fortress. He worries as he faces the commander's office. Commander Iselin runs out of the office and launches a murderous attack on Henry. Henry quickly draws his sword and blocks the commander's attack. Iselin smirks as he sees that Henry didn't slack off. Henry comments on how Iselin's fierceness is as strong as ever. Iselin then invites Henry for a cup of tea. Iselin wonders what brings Henry back to Caliburn's fortress. Henry gets to the point and suggests a trading deal. Iselin frustratingly asks if Henry came, assuming that he will say yes. Henry confirms. The two continue to glare at each other. Iselin then agrees to open a spot for Henry. However, Iselin wants Henry to have a personal trade in return, to which Henry immediately agrees. Iselin laughs out loud and suggests drinking alcohol instead of tea. Soon after, Henry arrives at the Forest of Evil. He only has 1 month to become an archmage. He uses magic to boost himself to finish what he came for in half a day. Along the way, Henry encounters a lot of huge beasts. However, his aura is enough to pave the way. He can sense that more monsters are gathering. He then looks for the monster that can survive in a fire. Among the monsters that appeared, he finds the Paragon. The Paragon and the other monsters attack together. Henry uses this chance to show off his technique, the Sonic Cutter. The other monsters turned into meat, and the Paragon watched everything. Henry menacingly approaches the Paragon. He welcomes it to his team and puts it in a bag. The next day, Iselin gives out the trading papers to Henry. Just then, someone knocks on the door. Iselin claims that some really want to see Henry. His old friend, Ronan, gets in and greets Henry. Iselin gives the two time to catch up with each other. Ronan exclaims that he is now an intermediate master after killing monsters in the level 5 area. He got his aura after he calmed down. Henry then asks Ronan to keep what he will show him a secret. Henry starts showing his aura and asks if he passes as a master now. A flustered Ronan doesn't know, and Henry suggests having a spar. The two immediately clash swords on the training grounds. The two can feel how each other got stronger than before. Ronan then shows his true power. He attacks Henry with his sword clad in aura. Henry can feel the heavy blow after blocking it. The two continue overpowering each other until Henry's sword breaks. Henry then realizes how different his aura is and how useless it is against the real deal. Ronan smirks as he sees Henry's broken sword. He asks to end the spar and invites Henry for a drink. A few days later, Henry uses Albert as a test subject for his newly created incense. Albert is addicted and feels good smelling the incense. Someone comes, seeing that the pink swamp incense is effective. Henry feels bad seeing Albert like this. He pours the pink swamp down the drain. Henry threatens Albert to be honest, or all of his share of the incense goes to the toilet. Henry then shows the letter he wrote before, and Henry starts pouring out the pink swamp. Albert then exclaims that Count Alfred wants the egg of evolution, but he doesn't know how it works. He tells Henry to stop pouring the incense. Henry can see that Albert doesn't really know. Henry then asks about the contents of the letter, and Albert confesses that it is about a rebellion led by Duke Arthurs. Henry is genuinely surprised. It must mean the Shahatra revolt was just a ruse. He recalls Mordred asking for an item from Benedict before. He is sure that Albert won't know about it. Henry gets frustrated and pours out more of the incense. He can see that Albert is useless now. The addicted Albert cries as he stares at the toilet. He puts his head inside it and drowns himself. Henry finally perfected the pink swamp with the help of Shahatra's alchemy and his magic. He just needs to include it in the items for trade. He then looks to the side to see the Paragon, who got overused for getting the Black Tears. Black Tears is Henry's special growth elixir, but it has dangerous side effects. He pours it down his throat and uses magic to restrain himself. He starts feeling excruciating pain in his body. He feels like dying again. Soon after, a warm light appears, and Henry starts feeling it. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation around him. He opened his eyes and saw Elegon beside him. The baby dragon had been protecting Henry while he was in pain. Henry saw this as an opportunity to control the Black Tears with Elegon's help. He tried hard to control the elixir in his body and felt a surge of power. Henry groaned, breaking the chains that bound him. A magic circle formed on his chest. Henry dropped to the ground, realizing he had become an archmage. Elegon made a cute sound, asking if Henry was okay. Henry praised Elegon's healing ability. Now, Henry wondered what to do as an archmage. Later, in snowy valleys, Henry found a suitable area for a test. He landed and began casting a spell. His incantation created new energy as a magic circle appeared on the ground. When he reached the right point, Henry asked for the great architect's blessing. He completed the spell and activated the Rising Grand Mansion, which turned out to be a magic tower called Snow Tower. Meanwhile, at Shahatra Palace, King Hararian practiced swordsmanship with a bird that dodged his attacks. The bird emitted an ominous aura and dove at Hararian. Herarian managed to block the attack, but his sword broke into pieces. Henry appeared and praised Herarian's progress. The bird chirped, and armor pieces floated toward it, combining like robots. Hector asked how his strength remained despite changing bodies. Henry couldn't believe a revived person was acting like this. Henry informed Herarian about his finished product and invited him to discuss it. Herarian saw the pink swamp for the first time. It was an improved incense created by Henry, using magic and a secret recipe. The incense affected one's mana and created addiction. Henry planned to sell it to the nobles, which excited Herarian. Henry asked about his request to find talented people for wizard training. Herarian said he had gathered the needed individuals, but there was one problem. Henry became anxious. Later, at the palace annex, Henry and Herarian met a group of people. A man named Howl insisted on becoming an illusionist instead of a wizard. Henry sensed Howl's talented aura and wondered why he wanted to learn illusions. Howl explained his desire to experience snow without leaving the desert. The high priest assured him it was possible. Henry smiled and cast a spell, teleporting everyone to Saljura. The Shahatra citizens were amazed as Henry welcomed them into his snow tower. Upon seeing snow for the first time, everyone, including Howl, became flustered. Henry asked Howl once more if he still wanted to be an illusionist. Howl knelt, apologized to Henry, and Henry teleported everyone back to Herarian's palace with a flick of his fingers. Henry then sought Herarian's permission to use the annex as the training grounds. Herarian expressed concern about its adequacy, but Henry was content with it. Henry produced a scroll and announced that another instructor would be present in his place. After tearing the scroll, a teleportation scroll appeared. Henry instructed the students to welcome their new magic teacher, Lightning Kale. A man was trapped by a sword. Ben was searching for a man named Janus the Storm. Janus was famous because of his traps. Ben was angry at the idea of hunting such a useless man. Ben tried to recruit various people suggested by Henry, but they were all surprisingly weak. Ben asked Janus why he made traps in the mountains. Janus explained that his family was killed by a baron, and he was just trying to survive. Now Ben understood why Janus was there. Ben told Janus to run away as far as possible. Suddenly, a man flew in and killed Janus. Ben saw a white-haired man stomping on Janus. It turned out that Mordred Highlander was looking for Benedict. Ben confronted Mordred and asked why he was there. Mordred didn't recognize Ben because of his new appearance. Ben smirked and saw it as an opportunity to fight Mordred. They stared at each other. Mordred asked for Ben's name. Ben refused to reveal his identity and made fun of Mordred instead. Mordred became angry. They both emitted a threatening aura and clashed. Mordred vowed to kill Ben and rushed at him, while Ben smiled casually. Mordred attacked with his rapier, but Ben swiftly blocked it with his superhuman speed. The counter was so powerful that the ground cracked near Mordred. Mordred became anxious. Ben smirked and called Mordred slow. Mordred got startled when a terrifying person appeared. He activated his special weapon, the aura, and prepared to use his special move. His rapier, which he named Sapphire Rose because it looked like layers of blue rose petals, was surrounded by blue energy. Ben, feeling excited, saw Mordred's move and rushed towards him with his aggressive sword technique. Ben wanted to embarrass Mordred, whom he believed was protected. Ben jumped at Mordred and unleashed his powerful attack called Galaxy Downpour. The strong slash from his sword flew toward Mordred. Panicked, Mordred recognized the technique, clenched his teeth, and tried to defend himself. However, Mordred's rapier broke, and he couldn't handle Ben's attack. Soon after, Ben approached Mordred, who was lying on the ground. Ben repeatedly kicked him while asking if Mordred was just pretending. With a weak voice, Mordred asked if he was Ben. Ben reminded him that he was the only one who used aura like that in the entire empire. Ben got confused as Mordred started laughing eerily. Mordred thanked Ben, and strange tentacles emerged from Mordred's body. Ben was suddenly surprised to see a horrifying monster. Meanwhile, Count Tarion and Count Oscar were discussing their financial troubles after the Shahatra expedition. They talked about how Henry helped Eisen get his marquis position. Suddenly, a servant came to inform Tarion that an uninvited guest had arrived. Upon hearing that it was Henry, Oscar instructed the servant to bring Henry in. Henry barged into the room, and the two counts wondered why a vassal from Shonen had come without an invitation. Henry claimed that he came for a personal reason unrelated to the shonen family. He explained how he wanted his merchant group to distribute a special product from Shahatra. Oscar wondered if it was silk and spices meant as tributes for the imperial palace. Tyrion praised Henry for obtaining them. Henry expressed his gratitude and presented a gift specifically for them, the pink swamp. The fragrance of the incense filled the room, and the two counts felt an overwhelming sense of pleasure, as if they were in paradise. Tyrion exclaimed that the pink swamp was a fantastic item. Henry then revealed that the quantity available for trade was limited. Tyrion suggested that he could introduce it to the market for Henry, and Oscar agreed. Henry thanked them and distributed the remaining items he had. The two counts were delighted to receive them. Henry smirked wickedly as he gained new nobles addicted to the pink swamp. Back in Mushu, the blacksmith town, Henry paid a visit to Vulcanus. Vulcanus was pleased to see Henry and brought out a chest. Inside, Henry found a ring and a necklace. Vulcanus instructed Henry to try them on. After Henry put them on, Vulcanus told him to recite the phrase, "Sword out." Henry followed Vulcanus's instructions, and suddenly a magic circle appeared. Henry got surprised as he got a new attire. Henry felt overwhelmed as he examined a sword, a pair of gloves and boots, and a suit of knight armor. Vulcanus, the town's skilled blacksmith, had crafted a set of colt armor and sword using the special colt iron that Henry had provided earlier. Henry sincerely expressed his gratitude to the mayor of the blacksmithing guild, as he no longer had to carry a sword on his waist. Vulcanus was pleased to see Henry's satisfaction and presented him with another item, a personal gift. Henry accepted the sword and carefully unsheathed it. This particular sword was Vulcanus' sixth masterpiece, made from a poisonous alloy mixed with Henry's own blood poison. Henry could tell it was an exceptional weapon. Once again, he thanked Vulcanus, who then asked him to look after his children. Later, Henry ventured into the ominous forest of evil, where numerous monsters lurked in the darkness. Naturally, he immediately spotted the monsters and found himself surrounded by them. Henry was relieved that he could put the Colt set to the test. With the Colt sword in hand, he effortlessly cleaved the monsters in half. Suddenly, he sensed a hostile presence, despite initially believing he was alone. Henry activated his magic sight and searched for the source of the threat. To his surprise, he recognized a familiar face, Iselin, who was holding an unconscious individual. Iselin quickly noticed Henry's presence and swiftly approached him. Mistaking Henry for the Lich Knight due to his use of magic in the dark forest, Iselin addressed him as such. Henry hastily donned his armor and endured Iselin's powerful attack. Feeling the weight of the blow, Henry attempted to defend himself with a magic shield, but it proved ineffective against Iselin's onslaught. Exhausted and on the verge of defeat, Henry fell to his knees and contemplated surrendering. However, he summoned his remaining strength to cast a spell beneath Iselin, causing the ground to ensnare him. Iselin broke free and launched another assault on Henry, who saw this as an opportunity. Using multiple magic circles, Henry unleashed a blizzard cyclone, freezing Iselin in a solid block of ice. Curious as to why Iselin was in the forest of evil, Henry decided to bring him back. Later, within the confines of Caliburn Fortress, Iselin regained consciousness and frantically searched for the Lich Knight. Realizing he had been asleep, Iselin grew anxious about capturing the Lich Knight and could only vent his frustration through shouts. Upon returning to Ten's mansion after collecting the necessary ingredients, Henry pondered whether he should resume what he had previously postponed. His gaze fixated on an egg, contemplating what he should do next. Hoping that Clever would meet his expectations, Henry used rapid growth on the egg. The egg emitted a bright light as it hatched. At that moment, Clever greeted Henry weakly. Our Clever had transformed into a slime. Clever apologized for not yet fully absorbing all of Henry's magic power. He wobbled and requested more rest. Henry told Clever to come out when he was ready, and Clever entered Henry's dimension ring. Suddenly, Ten burst into Henry's lab and informed him about Ban. A patrol guard brought in an unconscious Ban, causing Henry to worry. He asked what had happened, but Ban was too weak to speak. In a flashback, tentacles emerged from Mordred and attacked Ban. Ben was shocked to see Mordred reborn as a repulsive monster. The tentacles struck Ban again, and he could still sense Mordred's hostility towards him. Ben decided to defeat Mordred once more and used his finishing move, Galaxy Downpour. An explosion occurred, causing the monster's tentacles to fall to the ground. The monster's body collapsed, and Ban laughed at it. However, one of the monster's tentacles transformed and released a deadly poison. Ban swiftly dodged it and realized its lethality. The tentacles regenerated, and Ban prepared for another fight. He charged forward and continued slashing the tentacles. As time passed, the sky grew darker, and Ban wondered if it was finally over. He felt the urgent need to inform Henry but couldn't move due to his severe injuries. Frustrated, he lost consciousness. Eventually, some people arrived and found Ban unconscious. Later, Ban woke up and discovered Elegon healing him. Ban then informed Henry that Arthurs had created a chimera, which was strictly forbidden by the magic tower. Ban was shocked that Arthurs had turned his only relative into a chimera. Henry revealed that Arthurs was planning a rebellion after the Shahatra rebellion. Ban pondered what to do next. Henry decided to first eliminate the nobles loyal to Arthurs and had already set up a cunning trap. That night, the wizard Draken reported to Arthurs, who was enjoying the beautiful night. Draken became anxious when Arthurs mentioned Mordred's death. Draken apologized, but one stern glance from Arthurs caused him to start coughing up blood. Arthurs lifted Draken using his supernatural powers, expressing disappointment in the failed transformation of Mordred into a chimera. Draken could only apologize. Arthurs took a sip of tea and then dropped Draken. Arthurs now realized that they couldn't create a true chimera without the power of Janus. He decided to take action on his own. Meanwhile, Herarion was peacefully sleeping beside his wife, Selen. Suddenly, Selen woke up upon receiving an order. The next day, Henry had a visitor from the Etherweather house. It was time for Henry to start his business. Shared, the second son of the great Marquis Alfred, came to introduce himself. Shared directly mentioned Henry's trading rights with Sahatra and the addictive pink swamp. Count Oscar and Count Tarion had shown it to Shared before, and ever since, he couldn't get the sweet smell out of his head. Henry smiled, seeing what he had hoped for. He informed Shared that the pink swamps were currently reserved. Shared panicked and asked for a small supply. Henry, acting like an anxious businessman, presented something different. He called it Pink Swamp 2, a smaller version but even more addictive. Shared thanked Henry with all his heart. It was only a matter of time before the Empire's nobles fell into Henry's hands. A few days later, members of the Empire's nobility gathered outside Ten's mansion. They all demanded the addictive pink swamp and Henry's presence. Henry appeared and asked them to follow him. The nobles were led to a room with a stage. Everyone complained about having to watch a play. Henry clapped his hands, and servants brought in pink swamp with small treats. Henry asked everyone to take their seats, and they complied easily. Suddenly, Henry started an auction, surprising the nobles who only wanted the pink swamp. With an evil grin, Henry declared that no pink swamp would be sold unless all the items in the auction were sold out. Everyone had no choice but to participate, and the auction proceeded smoothly. Henry thanked everyone, who left with conflicted expressions. Ben wondered how much Henry had gained, and Henry, playing the villain, claimed he had enough to control the country's economy. The money was never the nobleman's to begin with, and Ben agreed. Henry stated that the bait had been laid out. It didn't take long for Henry to receive a loud and rowdy visitor. Henry checked who was shouting from outside. The man introduced himself as Walfred, the first son of the great Marquis Etherweather. Henry had caught the wrong fish. Henry quickly explained that the pink swamp was out of stock. Walfred's expression turned dark, and he threw a box containing Pink Swamp version 2. He accused Henry of profiting from a secret auction with some nobles. Intrigued by the situation, Henry decided to provoke Walfred further. He apologized and claimed that he needed to make more money because he only had a few pink swamps left. Walfred gritted his teeth and threatened Henry. He summoned his spirit named Cillian by stomping his foot. Henry pretended to be shocked and knelt on the ground, apologizing. He continued acting terrified, and a bird swooped in to attack Walfred and Cillian. Walfred got injured and fell unconscious. Henry wondered where the bird had come from. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Walfred had fainted. His spiritual circuit was damaged when his spirit was destroyed. Taking a closer look, Henry recognizes Hector. Hector quickly transformed into his knight form. Henry asked what was happening, and Hector, feeling flustered, explained that Henry was in danger. Henry then inquired about what to do with Walfred, who had fainted like Yamcha from Dragon Ball. Henry made plans to take Walfred to Eisen, which confused Hector. Hector claimed that the Etherweather had threatened him with their sword. Henry promptly brought an unconscious Walfred to Eisen. Eisen became angry upon hearing what had transpired. Henry began acting as if he were scared, crying and trembling. Eisen grew furious that his vassal had been attacked and dumbly asked how to handle the situation. Henry grinned evilly and suggested demonstrating the capabilities of the Shonen family to everyone. Shortly after, Eisen stormed into Marquis Alfred's mansion, like an enraged father confronting his son's bullies. Eisen demanded that Alfred come out, and Alfred rushed out, calling Eisen mad. Alfred noticed his son lying on the ground and quickly checked on Walfred. He demanded answers from Eisen. Eisen then asked for forgiveness, claiming that Walfred had threatened his talented vassal who excelled in acting. However, Walfred pointed out that Henry was deceiving Shared, leading him to take action. Alfred raised his arm and slapped Walfred, declaring him crazy. Alfred was also angry that Walfred had lost face. Eisen deemed them pathetic and warned them not to threaten his trusted vassal again, threatening to eradicate their bloodline. Alfred took offense to this. Henry praised Eisen, stating that his acting skills matched Alfred's. Henry was truly skilled at fooling Eisen. Later that afternoon, Ban burst into laughter upon learning that Eisen and Alfred had become enemies. However, Henry claimed that it was not enough compared to what they had done to his past self. He knew Alfred would seek revenge, and Ben asked if it was a territorial battle. Henry closed his book, satisfied that everything was going according to his plan. Ben expressed confidence that the three of them were sufficient. Henry saw this as an opportunity to target Alfred directly. He proposed settling down and becoming independent from Eisen. Ben worried that they still lacked talented individuals, and Henry asked him to find someone suitable. Ben grew irritated, recalling the people he had hunted before. Suddenly, Ben was surprised upon seeing a document. Henry declared that the person mentioned in the document would be their strength. Ben eagerly accepted the mission. Henry knew that more blood would be on his hands in the future. There was no turning back. This was his revenge. Meanwhile, in Shahatra, Hararian approached the temple of Janus with a sacrificial offering. Selen suddenly appeared and asked to accompany him. Hararian warned her that it would be dangerous, but Selen insisted because she was worried about his well-being. Hararian felt grateful for marrying someone like her and lovingly embraced Selen. However, Selen was being controlled by Arthurs, who had kidnapped her during the rebellion. The couple entered the temple, and Selen acted amazed. Hararian initiated the ritual and presented a live boar as an offering. Dark magic swirled around, and Janus emerged. Arthurs was astonished to see Janus for the first time. Janus then glared at Selen, startling Arthurs. Janus transported Arthurs to a different dimension, leaving him flustered by the sudden change in environment. Janus interrogated him, causing Arthurs to tremble in fear. Janus realized that Arthurs coveted his powers and decided to share the same opportunity with Hararian. Janus approached Arthurs and began bestowing his powers upon him. At Draken's laboratory, Draken conducted experiments on individuals using his new magical spells. He expressed his astonishment at the weakness of humans. Suddenly, Arthurs appeared and seemed pleased to see the lifeless bodies. Draken was surprised by Arthur's sudden arrival. Arthurs then utilized his newly acquired powers on the deceased bodies, causing them to open their eyes and rise to their feet. Meanwhile, Alfred harbored a grudge against Eisen, who had ruined both of his sons. One had become addicted while the other had suffered great humiliation. He requested an audience with the Emperor, who inquired about Alfred's presence. Alfred promptly mentioned the trading of pink swamp from Shahatra. The Emperor expressed his interest in trying it, and asked Alfred what he wanted to convey. Observing people's growing obsession with it, Alfred suggested that a harmful substance might be mixed with the pink swamp. The Emperor then presumed that Alfred's son had also fallen under its enchantment. Alfred felt offended and held Eisen responsible. Consequently, the Emperor decided to inspect the incense himself, as he possessed knowledge about incense. He instructed his men to fetch Eisen and obtain the pink swamp. Eisen swiftly reported after employing a teleportation scroll and brought the incense along. The Emperor questioned why it had been concealed from him, but Eisen could not provide an answer. Disregarding Eisen, the Emperor requested someone to light up the incense. Eisen glanced at Alfred, referring to him as food in his thoughts, as Henry had already prepared for this situation. Eisen ignited the incense, and the Emperor began to relish its pleasant aroma. At that moment, Alfred realized something, and his expression worsened. Upon returning home, Alfred vented his anger by berating Eisen. A servant informed him of a guest's arrival. Henry entered the room and greeted Alfred. Naturally, Alfred became furious upon seeing Henry's face. Henry produced a box and revealed a pink swamp. Alfred questioned whether he was being mocked, but Henry explained that Shared needed it. Henry further clarified that Alfred was already aware of the pink swamp's uniqueness. It possessed a special magical essence that would cause a person's body to deteriorate if not inhaled occasionally, especially affecting the spiritual circuit. Alfred seethed in silent anger as Henry departed from the room. Alfred shouted, but Henry only heard it as music to his ears. This marked the beginning of Henry's revenge against them, and he wanted everyone to anticipate it. Back at Ten's mansion, a young man eagerly ate some meat on skewers. Henry wondered how long Hector would keep eating. Henry was relieved that the plastic surgery he performed on Karun, a monster with human-like features obtained from Herarian, had been successful. Now the Karun was possessed by Hector. Henry instructed Hector to go to Shahatra because he had promised to train Herarian to become the desert's sword. Hector complained and asked if they could go after dinner, like a child. Just then, Henry's ring flashed, and Clever emerged from it. Clever landed directly on Hector's face, causing Hector to panic. Henry explained that he had control over Clever, and the creature settled down and transformed into a teenager resembling Hector. Clever greeted Henry and revealed that it had evolved into its final form, Prime Mimic, after resting well. Henry realized that Clever had absorbed some of Hector's aura through its ability called Devour, which allowed it to copy anything it consumed. Excitedly, Henry asked if Clever could imitate anything it had consumed before, and Clever confirmed it. Hector then opened a portal and instructed them to go to Shahatra first. A Shahatran noticed the portal and was surprised to see Henry. The Shahatran bowed and wondered if Henry had come because of the incident. Henry inquired about the incident, and the servant explained that Ellen had fainted after visiting the temple of Janus. Henry became anxious all of a sudden. Henry soon discovered that Ellen had been unconscious for the past few days. He requested permission from Herarian to heal Ellen, and Herarian agreed. Elegon then examined Ellen for any abnormalities. Ellen opened her eyes and wondered where she was. Her worried husband quickly embraced her. Later, in another room, Henry asked Herarian about what had happened. After Ellen fell unconscious, Janus said something incomprehensible to Herarian. Herarian couldn't fully understand the language of the gods and could only memorize their words. Henry realized that it wouldn't be an easy problem to solve. Suddenly, he remembered the incomprehensible chants of the High Priest Byram when using illusion magic. Henry asked Herarian for permission to learn Shahatra's illusion magic, believing that it would help him decipher the language of the gods. Herarian was worried about entrusting something important to an outsider, but he believed in Henry's abilities. Thus, Herarian agreed to have Byram teach Henry illusion magic. Henry then shared the information he had discovered from Albert, revealing that Shahatra was just the beginning. Naturally, the king of Shahatra was shocked. Henry then disclosed the fact that Arthurs was planning a rebellion against the empire. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation around him. He opened his eyes and saw Elegon beside him. The baby dragon had been protecting Henry while he was in pain. Henry saw this as an opportunity to control the black tears with Elegon's help. He tried hard to control the elixir in his body and felt a surge of power. Henry groaned, breaking the chains that bound him. A magic circle formed on his chest. Henry dropped to the ground, realizing he had become an archmage. Elegon made a cute sound, asking if Henry was okay. Henry praised Elegon's healing ability. Now, Henry wondered what to do as an archmage. Later, in snowy valleys, Henry found a suitable area for a test. He landed and began casting a spell. His incantation created new energy as a magic circle appeared on the ground. When he reached the right point, Henry asked for the great architect's blessing. He completed the spell and activated the Rising Grand Mansion, which turned out to be a magic tower called Snow Tower. Meanwhile, at Shahatra Palace, King Herarian practiced swordsmanship with a bird that dodged his attacks. The bird emitted an ominous aura and dove at Herarian. Herarian managed to block the attack, but his sword broke into pieces. Henry appeared and praised Herarian's progress. The bird chirped, and armor pieces floated toward it, combining like robots. Hector asked how his strength remained despite changing bodies. Henry couldn't believe a revived person was acting like this. Henry informed Herarian about his finished product and invited him to discuss it. Herarian saw the pink swamp for the first time. It was an improved incense created by Henry, using magic and a secret recipe. The incense affected one's mana and created addiction. Henry planned to sell it to the nobles, which excited Hararian. Henry asked about his request to find talented people for wizard training. Hararian said he had gathered the needed individuals, but there was one problem. Henry became anxious. Later, at the palace annex, Henry and Hararian met a group of people. A man named Howl insisted on becoming an illusionist instead of a wizard. Henry sensed Howl's talented aura and wondered why he wanted to learn illusions. Howl explained his desire to experience snow without leaving the desert. The high priest assured him it was possible. Henry smiled and cast a spell, teleporting everyone to Saljura. The Shahatra citizens were amazed as Henry welcomed them into his snow tower. Upon seeing snow for the first time, everyone, including Howl, became flustered. Henry asked Howl once more if he still wanted to be an illusionist. Howl knelt, apologized to Henry, and Henry teleported everyone back to Hararian's palace with a flick of his fingers. Henry then sought Hararian's permission to use the annex as the training grounds. Hararian expressed concern about its adequacy, but Henry was content with it. Henry produced a scroll and announced that another instructor would be present in his place. After tearing the scroll, a teleportation scroll appeared. Henry instructed the students to welcome their new magic teacher, Lightning Kale. A man was trapped by a sword. Ben was searching for a man named Janus the Storm. Janus was famous because of his traps. Ben was angry at the idea of hunting such a useless man. Ben tried to recruit various people suggested by Henry, but they were all surprisingly weak. Ben asked Janus why he made traps in the mountains. Janus explained that his family was killed by a baron, and he was just trying to survive. Now Ben understood why Janus was there. Ben told Janus to run away as far as possible. Suddenly, a man flew in and killed Janus. Ben saw a white-haired man stomping on Janus. It turned out that Mordred Highlander was looking for Benedict. Ben confronted Mordred and asked why he was there. Mordred didn't recognize Ben because of his new appearance. Ben smirked and saw it as an opportunity to fight Mordred. They stared at each other. Mordred asked for Ben's name. Ben refused to reveal his identity and made fun of Mordred instead. Mordred became angry. They both emitted a threatening aura and clashed. Mordred vowed to kill Ben and rushed at him, while Ben smiled casually. Mordred attacked with his rapier, but Ben swiftly blocked it with his superhuman speed. The counter was so powerful that the ground cracked near Mordred. Mordred became anxious. Ben smirked and called Mordred slow. Mordred got startled when a terrifying person appeared. He activated his special weapon, the aura, and prepared to use his special move. His rapier, which he named Sapphire Rose because it looked like layers of blue rose petals, was surrounded by blue energy. Ben, feeling excited, saw Mordred's move and rushed towards him with his aggressive sword technique. Ben wanted to embarrass Mordred, whom he believed was protected. Ben jumped at Mordred and unleashed his powerful attack called Galaxy Downpour. The strong slash from his sword flew toward Mordred. Panicked, Mordred recognized the technique, clenched his teeth, and tried to defend himself. However, Mordred's rapier broke, and he couldn't handle Ben's attack. Soon after, Ben approached Mordred, who was lying on the ground. Ben repeatedly kicked him while asking if Mordred was just pretending. With a weak voice, Mordred asked if he was Ben. Ben reminded him that he was the only one who used aura like that in the entire empire. Ben got confused as Mordred started laughing eerily. Mordred thanked Ben, and strange tentacles emerged from Mordred's body. Ben was suddenly surprised to see a horrifying monster. Meanwhile, Count Tarion and Count Oscar were discussing their financial troubles after the Shahatra expedition. They talked about how Henry helped Eisen get his marquee position. Suddenly, a servant came to inform Tarion that an uninvited guest had arrived. Upon hearing that it was Henry, Oscar instructed the servant to bring Henry in. Henry barged into the room, and the two counts wondered why a vassal from Shonen had come without an invitation. Henry claimed that he came for a personal reason unrelated to the Shonen family. He explained how he wanted his merchant group to distribute a special product from Shahatra. Oscar wondered if it was silk and spices meant as tributes for the imperial palace. Tarion praised Henry for obtaining them. Henry expressed his gratitude and presented a gift specifically for them, the pink swamp. The fragrance of the incense filled the room, and the two counts felt an overwhelming sense of pleasure, as if they were in paradise. Tyrion exclaimed that the pink swamp was a fantastic item. Henry then revealed that the quantity available for trade was limited. Tyrion suggested that he could introduce it to the market for Henry, and Oscar agreed. Henry thanked them and distributed the remaining items he had. The two counts were delighted to receive them. Henry smirked wickedly as he gained new nobles addicted to the pink swamp. Back in Mushu, the blacksmith town, Henry paid a visit to Vulcanus. Vulcanus was pleased to see Henry and brought out a chest. Inside, Henry found a ring and a necklace. Vulcanus instructed Henry to try them on. After Henry put them on, Vulcanus told him to recite the phrase, "Sword out." Henry followed Vulcanus's instructions, and suddenly a magic circle appeared. Henry got surprised as he got a new attire. Henry felt overwhelmed as he examined a sword, a pair of gloves and boots, and a suit of knight armor. Vulcanus, the town's skilled blacksmith, had crafted a set of colt armor and sword using the special colt iron that Henry had provided earlier. Henry sincerely expressed his gratitude to the mayor of the blacksmithing guild, as he no longer had to carry a sword on his waist. Vulcanus was pleased to see Henry's satisfaction and presented him with another item, a personal gift. Henry accepted the sword and carefully unsheathed it. This particular sword was Vulcanus' sixth masterpiece, made from a poisonous alloy mixed with Henry's own blood poison. Henry could tell it was an exceptional weapon. Once again, he thanked Vulcanus, who then asked him to look after his children. Later, Henry ventured into the ominous forest of evil, where numerous monsters lurked in the darkness. Naturally, he immediately spotted the monsters and found himself surrounded by them. Henry was relieved that he could put the Colt set to the test. With the Colt sword in hand, he effortlessly cleaved the monsters in half. Suddenly, he sensed a hostile presence, despite initially believing he was alone. Henry activated his magic sight and searched for the source of the threat. To his surprise, he recognized a familiar face, Iselin, who was holding an unconscious individual. Iselin quickly noticed Henry's presence and swiftly approached him. Mistaking Henry for the Lich Knight due to his use of magic in the dark forest, Iselin addressed him as such. Henry hastily donned his armor and endured Iselin's powerful attack. Feeling the weight of the blow, Henry attempted to defend himself with a magic shield, but it proved ineffective against Iselin's onslaught. Exhausted and on the verge of defeat, Henry fell to his knees and contemplated surrendering. However, he summoned his remaining strength to cast a spell beneath Iselin, causing the ground to ensnare him. Iselin broke free and launched another assault on Henry, who saw this as an opportunity. Using multiple magic circles, Henry unleashed a blizzard cyclone, freezing Iselin in a solid block of ice. Curious as to why Iselin was in the forest of evil, Henry decided to bring him back. Later, within the confines of Caliburn Fortress, Iselin regained consciousness and frantically searched for the Lich Knight. Realizing he had been asleep, Iselin grew anxious about capturing the Lich Knight and could only vent his frustration through shouts. Upon returning to Ten's mansion after collecting the necessary ingredients, Henry pondered whether he should resume what he had previously postponed. His gaze fixated on an egg, contemplating what he should do next. Hoping that Clever would meet his expectations, Henry used rapid growth on the egg. The egg emitted a bright light as it hatched. At that moment, Clever greeted Henry weakly. Our Clever had transformed into a slime. Clever apologized for not yet fully absorbing all of Henry's magic power. He wobbled and requested more rest. Henry told Clever to come out when he was ready, and Clever entered Henry's dimension ring. Suddenly, Ten burst into Henry's lab and informed him about Ban. A patrol guard brought in an unconscious Ban, causing Henry to worry. He asked what had happened, but Ban was too weak to speak. In a flashback, tentacles emerged from Mordred and attacked Ban. Ban was shocked to see Mordred reborn as a repulsive monster. The tentacles struck Ban again, and he could still sense Mordred's hostility towards him. Ben decided to defeat Mordred once more and used his finishing move, Galaxy Downpour. An explosion occurred, causing the monster's tentacles to fall to the ground. The monster's body collapsed, and Ban laughed at it. However, one of the monster's tentacles transformed and released a deadly poison. Ban swiftly dodged it and realized its lethality. The tentacles regenerated, and Ban prepared for another fight. He charged forward and continued slashing the tentacles. As time passed, the sky grew darker, and Ban wondered if it was finally over. He felt the urgent need to inform Henry but couldn't move due to his severe injuries. Frustrated, he lost consciousness. Eventually, some people arrived and found Ben unconscious. Later, Ben woke up and discovered Elegon healing him. Ben then informed Henry that Arthurs had created a chimera, which was strictly forbidden by the magic tower. Ben was shocked that Arthurs had turned his only relative into a chimera. Henry revealed that Arthurs was planning a rebellion after the Shahatra rebellion. Ben pondered what to do next. Henry decided to first eliminate the nobles loyal to Arthurs and had already set up a cunning trap. That night, the wizard Draken reported to Arthurs, who was enjoying the beautiful night. Draken became anxious when Arthurs mentioned Mordred's death. Draken apologized, but one stern glance from Arthurs caused him to start coughing up blood. Arthurs lifted Draken using his supernatural powers, expressing disappointment in the failed transformation of Mordred into a chimera. Draken could only apologize. Arthurs took a sip of tea and then dropped Draken. Arthurs now realized that they couldn't create a true chimera without the power of Janus. He decided to take action on his own. Meanwhile, Herarion was peacefully sleeping beside his wife, Selin. Suddenly, Selin woke up upon receiving an order. The next day, Henry had a visitor from the Etherweather house. It was time for Henry to start his business. Shared, the second son of the great Marquis Alfred, came to introduce himself. Shared directly mentioned Henry's trading rights with Sahatra and the addictive pink swamp. Count Oscar and Count Tarion had shown it to Shared before, and ever since, he couldn't get the sweet smell out of his head. Henry smiled, seeing what he had hoped for. He informed Shared that the pink swamps were currently reserved. Shared panicked and asked for a small supply. Henry, acting like an anxious businessman, presented something different. He called it Pink Swamp 2, a smaller version but even more addictive. Shared thanked Henry with all his heart. It was only a matter of time before the Empire's nobles fell into Henry's hands. A few days later, members of the Empire's nobility gathered outside Ten's mansion. They all demanded the addictive pink swamp and Henry's presence. Henry appeared and asked them to follow him. The nobles were led to a room with a stage. Everyone complained about having to watch a play. Henry clapped his hands, and servants brought in pink swamp with small treats. Henry asked everyone to take their seats, and they complied easily. Suddenly, Henry started an auction, surprising the nobles who only wanted the pink swamp. With an evil grin, Henry declared that no pink swamp would be sold unless all the items in the auction were sold out. Everyone had no choice but to participate, and the auction proceeded smoothly. Henry thanked everyone, who left with conflicted expressions. Ben wondered how much Henry had gained, and Henry, playing the villain, claimed he had enough to control the country's economy. The money was never the nobleman's to begin with, and Ben agreed. Henry stated that the bait had been laid out. It didn't take long for Henry to receive a loud and rowdy visitor. Henry checked who was shouting from outside. The man introduced himself as Walfred, the first son of the great Marquis Etherweather. Henry had caught the wrong fish. Henry quickly explained that the pink swamp was out of stock. Walfred's expression turned dark, and he threw a box containing Pink Swamp version 2. He accused Henry of profiting from a secret auction with some nobles. Intrigued by the situation, Henry decided to provoke Walfred further. He apologized and claimed that he needed to make more money because he only had a few pink swamps left. Walfred gritted his teeth and threatened Henry. He summoned his spirit named Cillian by stomping his foot. Henry pretended to be shocked and knelt on the ground, apologizing. He continued acting terrified, and a bird swooped in to attack Walfred and Cillian. Walfred got injured and fell unconscious. Henry wondered where the bird had come from. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Walfred had fainted. His spiritual circuit was damaged when his spirit was destroyed. Taking a closer look, Henry recognizes Hector. Hector quickly transformed into his night form. Henry asked what was happening, and Hector, feeling flustered, explained that Henry was in danger. Henry then inquired about what to do with Walfred, who had fainted like Yamcha from Dragon Ball. Henry made plans to take Walfred to Aizen, which confused Hector. Hector claimed that the Etherweather had threatened him with their sword. Henry promptly brought an unconscious Walfred to Aizen. Aizen became angry upon hearing what had transpired. Henry began acting as if he were scared, crying and trembling. Aizen grew furious that his vassal had been attacked and dumbly asked how to handle the situation. Henry grinned evilly and suggested demonstrating the capabilities of the Shonen family to everyone. Shortly after, Aizen stormed into Marquis Alfred's mansion, like an enraged father confronting his son's bullies. Aizen demanded that Alfred come out, and Alfred rushed out, calling Eisen mad. Alfred noticed his son lying on the ground and quickly checked on Walfred. He demanded answers from Eisen. Eisen then asked for forgiveness, claiming that Walfred had threatened his talented vassal who excelled in acting. However, Walfred pointed out that Henry was deceiving Shared, leading him to take action. Alfred raised his arm and slapped Walfred, declaring him crazy. Alfred was also angry that Walfred had lost face. Eisen deemed them pathetic and warned them not to threaten his trusted vassal again, threatening to eradicate their bloodline. Alfred took offense to this. Henry praised Eisen, stating that his acting skills matched Alfred's. Henry was truly skilled at fooling Eisen. Later that afternoon, Ban burst into laughter upon learning that Eisen and Alfred had become enemies. However, Henry claimed that it was not enough compared to what they had done to his past self. He knew Alfred would seek revenge, and Ban asked if it was a territorial battle. Henry closed his book, satisfied that everything was going according to his plan. Ban expressed confidence that the three of them were sufficient. Henry saw this as an opportunity to target Alfred directly. He proposed settling down and becoming independent from Eisen. Ban worried that they still lacked talented individuals, and Henry asked him to find someone suitable. Ban grew irritated, recalling the people he had hunted before. Suddenly, Ban was surprised upon seeing a document. Henry declared that the person mentioned in the document would be their strength. Ban eagerly accepted the mission. Henry knew that more blood would be on his hands in the future. There was no turning back. This was his revenge. Meanwhile, in Shahatra, Hararian approached the temple of Janus with a sacrificial offering. Selen suddenly appeared and asked to accompany him. Hararian warned her that it would be dangerous, but Selen insisted because she was worried about his well-being. Hararian felt grateful for marrying someone like her and lovingly embraced Selen. However, Selen was being controlled by Arthurs, who had kidnapped her during the rebellion. The couple entered the temple, and Selen acted amazed. Hararian initiated the ritual and presented a live boar as an offering. Dark magic swirled around, and Janus emerged. Arthurs was astonished to see Janus for the first time. Janus then glared at Selen, startling Arthurs. Janus transported Arthurs to a different dimension, leaving him flustered by the sudden change in environment. Janus interrogated him, causing Arthurs to tremble in fear. Janus realized that Arthurs coveted his powers and decided to share the same opportunity with Hararian. Janus approached Arthurs and began bestowing his powers upon him. At Draken's laboratory, Draken conducted experiments on individuals using his new magical spells. He expressed his astonishment at the weakness of humans. Suddenly, Arthurs appeared and seemed pleased to see the lifeless bodies. Draken was surprised by Arthur's sudden arrival. Arthurs then utilized his newly acquired powers on the deceased bodies, causing them to open their eyes and rise to their feet. Meanwhile, Alfred harbored a grudge against Eisen, who had ruined both of his sons. One had become addicted while the other had suffered great humiliation. He requested an audience with the Emperor, who inquired about Alfred's presence. Alfred promptly mentioned the trading of pink swamp from Shahatra. The Emperor expressed his interest in trying it and asked Alfred what he wanted to convey. Observing people's growing obsession with it, Alfred suggested that a harmful substance might be mixed with the pink swamp. The Emperor then presumed that Alfred's son had also fallen under its enchantment. Alfred felt offended and held Eisen responsible. Consequently, the Emperor decided to inspect the incense himself, as he possessed knowledge about incense. He instructed his men to fetch Eisen and obtain the pink swamp. Eisen swiftly reported after employing a teleportation scroll and brought the incense along. The Emperor questioned why it had been concealed from him, but Eisen could not provide an answer. Disregarding Eisen, the Emperor requested someone to light up the incense. Eisen glanced at Alfred, referring to him as food in his thoughts, as Henry had already prepared for this situation. Eisen ignited the incense, and the Emperor began to relish its pleasant aroma. At that moment, Alfred realized something, and his expression worsened. Upon returning home, Alfred vented his anger by berating Eisen. A servant informed him of a guest's arrival. Henry entered the room and greeted Alfred. Naturally, Alfred became furious upon seeing Henry's face. Henry produced a box and revealed a pink swamp. Alfred questioned whether he was being mocked, but Henry explained that Shared needed it. Henry further clarified that Alfred was already aware of the pink swamp's uniqueness. It possessed a special magical essence that would cause a person's body to deteriorate if not inhaled occasionally, especially affecting the spiritual circuit. Alfred seethed in silent anger as Henry departed from the room. Alfred shouted, but Henry only heard it as music to his ears. This marked the beginning of Henry's revenge against them, and he wanted everyone to anticipate it. Back at Ten's mansion, a young man eagerly ate some meat on skewers. Henry wondered how long Hector would keep eating. Henry was relieved that the plastic surgery he performed on Karun, a monster with human-like features obtained from Herarian, had been successful. Now the Karun was possessed by Hector. Henry instructed Hector to go to Shahatra because he had promised to train Herarian to become the Desert Sword. Hector complained and asked if they could go after dinner, like a child. Just then, Henry's ring flashed, and Clever emerged from it. Clever landed directly on Hector's face, causing Hector to panic. Henry explained that he had control over Clever, and the creature settled down and transformed into a teenager resembling Hector. Clever greeted Henry and revealed that it had evolved into its final form, Prime Mimic, after resting well. Henry realized that Clever had absorbed some of Hector's aura through its ability called Devour, which allowed it to copy anything it consumed. Excitedly, Henry asked if Clever could imitate anything it had consumed before, and Clever confirmed it. Hector then opened a portal and instructed them to go to Shahatra first. A Shahatran noticed the portal and was surprised to see Henry. The Shahatran bowed and wondered if Henry had come because of the incident. Henry inquired about the incident, and the servant explained that Ellen had fainted after visiting the temple of Janus. Henry became anxious all of a sudden. Henry soon discovered that Ellen had been unconscious for the past few days. He requested permission from Herarian to heal Ellen, and Herarian agreed. Elegon then examined Ellen for any abnormalities. Ellen opened her eyes and wondered where she was. Her worried husband quickly embraced her. Later, in another room, Henry asked Herarian about what had happened. After Ellen fell unconscious, Janus said something incomprehensible to Herarian. Herarian couldn't fully understand the language of the gods and could only memorize their words. Henry realized that it wouldn't be an easy problem to solve. Suddenly, he remembered the incomprehensible chants of the High Priest Byram when using illusion magic. Henry asked Herarian for permission to learn Shahatra's illusion magic, believing that it would help him decipher the language of the gods. Herarian was worried about entrusting something important to an outsider, but he believed in Henry's abilities. Thus, Herarian agreed to have Byram teach Henry illusion magic. Henry then shared the information he had discovered from Albert, revealing that Shahatra was just the beginning. Naturally, the king of Shahatra was shocked. Henry then disclosed the fact that Arthurs was planning a rebellion against the Empire. Apparently, Arthurs was also creating chimeras by experimenting with humans. It was so strong that even a sword master like Ban struggled. Herarian was surprised that Arthurs was successful in creating chimeras, but Henry assured him that it was incomplete according to Ban. The Desert King got anxious knowing that Arthurs might mass-produce such monstrosities soon. Henry suggested preparing for a stronger weapon, and he also needed to learn illusion magic. Soon after, Henry attended Byram's lecture. However, Byram only discussed Shahatra's history for hours. Henry slammed his desk and asked Byram if he could directly learn illusion magic now. Byram explained that to learn it, Henry must know the origins first. Henry asked for the method, not where it came from. Byram's reaction made Henry realize that Byram was hiding something about illusion magic. Byram then pulls out a book and throws it on Henry's desk. While Henry is confused, Byram claims that it is a book of illusion magic and starts to chant something. The book started floating and exuded a dark aura. The room has been covered by illusion magic, and the book started flipping while showing some images. Byram visualized the contents of the book with illusion magic. To learn illusion magic, Henry just needs to memorize the contents of the book in order. Henry gulped, realizing how thick the book was. The book dropped to the desk, and the illusion of magic disappeared. Byram then claimed that simply memorizing the contents is entirely different from understanding them. That is why he taught Henry history first. Byram smiled as he continued his lecture, and Henry's face now represents the faces of all struggling students in the world. Meanwhile, at Arthur's mansion, Alfred got frustrated that the Emperor was also now a victim of the Pink Swamp. The night before, Alfred barged into Eisen's office with an enraged expression. He challenged Eisen to a territorial battle. However, Eisen is confident that he can win it regardless. He inquired as to what Alfred would wager. Alfred agrees to it, and puts his golden lands into stakes while wanting Henry's head. And now, Alfred is here at Arthur's mansion to ask him for help. Arthur's appeared, and of course, Alfred bowed to him. After hearing Alfred's story, Arthur's claimed that he shouldn't postpone his plans anymore because the time had finally come. Alfred got flustered. Arthur's planned to use the territorial battle as the starting point of his plan. The next day, Henry met up with Eisen, who was happy to see him. Henry wondered why Eisen summoned him. Eisen confessed that he accepted Alfred's challenge for the territorial battle, news that shocked Henry. However, this is all according to his Kikaku. He also shared that Alfred bet on the 3 golden lands. Henry was genuinely surprised this time. He recalled that these lands were all Alfred's financial sources. Eisen then claimed to have bet Henry's life in exchange. He smiled as he just made Henry's value equal to the 3 golden lands. Without a doubt, Henry wanted to kill Eisen at this moment. Later at the Snow Tower, Henry concocted a smelly potion that even Elegon didn't like. We can recall that Henry found the evolution egg. Thanks to the pink swamp-addicted Shared, Henry learned that he can grind the egg like herbs and extract its essence. After mixing with strong mana, one can get the effect of evolution once drinked. Well, a bitter medicine means it is effective. Henry then stared at our cute Elegon, who was confused. Elegon then realized that the potion was for him. Henry forced open Elegon's mouth and poured the potion into its mouth. Elegon's body suddenly glows, and Henry keeps his distance. Henry watched intently as he wished Elegon to be a spirit king. He felt like he was playing a gacha game right now. However, Elegon turned into an egg again. Meanwhile, at Draken's dreary laboratory, the mad scientist had prepared enough specimens and was just waiting for Arthur's. Just then, Arthur's appeared with Walfred, Alfred's first son, and introduced him to Draken. Walfred heard about Draken's human transformation skills and confessed that he wanted to get stronger so he could crush Henry. Draken then agreed and asked Walfred to follow him. Arthur's then turned his gaze to the specimens Draken had prepared and used dark magic on all of them. Everyone started wriggling in pain as Arthur's welcomed them as his new slaves. He then heard Walfred shouting in pain until he came out from somewhere. Arthur's discovered him crawling on the floor, asking for help because his body had turned weird. Arthur's reminded Walfred about his father's expectations. Draken covered Walfred's mouth and dragged him back somewhere. Arthur's wore a grimacing smile as he watched another slave being made. Another day at Ten's mansion, and another revelation is made by Henry that he was the disciple of the renowned Great Wizard. Of course, Ten was surprised to hear such news so early in the morning. He also opened a portal wherein architects and workers poured out to repair the city walls. Henry casually tossed the document to Ten and claimed that he was doing these things to reduce the damage of the war. He informed Ten that the 2 mayors were already there and had left to do something else. Ten was left alone and confused. Ten soon met up with Vulcanus and Hars, who were also surprised to learn about the news of Henry being the great wizard's disciple. Vulcanus knew Henry was special from the start. He then wondered if Henry was trying to prepare for an upcoming war. Ten have shared the contents of the document about the chimeras. He also brought out cards that they could tear during an emergency. At the Snow Tower, Henry continued studying illusion magic, but he is having a hard time understanding everything in such a short time. The battle will start in 2 days in the Tehran region, bordering Eisen's and Alfred's territories. He knew Alfred would hold Eisen in place while Arthur's used that chance to attack the Imperial Palace. The walls were being fixed now, and all that was left was to install teleport gates. Henry's remaining problem was Elegon turning into an egg. As he tried to look around for a book about spirits, he accidentally pushed the egg. The egg suddenly glowed, strong enough to emit light outside of the tower. 2 days later, soldiers gathered in the plains of the Tehran region. Henry can see that their forces were depressed. He wanted them to survive, and he will let them live in a world with better lives. Meanwhile, at Alfred's side, Walfred is also prepared for something. The 2 marquises shouted their battle cry, and the 2 forces charged at each other. During the battle, Alfred got distracted by a spirit egg. Eisen used this chance to attack Alfred. The 2 continued their clash as the spirit kept glowing. Alfred then noticed something wrong, and he shouted as the egg exploded. Henry evilly smiled, knowing that it was now awake. He recalled that Elegon gained a new trait during its evolutionary phase. When the egg receives an impact from outside, it stops its evolution with an explosion and annihilates the enemies outside. The soldiers got flustered when they saw a dragon on the battlefield. Everyone tried to run away, but the dragon let out a breath and melted everyone on its path. Alfred's soldiers are now in a state of panic, but one person's shout got their attention. Henry heard the shout and discovered a familiar lion spirit taking on Elegon. Henry wondered how Walfred could summon a spirit again. However, Elegon was stronger than Walfred's spirit. Elegon then prepared another acid breath, and Walfred could only fall to the ground while shaking. He can only be prepared for what will come, and Elegon fired off its acid breath, leaving only a pool of acid on the ground. Elegon continued using its acid breath on the soldiers, and Henry can see their victory. Just then, something pierced Elegon from the back. A monster with tentacles suddenly appeared on the battlefield. A person stuck on the man's head shouted at the top of his lungs, "A chimera has finally appeared on the battlefield." Walfred screamed as he emerged as the chimera. Henry checked on Elegon, who got injured. Elegon reverted to its baby form. Henry commended its efforts. He then noticed soldiers hiding behind a cart. Everyone was surprised by the sudden appearance of the chimera. As they wondered what monstrosity loomed behind them, it started grabbing the soldiers one by one with its tentacles. It opened its mouth and yes, ate them. Henry calmed himself down. He brought out his sword and armor, which he got from Vulcanus. He can't believe that Alfred let his own son go through a chimera procedure. He swore to make Walfred's death swift and painless. Henry's sword started making electrical discharges, and the bright skies suddenly turned dark. Lightning struck Henry's sword and charged it with more power. Henry then took a stance and used a blink skill. He appeared in front of Walfred and used his technique, named Roar of the Thunder God. A slash of electricity pierced through the tentacles, and the chimera fell to the ground. Henry leaped over it and attacked the chimera one more time. With his sword stabbed into the chimera's head, Henry summoned more lightning to attack the chimera. Walfred finally got knocked out as the chimera's body got fried. Henry backed off, and Walfred's spirit appeared. It whined, and Walfred woke up. Henry can see that Walfred is getting his senses back now that he is on death's doorstep. However, a tentacle suddenly attacked the spirit and ate it. Henry can't believe Walfred's chimera body got back up after eating his own companion. Seeing that Walfred really turned into a monster, Henry got serious. He clapped his hands once as he activated Wizard's Domain, and multiple magic circles appeared. The Wizard's Domain is an attack method that rains down magic until Henry exhausts all his mana. He wondered if Walfred could survive this attack. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, the place is currently being attacked by some of the members of the Ten Swords. They are Kara's Lasher, Elfrin Leja, Lupin Sharift, and Crowell Shima, respectively. The Emperor is still chilling in the pink swamp, and the doors burst open. Crowell claimed that he came to pledge his loyalty to the Empire. He ordered the others to kill everyone except for the Emperor. He then hailed Arthur's Etherweather as the new Emperor. Back on the Tehran battlefield, Henry smiles as he attacks with an Earth Element attack. However, Walfred blocked it. Henry told Walfred to check his back, and more magic circles appeared. Henry wondered if Walfred could survive the next barrage. A huge thunderbolt struck Walfred and fried him for the second time. Henry can see that Walfred is still moving. He cancelled Wizard's Domain and approached Walfred as he brought out his Colt sword. Walfred tried to move once more, but Henry beheaded him, declaring that it was now over. Henry then looked around and discovered the mess on the battlefield that he and Walfred had caused. He suddenly remembered something and wondered if they were not dead yet. On the other side of the battlefield, Eisen, who was unaware of his surroundings, got attacked by a spirit. He kneeled on the ground as Alfred approached him. He claimed that it is now just between them since everyone is dead. Eisen got back on his feet and claimed that he would send Alfred to the afterlife. The two then charged at each other one more time, but a sword interrupted their attack. Henry appeared, and Eisen is happy to see him alive, but Alfred feels otherwise. Henry slashed Alfred, and Eisen excitedly commended him. Henry turned to Eisen and also slashed the man that he treated as his master. Eisen is surprised. The heartbroken master asked why Henry had done this to him. Henry then ended Eisen's life and thanked him for everything. Back at the Imperial Palace, the Emperor was so high that he didn't even know what was happening in front of him. He ordered Crowell to bring out more pink swamp, but of course, Crowell declined. The Emperor tried to lash out, but Crowell slapped him. Lupin warned Crowell that they needed the Emperor alive and ordered his men to take the fat Emperor away. Just then, a loud sound came from the doors. Ben appeared with other masters and laughed at Crowell's team for calling them the 10 Great Swords. He claimed he brought in the originals. Lupin immediately recognized Behold, the first sword. Behold charged at them with his flaming sword and attacked Lupin. Meanwhile, Crowell got stabbed by McDowell, the third sword, who reminded Crowell that he wouldn't ever stand a chance against the original. McDowell then threw Crowell aside and killed the rest of Crowell's men. Crowell got back on his knees, and McDowell is impressed that he is still alive. Crowell asked for mercy, but a lightning bolt suddenly fried Crowell. A portal appeared, and Henry came out, glad that he was not late. Ben excitedly ran to him, and Behold and McDowell couldn't believe that Henry was younger than they had expected. Henry can see that the two haven't changed at all and thanks them. He also thanked Ben for bringing the two with them. Henry then told them to finish what they had started. The Emperor finally woke up and discovered Henry looking down on him. Henry kneels on one knee and starts to recall the young Emperor. He felt at fault for not guiding his friend's son to a better path. He felt responsible for ending everything. Henry got back up and brought out his cold sword. The Emperor tried to ask to be spared, but Henry coldly swung his sword. Blood splattered, and the Emperor is now dead. Henry can only apologize to his dead friend. Lord Gillian, the current Magic Tower Master, has discovered them in the throne room. Behold greeted Lore, and the latter asked what happened. Later, inside the Imperial Magic Tower, McDowell scolded Lore and his men for being oblivious to what was happening in the palace. Henry calmed him down and claimed that the magic might have a reason, like Arthur's asking them to be neutral. Lore got flustered that Henry knew. The sword masters glared at Lore. Henry then introduced himself as a disciple of the Great Wizard. Lore wondered if Henry was speaking the truth. Henry then mentioned that all of Henry's previous disciples only reached the 6th circle, and claimed that he would be reaching the 7th circle with the power left to him by his teacher. What a lie from the Great Wizard himself. Everyone fell into silence, and soon the wizard started laughing out loud. Lore asked Henry not to joke around with his elders. Henry surprised him with a forward step and asked them to move back with a menacing tone. The wizards watched Henry silently as he stomped his foot. A wish enriched with mana appeared, and Lore got shocked to see the Great Wizard's legacy that they were looking for. Wizard, the only artifact in the world that can accumulate mana. Henry grabbed it, and planned to absorb all the mana that he generated in his previous life. A green light touched his forehead, and the tower glowed in green. Henry finally reached the 7th circle. Lore trembled in astonishment, and kneeled before Henry along with the other wizards. Henry then told Lore that he would continue his teacher's will and become the new leader of the Magic Tower. Lore immediately complied. Henry then ordered them to abandon the royal palace's Magic Tower and move to the one that he had built. Lore and the others are shocked. Henry planned to erase all traces of the Empire. He ordered them to hurry up and pack all their things. He will attack the whole Imperial Palace in 2 hours and turn everything into ashes. Later that night, at Arthur's mansion, Arthur conducted a meeting with his allies. He asked Kington, a Lord Knight, what happened to the 10 Swords members who attacked the Imperial Palace. Just then, a runner named Bellion came in and reported that the Imperial Palace was gone, surprising Arthur's. Kington thought Bellion was joking around, but Arthur's checked on the situation himself. He ordered the others to bring out their teleportation scrolls. The named nobleman disappeared from Arthur's meeting room and arrived at the Imperial Palace. However, all they saw were ruins. Just then, someone noticed something on top of a tower. A head staked in a spear looms over the flustered nobleman. Arthur's expression darkens as he looks at Silver Jackson's head. Soon after, news about a new empire being born spread to the masses. It is now called Ania after Silver Jackson was killed and his palace destroyed overnight. The people just knew that Arthur's took over after wiping out everything and declaring Highlander the new capital. However, the people don't care who becomes the emperor and just continue with their lives. At the Highland Royal Palace, Arthur sat on his throne. He reiterates that all of the Imperial Palace is gone, along with the Magic Tower and its wizards. He feels remorseful for the wizards who turned tail after they broke their promise to stay neutral. He does recall that the wizards are Henry Morris fanatics. He knows that there is only one reason for their actions: revenge for their great master. Arthur suddenly stood up and declared his first order as emperor. He wanted everyone on the continent to become his subordinates, or they would face war. The dukes and marquises were shocked and worried. He also added the order to exterminate all wizards on the continent. Kill those who resist and spare those who surrender. Meanwhile, at the Shahatra Palace's training grounds, Herarian is working hard to improve his swordsmanship. Hector, in sparrow form, corrected his steps and movements. Henry can't believe that they are communicating well. Henry then approached Hararian with the good news. He shares how the Empire has fallen with a huge smile. Hararian and Hector are flabbergasted to know that the Emperor also died. The two are bombarded with news related to Aizen's death and Arthur's stepping in as the new Emperor. The two are totally shocked that they fell unconscious for a while. Hararian now wonders what to do next, and Henry reminded him that they formed an alliance. However, Hararian worries that the two of them can't go against the Empire's entire army. Henry then informed him that they were not alone. Henry snapped his fingers, and portals opened behind him. Hararian was surprised to see famous people appear out of nowhere. They are as follows: Ju Sagang, the Chowan tribe's leader from the nation of warriors; Hela, the Blood Iron Empress from Emerus, the country of women; Hongwul, the Princess of Sari, a minority of talented people; and Dole, the head of Jaebang, the country of Eastern people. Henry visited them in advance and persuaded them to form an alliance. Being a seven-circled wizard and the new magic tower master made things easy. Moreover, creating chimeras for war was something the other nations couldn't ignore. Henry wanted to create one united country with their gathering. Henry wanted to win the battle with the Empire. Hararian can only stare at Henry's determined face. His determination is so high that it blinds Hararian's eyes. Henry wonders what Hararian will do, and the Desert King immediately joins the party. Just then, something appears in front of Henry. It was the emergency call card he gave Iselin. He wondered what was happening at Fort Caliburn. Henry immediately met up with Iselin and told him that he was the great wizard's disciple. Iselin apologized for being useless against Arthurs in their war. Henry claimed that it was fine as long as Iselin protected Fort Caliburn. Iselin thanked Henry for his words and asked to follow him. The two arrived at a basement, and Henry was surprised to see black amniotic acid. Iselin claimed that this only meant one thing. Henry sweats as he mentions how the Demon King might have resurrected. Iselin mentions how a new Demon King gets born after one is killed. It makes its way to the surface through the gaps in hell. Fort Caliburn, the Empire's top special force, is in charge of monitoring the gaps and stopping the Demon King from coming out. Iselin shared the news that the monsters nearby are getting stronger, and even mutated ones keep appearing. Henry now remembered why Iselin was in the Forest of Darkness before. Henry's head aches with this new predicament. Iselin then confesses that he can't stop the Demon King alone. He wanted the war against Arthurs to end early, and to immediately make preparations against the Demon King. Henry swore to solve things within 3 months. Soon after, Arthurs received reports that their 5 envoys had gone missing after being sent to allied nations. Arthurs now has a valid reason to wage war on them. Just then, a Sori minister named Wusa came for an audience. Wusa thought that going up against the Empire was pure madness. He came to represent himself, not Sori. He then confessed that a wizard had come to Sori. The wizard had the same name as the dead Great Wizard and claimed to be a disciple of Henry Morris. Arthurs got surprised. He knew things were going awry when Henry came out of nowhere. Wusa then shared more information about the Magic Tower Wizards and the united country formed by 5 allied countries. Arthurs twitched and laughed out loud. He glared at Wusa and ordered his men to kill the old minister. He claimed that it was just fair to kill him since their own envoys were also killed. Wusa claimed that he came as an informer. Arthurs claimed that Hararian can read Wusa's mind anytime, so it is wise to kill him immediately. Arthurs thought that it was just one of those revenge cliches, and he didn't expect things to get interesting. At the Snow Tower, Henry held a meeting with the leaders of the allied nations. Hongwul is worried that she hasn't seen Wusa for days. Henry shared the information that Arthurs formed 10 armies that he could call out at any time. Everyone falls silent upon hearing that they have 100,000 soldiers. Henry claims that a head-on battle is impossible and shows them a map. Hararian and the others are surprised that Henry invoked illusion magic. Henry explains that it will be hard to win in Shahatra despite having a deep mountain range. However, Jaebang is different. To be able to visit other countries, the Empire must go through Jaebang first. Jaebang is going to be the Empire's first target. Hearing that, Dole wonders what to do. Henry's only solution is to go against them head-on. Everyone suddenly got anxious. Henry cancels his illusion magic and starts telling them his plan. Henry won't call it a winning plan, but when the allied nations lure the 100,000 soldiers into close combat, Henry will ambush the capital and take Arthur's head. Hararian claims that they can easily turn the tables in that case. Everyone then follows suit to agree with Henry's plan. However, Hararian is worried about the nearby cities like Vivaldi, Enkelman, and Mushu. Henry informs them not to worry since he has a signed agreement between the three cities and skilled technicians are working on something called the spinning wall. A few days later, at Vivaldi, Duke Lockpeller attacks alongside 10,000 soldiers. They charge toward the city, and Mayor Vandy watched from the top of the walls. He orders the archers to fire their arrows, and the Imperial soldiers fall one by one. A soldier successfully climbed the wall, but Vandy orders his men to push a contraption. The huge wheels then activate the wall's contraption. Imperial soldiers start falling again. Vandy lets out a victorious laugh and proudly presents the spinning walls. That night, Arthurs and Draken interrogate a prison guard, looking for the King of Punishment. The guard didn't want to tell them anything and got killed. Life's End is the prison that holds the worst criminals, and the one who rules over them is Balak, the King of Punishment. Arthur needs such a person on his force. An armored man suddenly grabs Draken and chokes him. The man wonders why the Emperor brought a monster with him. Arthur finally gets to meet Balak and wonders if what he is holding is the famous Black Punisher. Balak confirms that only he can wield it and wonders why Arthur's is there. Arthur's then shares the news about the Eurasia Empire's demise and Silver Jackson's death. Balak flinched, and Arthur's asked him to avenge the person who took him in. Balak throws Draken aside and swears his loyalty to Arthur's. Arthur's orders him to go to the new empire to show justice to the world. Balak then orders his men to leave with him, abandoning the prisoners in the dark prison of Life's End. But that's where this video ends. Remember to like and subscribe. Unfortunately, this is the last part of this series for now. We will continue once more chapters of the manhwa are released. You can check out our other videos. A new series will start soon. Here is a small recap of the last 2 chapters we've covered and then we'll get right in part 12. Henry and the commander are having a conversation. The commander tells Henry that if he had known he was in a war with the Arthurs, he would have come to help them. Henry tells him that there's no need to apologize. The commander takes Henry to a certain room and tells him that they should get to the point. He shows him the black amniotic fluid, which Henry recognizes even before the commander could say what it was. The commander tells Henry that the Demon King will resurrect, and no matter how many Demon Kings they slay, one will always resurrect. He tells him to come after the war with the Arthur's ends so that they can make preparations to kill the Demon King when it resurrects. Wusa goes to visit the king of the Ania Empire to ask him to be his informer because he doesn't want to side with Henry in being a part of the fight against the Arthurs. The king listens to Wusa but later orders his death because he doesn't want anyone to enter his mind and learn that Wusa is working with him. At the Snow Tower, Henry is meeting with the other wizards, and he presents his plan to them. He first shows them the map and tells them that he will share his plan in detail. Princess Hongwu worries about Wusa and asks Juasa, but he tells her that they're unable to track him. Henry tells the wizards that, though calling the plan winning might seem exaggerated, it will work. He plans to ambush the empty capital, taking Arthur's head while 10,000 Imperial soldiers are lured into close combat by the united country in J-Bag. Everyone agrees, and concerns about other cities like Vivaldi's safety are addressed. Henry assures them he's signed a joint agreement and ordered the construction of a spinning wall. Imperial soldiers attack Vivaldi but are defeated. Attempting to climb the walls, they lose their grip as Vivaldi soldiers spin the wall around. The Ania king visits the prison for Balak, terrorizing guards with Draken until Balak appears. Balak agrees to accompany the king and avenge King Silver Jackson, pledging loyalty, while Draken is tasked with caring for the other prisoners. A few days later in J-Bang, when the Imperial army arrived, they built a fortress called the Holy Tower. Inside the tower were the peace devotees of St. Hall who had surrendered and allied with Arthur, the paladin of the peace religion Lozier, and the only saint of the peace religion Irene. The Imperial Knight Kington Porum told Irene and Lozier that the star of the battle in J-Bang was in their hands and instructed them to give it their all to ensure the peace region remained in its state. Irene brought her hands together and suggested starting with a prayer. The people gathered and prayed with Irene, and as they prayed, a light surrounded the fortress. From a distance, Henry stared at it and remarked that he wasn't expecting divine power. An elderly man behind him commented that divine power is forbidden in war and speculated that the Pope must have gone mad. Henry instructed the old man to activate the magic circle they had made earlier inside the walls. The elderly man and his friends started the magic circle, and Henry decided to test the power of the saint. Protected by a shield, he flew above the fortress and chanted a spell to summon a meteor. The people in his group were shocked, with one asking if he really just said, "Summon meteor," and questioning the nature of the magic. The older man explained that it was a spell that literally summons a meteor. Observing the meteor approaching, the people in the fortress and the army wondered what was happening. Irene and the people inside the fortress started praying to their goddess Irene for protection. Despite the shield, Henry fired more meteors at them. The people held on to hope, trusting in the power of the saint and priest, believing that with them, they were invincible. Henry Morris returned to his people and acknowledged their resilience in withstanding his attacks. He marveled at Irene's powers, stating they were incredible. He then turned to the people, suggesting that now that they had demonstrated comparable powers to the saint, it was enough as a greeting. Walking away, he ordered them to unleash all their magic attacks on the enemy once he was gone. He called forth wisdom, a staff, and informed the old man that he had stored a large amount of mana and wisdom to withstand the attacks. Declaring his intention to bring back Arthur's head, Henry's friends expressed their belief in him. He then teleported away. He teleported into the Highlander Imperial Palace. The guards looked up, questioning his identity. Henry Morris identified himself and issued a warning that he planned to burn the place down in a minute. He urged them to run if they wanted to live. The people gasped at his words, realizing he wasn't bluffing. They started running toward the door, and Henry smirked at their retreat. However, his smirk vanished when he heard a man claiming to know him as the disciple of a rebel. The man on the throne, smirking, suggested they witness Henry's skills. Two men in robes emerged and stood in front of the king as a shield. Henry muttered about the bother and then shouted, "Sword out, quartersword!" Drawing his sword with armor on, he raised it to the sky, yelling, and "Roar of the thunder god!" Lightning appeared in the sky, shocking the robed men. Thinking he had defeated them, Henry declared it was too easy. Yet, when he took a clear look, he saw two beings standing before him. In disbelief, he wondered what they were. The king explained they were the Pin and Limb brothers, creations from life's end, enhanced through surgical procedures. The king revealed they were his masterpieces, created alongside chimeras. Henry yelled at the king to shut up, expressing his disinterest in the names of those destined to die. Arthur, the king, informed him about black mithril, a metal that blocks magic. He revealed injecting it into the brothers, rendering magic useless against them. As the two figures approached Henry, he drew his sword, seeking confirmation that magic wouldn't affect them. Suddenly, energy surrounded Henry's body as he explained his unique magic to Arthur. He mentioned his aura was a blend of knight's aurora and a wizard's magic, making it different. Henry swung his hand, chains emerging and connecting with the figures' torsos. Snapping his fingers, lightning struck them, and Henry declared it was over. He then addressed Arthur, explaining that it showcased the power of a magic knight who could use both aura and magic. Henry confidently stated that even an army of black mithril soldiers wouldn't stop him. Arthur appeared bothered as he observed Henry. He remarked that it seemed the disciple was better than the teacher. Addressing Henry, Arthur inquired about the source of his anger, asking if it was related to his teacher. He explained that their connection wasn't one of blood but that of a mere student and teacher. Henry, running towards Arthur, replied that if he was curious, he should ask his teacher in hell. He lunged at Arthur, screaming for him to die, attempting to stab him. However, it felt like his sword passed through a fog, surprising Henry. Arthur smirked, telling Henry that he would love to play with him longer but now wasn't the right time. He instructed Henry to take the Empire, claiming he didn't need it, and then disappeared into thin air. Henry dropped his sword on the floor, staring at the empty throne, bewildered by what had just happened. Meanwhile, Henry's soldiers continued fighting, encouraging each other not to cower. Henry teleported back to his base, his shoulders sagging. The soldiers walked towards him, and Henry apologized for failing his quest, causing the soldiers to gasp in surprise. He promised to explain the details after the war. At that moment, a short brown-haired boy named Hector appeared. Henry questioned Hector about his whereabouts, and Hector explained that he got lost. He grabbed Henry's hand, urgently telling him that Arthur might have conducted a chimera experiment in Life's End, attempting to create a chimera army. Henry pressed him for more information, and Hector shared his encounter in Life's End, where a prisoner revealed Arthur's plan to create an army of chimeras. The prisoner pleaded for help and died after their conversation. Processing the information, Henry understood that Arthur's true goal wasn't unification but building his army. He walked to the edge of the house, deep in thought. His friends turned to him, and the old man asked what he planned to do. Henry replied that he would end the war immediately. He extended his hand to the sky, and the army in the fortress stared up, questioning what was happening. At Henry's base, one of the old men explained that Henry was using illusion magic. Another old man added that he was attempting to share a memory with them. They watched the events in the palace with King Arthur. After showing them his memories, Henry introduced himself through the illusion, revealing that he was Henry Morris, a disciple of the deceased great wizard. He explained his long pursuit of Arthur, detailing Arthur's involvement in black magic, illegal human experiments, including chimera experiments, and how Arthur abandoned the throne and fled during their fight. Henry informed them that the Ania Empire no longer existed, as the emperor they served had disappeared. The reason for pointing swords at their opponents had vanished as well. The illusion faded after Henry urged them to stop the war and go home. Saint Irene and Priest Logis were devastated upon hearing the news that they were helping someone who was using black magic and making chimeras instead of fighting against them. Irene knelt on the floor, crying, as they gave up on the war. Meanwhile, the soldiers wouldn't believe that there was no emperor to defend anymore. The people were in disbelief at what they had just watched. The news that the saints and priests had given up on the war reached the army, prompting them to drop their weapons and return to their respective homes. Hector looked at the retreating backs of the soldiers and remarked that the war had ended in vain. Henry turned to his friends, concurring with Hector that the war had indeed ended in vain. However, he assured them that it was over, and as promised from the beginning, he would ensure full autonomy for each country. A red-headed male expressed discomfort with the situation, stating that it felt like he had been rewarded without doing any work. A lady beside him agreed, and Henry observed that they had good hearts. Addressing them, he explained that this would be the second war with Arthur, and if they helped see it through, things would become easier. The Sori and the Duquesne agreed to lend their assistance. Henry then turned to a very old man, assuring him that there was no need to pressure Bang to join them, as he already felt sorry for causing trouble in the Henuran plains during the approaching harvest. The older man thanked Henry for his consideration. Henry concluded by stating that he would visit the Imperial Army. At the Imperial Army camp, the Imperial Army commander, Kington Porum, drowned himself in alcohol, deep in thought about King Arthur's abandonment. Angry at Arthur for fleeing in the middle of the war, Kington was interrupted by a soldier entering his tent, informing him of a guest from Bang. Before he could respond, Henry entered the tent, greeting him. Kington, filled with anger, stood up with his cup in hand and yelled, questioning how Henry dared to step foot in the camp. Ignoring the commander's anger, Henry asked if he had turned to alcohol since he had nothing left. Kington demanded to know what Henry was trying to accomplish this time. Henry replied that there was still no reason to fight, but he remained cautious. He explained that he was there to make an offer. An offer? Questioned Kington. Henry explained that, with the emperor gone, they needed a new face to distract the citizens. Kington argued that changing an emperor wasn't as simple as a kid's joke. Henry reminded him that Arthur had changed it with ease. He then warned Kington that his concerns were nothing compared to what Arthur might do to the empire in the future. Henry urged them to choose a new emperor soon. Kington suggested that Henry should do it, but Henry stated he had no interest in the throne and instead recommended someone else. Henry went to Ten's mansion and informed him that Aenea's throne was empty, considering making him the emperor. Ten remained silent, and interpreting it as consent, Henry grabbed him and dragged him through a portal. In the meeting room of the Highlander Imperial Palace, Ten nervously introduced himself. Kington questioned if he was the emperor, and Henry, defending Ten, stated they should voice any problems directly. Henry explained his plan to disguise Ten as Arthur, maintaining stability until the war with Arthur ended. He instructed Ten to read a speech Arthur's had purportedly written, reassuring the people. Henry reasoned that such a speech would stabilize the economy and calm the public. The meeting attendees agreed. Henry then sought Arthur's location, summoning Scar, a frog-like creature, and asked for information. Scar revealed that he couldn't disclose Arthur's location due to being favored by a high-ranked person. Scar explained that revealing such information could jeopardize his existence. When Henry tried to guess the person's identity, Scar warned against it. An old man suggested obtaining the location of Draken Lodic, an anthropologist wizard suspected of betrayal. Scar confirmed he could provide this information. Later, Scar revealed that Draken had become a seven-circled wizard after consuming the devil fruit Gribble. Henry, surprised by another seven-circled wizard, learned Draken's current location, the southern Charlotte Plateau. Henry and his friends teleported to Charlotte Plateau, immediately finding themselves surrounded by vicious animals. Henry noticed the animals looking up, and upon doing the same, they saw Draken and Arthur's on chairs floating in the sky. Arthur spoke, mentioning his recently dispatched apostles. Henry inquired about the term, apostles, and Arthur's teased him, stating it wouldn't be fun to reveal the gift just yet. After bidding goodbye, the animals snapped out of their trance, growling at the group. Meanwhile, in Enkelman, a creature with tentacles and elf ears questioned Hars, who knelt before it, asking if he was the highest-ranked human there. Hars, trembling, replied affirmatively. The creature wrapped its tentacles around Hars' neck, but Hars revealed that he would be the one gone, cutting a call card in half. On the other side, Henry realized it was the call card he gave Hars, wondering what was happening in Enkelman. Just as an animal lunged at him, Hars fired and killed it, confirming it was over. As they walked, His Majesty informed Henry that he went to the temple to offer a sacrifice but couldn't find Janus. Henry questioned what he meant, and His Majesty explained feeling Janus's presence when he saw Arthur's, describing Janus as a god of darkness with a tyrant's personality. Before he could finish, someone patted Henry's shoulder, reminding him of the call from Enkelman. Henry opened a portal, and His Majesty decided to go with him, with the others joining. In Enkelman, they found Hars lying lifeless on the floor among others. Wondering who could commit such an act, they heard footsteps behind them. The person chanted, "All hail Arthur's, their god." Turning around, they saw the undead, realizing it was the gift Arthur's had spoken about. All the call cards Henry had distributed indicated that he was needed. At the Shahatra Palace lobby, Arthur's apostle Guslander caused chaos, creating an army of the undead. The high priest, wounded and angered, called out the creature for its role in the chaos. Guslander, furious at the name, corrected them, stating his name as Guslander. His tentacle moved toward the priest, and a lady intervened to save him, resulting in her death. Guslander then wrapped his tentacle around the priest's neck, lifting him and proclaiming himself as one of the 9 apostles spreading the lessons of Lord Arthur's. Henry and his friend arrived, and Henry informed Guslander that he was the present Arthur's sent for him. Guslander, curious about Henry's identity, threw the high priest to the ground and declared his allegiance to Arthur's, boasting about the power of Janus. He lunged at Henry to attack him, but Henry extended his hand, reversing gravity and making Guslander float in the air. Drawing out his sword, Henry struck Guslander down. Hector knelt beside the lady named Selene, who had saved the priest, crying. Henry then summoned Scar, asking for an explanation. Scar, crossing his arms, informed Henry about an unprecedented apocalypse, with only 30% of humans left. Confused, Henry asked Scar to explain further. Scar revealed that the 9 apostles of Arthur's were wiping out humans, and a purple flower infection turned people into zombies. Apart from the 30% of unaffected humans, the rest were either infected by the flower or bitten by other humans, turning into zombies and becoming blind believers of Arthur's, including the countries Henry had allied with. Henry remarked on the combination of divine powers, blind believers, and apostles, suggesting that Arthur seemed like some kind of god. Scar asked if Henry had heard of the one whose powers Arthur's was using, but Henry remained silent. Scar inquired about Henry's well-being, to which Henry did not provide a response. They arrived at Khan's Eye and entered the cave. Henry observed the surroundings, thinking about the cave's name, resembling a human eye. Continuing deeper into the cave, His Majesty turned to him and handed over the only divine item he possessed. Henry expressed gratitude, assuring him of its safe return after defeating Arthur's. Reminded of the other divine items, His Majesty chanted in a foreign language while pressing his hand on a wall, turning it into a doorway. They both stepped through. Upon entering, Henry felt a sudden fall and hit the ground in pain. Laughter echoed, and looking to the side, he saw Haribala Khan II on a throne. Haribala welcomed his longtime friend Henry Morris, and claiming Khan's eye could see anything in the desert, revealed knowledge about the god's divine item. Henry joked with Haribala to stop reading people's minds, to which Haribala laughed. Discussing Arthur's trick to gain Janus's power, Haribala mentioned Arthur's rebirth through a foreign power, admitting his weaker divine power compared to the apostles. Henry, tightening his fists, asked Haribala to lend him as many divine items as possible. The mention of a cost prompted a dead stare from Henry, but Haribala assured him it was a joke and emphasized the challenge of defeating Janus. Henry, frustrated, yelled, questioning how he could find a stronger god to believe in. Haribala stated that the god could be everywhere and always watching. As he disappeared, Haribala informed Henry that he would have to find the answers himself and waved, adding a note to take care of his son and check his pockets. He woke up to His Majesty shaking him, groaning in pain and disbelief that his old friend threw him out like that. His Majesty inquired about his success, and he replied that he had, thanks to him being able to borrow the divine items. While in pain, he felt something in his pocket, pulling out an egg and wondering what it was. Henry informed His Majesty that he needed to look for another god, requiring him to strengthen Ra's divine power as the representative. Deep in thought, he considered making Hararian, the son of Ra, the new sword of Ra and the desert general. At Mushu Bolkanu's mansion meeting room, Henry informed the people that, according to his findings, only Mushu and St. Hall, the Holy Land ruled by the Pope, avoided the attack. All countries were invaded by the apostles sent by Arthur's, leaving only 30% of humanity alive, with the rest either dead or turned into zombies. Henry assured them that he would make Mushu a home for all survivors and prepare for Arthur's next attack. Messages left by the apostles indicated that Arthur's would appear on Lizark Hills a month from now. Henry emphasized the need to find a god to counter Janus's power, and urged everyone to be prepared. Hector, wearing armor, approached Henry with a favor to ask. Henry, curious about why Hector was in the armor, learned that all bodies made for him had been destroyed in the fight against the apostles. Hector's attacks couldn't reach them, seemingly absorbed by something. Henry wondered why his attacks worked while Hector's didn't. Hector explained that the armor was all that remained, so he needed a new body with increased strength. He asked Henry to make him another one. Another person asked if His Majesty could help, but he explained that he couldn't, as he only achieved it with Janus's divine power. Henry advised Hector to find a new god while he went on his quest. His Majesty, preparing to accompany Henry, was stopped as Henry explained that he had a month to become the desert general after becoming Ra's sword. Advising His Majesty to stay and learn swordsmanship, Henry received the Ra's scale from his pocket, an item used to measure divine power traits. The needle pointed to the sun for Ra's divine power carriers and to the moon for Janus's. Thanking His Majesty, Henry opened a portal and left. Henry appeared in St. Hall, the Holy Land's temple. He met Saint Irene and told her to hold the Shalka. He watched the needle turn and concluded that the goddess of sun and peace has similar traits to the sun god Ra. When she asked him what it was, he replied. She then asked him what it said about her powers. Suddenly, the Pope appeared behind, asking whether he's the great wizard he has heard so much about. He introduced himself as Ross Borgia, the first Pope of the Holy Land, and said it's a pleasure to meet him. Henry turned and looked at him, saying it's an honor to meet the Pope. He introduced himself and Henry Morris as the only direct disciple of the previous great wizard. Henry, thinking that he wanted to test the Pope, took the shauka from Irene and made him hold it, not Irene. Henry gasped when they saw that the needle pointed towards the moon. When Ross asked what it meant, Henry lied, saying it meant his divine power is more powerful at night. Ross laughed, saying he should give his prayers more at night time. Then, Henry told the Pope that they currently have things planned ahead, so they should get going. The Pope replied he will see them later. After they left, the Pope spoke to himself, saying even if he's the great wizard, he's nothing compared to the almighty Lord Arthur's. Then he wondered how petty humans like him could understand the true extent of Arthur's divine power. He covered his face with his hands, and when he removed them, his elderly face turned into a young man's face with red eyes. Irene and Henry returned, catching the Pope red-handed. "I knew it, you slippery old man," said Henry. Irene angrily asked the Pope how dare he call himself the Pope when he's been corrupted by Janus. Ross replied that they caught him and he would show them the true power of the one he worships. He extended his hands and was instantly surrounded by red fog, transforming into a huge, hideous creature that Irene recognized as the Chimera. She told Ross that she couldn't believe he betrayed Lady Erinia for someone like Arthur's. Ross spoke, saying they should have a look at what the great wizard can do. Meanwhile, Henry stared at Ross, wondering what Arthur's could have said to persuade even the Pope. Henry reached for his divine items. Ross got a glimpse of them and teased him, saying it looked like he had borrowed some low-grade divine item. He asked Henry if he thought he could hurt him with something as fake as that. Henry replied that he was wrong, stating he only believed in himself and that he would cut him down. He drew his sword, lunged at the Pope, and struck. A bright light appeared at the end of the sword while striking, ultimately killing the creature. He suddenly heard something crack, reached into his pockets, and took it out. He noticed it was the egg Haribala gave him when he visited the Khan's eye. He wondered what it could be as he looked at it. Meanwhile, Irene had moved close to him, apologizing for showing him such a shameful scene and expressing gratitude for his help. She slowly bowed her head, stating that if it weren't for him, no one would have noticed the Pope's corruption. He replied that he only did what he had to do and then shared his reason for visiting the Holy Land, to find a new god to oppose Janus's divine power. However, after witnessing the events with the Pope, he wasn't sure anymore and decided to give up trying to find a new god. Irene asked how he planned to fight against Arthur's. He replied that he would strengthen the things he trusts the most. Henry called a meeting with all the wizards at the Salgera Snow Tower. He started explaining that he gathered all the wizards in the Snow Tower for a grand announcement. He told them that he wanted everyone to strengthen their circles by at least 1 or 2 levels. An old man wondered whether something sudden like that was possible. Henry replied that it's simple, only the pain is immeasurable. That he told them that due to the upcoming final war that would decide the continent's fate. He called for some people who entered carrying urns filled with thousands of doses of black tar, almost as deadly as poison. He explained that they would experience pain like never before, and if they endured it, their circle would undoubtedly rise. He then mentioned he had brought a priest in case something went wrong. Then he yelled for everyone to start. When the wizards started drinking, the priests began praying. The wizards cried for help due to the pain, fell unconscious, and as he walked down the stairs, Henry spoke, saying eventually, everyone successfully became a 7th circled wizard. He thanked Irene and told her that without her it wouldn't have been possible. She replied that it was nothing. Henry told her that they still had 1 person left. 1 person? Asked Irene. Henry replied that the one who would follow in the footsteps of his master's 8th circle was him. The priest formed a circle with Henry in the middle. Henry told them to take good care of him so that he could make it to the 8th circle. Then, he opened the urn's lid and drank the contents. He groaned as he knelt to the ground due to how excruciating the liquid was. Meanwhile, Irene was praying to the great benevolent Irinia, asking for strength for the brave warriors who had gathered. The pain Henry felt was beyond imagination. A bright light appeared around him, and the cracked egg in his pocket lit up. Irene could feel the holy aura somewhere. Suddenly, Henry stopped crying in pain. Irene called out his name, and he stood up with bright, long hair. A strange light shone on his chest, and he announced that he had reached the 8th circle, thanking everyone present. The priests bowed and congratulated him. As he was thinking of changing his appearance because it was embarrassing, he reached into his pocket and took out the cracked egg. He noticed a pearl came out after cracking. He decided to look at it later because he had achieved his goal of reaching the 8th circle to go up against Arthur's. A month later, in a meeting room at Mushu, a man told Ronan that he had heard his father trained him for a month in the Purim family swordsmanship to fight Arthur's. Kington Rohan replied that he was right. He informed Ronan that, recommended by Henry, he could anticipate a fight against Arthur's. After Ronan's reply, Kington asked the man whether they had been doing well in training His Majesty in swordsmanship. He then told His Majesty that he looked forward to his skills. Suddenly, Henry entered the room, expressing hope that everyone was doing well and asking to get back to business. As Kington Purim stared at Henry, he felt an aura unlike before. His Majesty thought he had done his best in this 1 month, reaching a level no one dared to reach. Henry told everyone that he wanted them to head to Lizard Hills together when the sun sets. He instructed them to hold on to the divine item he was going to give them because the apostles, filled with divine powers, wouldn't be able to take them out without the help of the divine items. He further explained that nobody knew why Arthur's had invited them to that area, and he honestly didn't know how much force they should bring. As His Majesty suggested using teleportation, a bloody fog appeared in front of them, revealing Arthur's. Henry told Arthur's to bring only the people in the meeting room to Lizard Hills. If he ignored his words, he threatened to make all the remaining humans on the continent his apostles. Henry laughed, urging Arthur's to hurry up because he didn't know what he might do when he's bored. Arthur's then went through the portal he had opened, leaving it open for Henry and his comrades. His Majesty wondered if Arthur's wanted them to go through the portal. Henry asked his comrades if they were prepared, and they went through the portal, finding themselves in Lizard Hills' habited plains. After stepping out, they were immediately surrounded by fire. Henry used his shield magic to protect his comrades from burning to death. The apostles appeared in the middle of the fire, claiming it was a flame attack from Lidken, one of Henry's comrades. One apostle confirmed burning Ankelman to the ground as his work of art. The apostles chanted that they were the 9 apostles sent by the Almighty Lord Arthur's to dispose of trash, naming themselves Khan, Isla, Renda, Cheyenne, Narva, Lidocaine, Pero, and Gluttony. Narva was the one who disposed of the trash Ankelman. Henry told his friends not to be surprised as he deactivated the shield, having placed a magic shield around everyone's body. Before he could finish talking, Blondie ran forward with his sword and struck Narva, calling him a chimera. Narva blocked the attack, pushing him with his tentacle and sending him flying to the ground, correcting Blondie that he was the great Narva, not a chimera. Narva expressed disappointment in Blondie because a dying trash called out his name, making him believe Blondie was powerful. Blondie attacked again, and Narva blocked, vowing to send him to his useless dead friend. Blondie, recalling Henry's words that their attacks wouldn't work without the divine item, put on the ring Henry gave him. As Narva lunged at him, claiming he couldn't do anything with his lame attacks, Blondie struck, surprising Narva. In his last strike, he declared it was for Ankelman and Hars. After killing Narva, Henry asked if Blondie was feeling all right. Blondie replied that he had never felt so free, praising the divine item and expressing a willingness to believe in Ra or something. Henry and his group raised their fists in the air happily as they moved to eliminate the apostles. Lidocaine and his fellow apostles wondered what had just happened as Henry and his comrades ran towards them, yelling that they had nothing to fear. As they approached the apostles, Henry was suddenly surrounded by a black fog, separating him from his friends. Hearing his name being called out, Henry asked the person's identity. The man with long white hair, Draken Lodic, replied. Henry threatened to kill him if he didn't send him back to his comrades. Draken walked towards Henry, expressing surprise that Henry was the disciple of the great dead wizard. He shared that the great wizard had banned black magic, including human experiments, and ordered the hunting down of black wizards across the continent. Henry dismissed Draken's talk as rubbish and hit him with a lightning bolt. Draken, however, informed Henry that he wasn't done talking and revealed the dark deeds of the great wizard, blocking the growth of other wizards and killing innocent ones. Arthur's was the only one who understood him and opened a path for him. Henry raised his hands again as lightning appeared, apologizing for finding Draken's story boring. He attacked Draken with a lightning shot and wondered if he survived. Turning to leave after seeing Draken's dead body, Henry was shocked to witness him getting back up. Draken explained that he could revive continuously after shedding his skin, naming the process Reborn. Henry, surprised, asked, Reborn? Henry thought it was impressive that Draken came up with a way to be immortal. Draken explained that he couldn't remember the number of prisoners used for the magic, roughly around 500 people injected into his body, allowing him to be reborn up to 500 times. Henry was in disbelief that Draken conducted human experiments. Draken revealed that he stored human bodies inside him to use them, the secret of his rebirth. Henry admitted he was a fool to find it impressive, realizing why the teacher had banned human experiments and black magic. Draken, furious, lunged at Henry. Henry called out to Clever, confusing Draken with a bright light. Symbols surrounded Draken, panicking him. Henry welcomed him inside Clever's stomach, remaining unseen. He explained the magic circles, casting 8 circle spells, preparing his magic based on Draken's claim of being reborn 500 times. All the circles would be used to kill him. Henry disappeared, leaving Draken yelling that he believed in his powers and would prove his reborn magic could withstand simple attack spells. When Henry returned to his friends, Blondie explained that the black fog disappeared as they got rid of the apostles. He asked Henry about his opponent, and Henry happily replied that he faced Draken, likely on his 400th death by now. Blondie asked for clarification, and Henry assured him not to worry. Only Arthur's was left. Henry noticed Kington Porum and Ronan weren't present, and wondered where they were. Suddenly, a portal opened, and Arthur's voice was heard asking if they were looking for their friends. Henry recognized the voice saying it belonged to Arthur's. Henry then yelled for him to come out so he could kill him. Arthur's replied that their wish was his command as he used his black magic. Henry and his comrades were shocked as they found themselves at Lizard Hills, with Arthur sitting on a tree branch and Kington Porum standing under the tree. Arthur's told them to lighten up, having only lost one useless swordsman while he lost all his underlings to them. He showed the cities he hadn't attacked yet, explaining that they didn't follow his request to bring everyone in the meeting room to Lizard Hills. Now that Henry's swordsman was dead, he couldn't keep his promise, leaving him no choice but to send his devotees to the cities to turn all humans into his apostles. Arthur's clarified that Ronan was killed by Kington Porum, not him. Henry stared angrily at Kington and asked how he dared do that. Kington Porum explained that he couldn't do anything because Arthur's was controlling his body. Henry turned to his comrades and told them to proceed as planned, instructing them to go to their designated areas and protect the people. Once they teleported away, Henry was left with his 4 comrades. Arthur's asked if he was planning to battle against him with only 4 people. Henry replied as he ran toward him that it was more than enough. He lunged forward and killed Kington, then jumped up the tree and struck at Arthur's. Arthur's blocked it with a protective shield, and Henry kept pushing, hoping it would break. His Majesty and Hector stepped forward with their swords, stating that if they worked together, they could do it. Moments later, the shield broke.